Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order City Council Successor Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting right now, 7:21 p.m. Wednesday, March 9, 2022. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Mayor Ta,
Here.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Doe,
Here.
Councilmember Ho,
She's having technical
And
difficulties.
okay, thank you, and Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Thank you. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Next, we have salute to the flag will be Vice Mayor Menzo, invocation will be Mayor Ta. So please stand.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your head. Heavenly Father, we ask that you will guide the heart and mind of all who exercise the responsible duty of civic leadership in Westminster. To those who go into the City Council, grant ability to listen carefully, reason thoughtfully, speak clearly, and to act with compassion. Give us the willingness to persevere in service for the common good. May the effect of the work done here this evening promote the welfare of all citizens in our city. Amen. All right, so next we have City Attorney and closed section report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There was one item on the closed session agenda, an existing litigation case. We had a discussion concerning it and there was direction given to staff. There's nothing further to report.
Thank you so much. Next we have expert communication. We see none. City Clerk report.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of reports that I'd like to announce. There were e-comments that were received for oral communications and public hearing item 4.1, which has been posted and available on our website. I would also like to invite members of the public to consider applying and serving the community by serving on one of our commissions that are still open, including the Community Services and Recreation Commission, the Citizens Oversight Committee, Measure SF, Commission on Aging, and Cultural Arts Commission. So please check our website out, complete the application, and submit that. The deadline for that is March 14th. Also, we have an update by our Emergency Services Coordinator, David Segura. If you could please join us. Mr. Segura.
Hi, Lucy. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't see my photo or my video on there, but okay. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and community members. I do have some good news to report tonight. I'm sure most are aware of the fact that COVID cases are trending in the positive direction. According to the California Department of Public Health, COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations continue to decline across the state. Since February 14th, COVID cases have declined by 56% and hospitalizations have declined by 48%. Per the state's public health department, this is due in large part to the collective efforts of Californians to get vaccinated, get boosted, and wear masks indoors. The trend has allowed the healthcare agencies to lift some of the mask mandates. These mandates and changes are occurring almost weekly, and the rapid changes have caused some confusion. So for the benefit of our residents and our business community, I will highlight some of the most current changes to the state and county mask mandates. Effective last week on March 1st, the requirement for unvaccinated persons to mask in indoor public settings and businesses has been replaced by a strong recommendation that all persons, regardless of vaccination status, continue to mask while in indoor public settings and businesses. Also, after March 11th, the universal masking requirements for K through 12 and childcare settings will end. The state public health department continues to require masking in specified high-risk settings, which is consistent with CDC requirements. In workplaces, employers are subject to the Cal OSHA COVID-19 standards and should consult those regulations for additional requirements. For the national and local public health experts, COVID-19 vaccines remain effective in preventing serious disease and hospitalizations, and actually death as well. Additionally, masks remain a critical component for protecting those that are most vulnerable, including the unvaccinated, the immune compromised, or those at high risk for severe disease and illness. So really what they're saying is we should drop our guard. We should continue to take precautions whenever possible, especially those that are high risk. These requirements and recommendations will continue to be updated as the state public health department continues to assess conditions on an ongoing basis. And the hope is that the trend continues in a positive direction. Internally, we haven't had any new COVID cases within our city workforce since my last report. And again, hopefully that trend will continue as well. This is the end of my report, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your report and the question and concerns from member of the City Council. All right, I see none. So next we have the City Manager report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the community. So tonight, just a reminder, last meeting, the order of the agenda was going to change for this meeting because we had a couple of items that were deferred to this meeting due to lack of time. And so I just wanted to remind that we are going to be hearing item 5.1 first, and then 7.1, which, before the consent calendar. Staff is also requesting that we move up items 7.2 and 5.2 as well, in which those two would require motion. And so those 4 items would be heard before the consent calendar theoretically. And then the redistricting hearing, whenever it's 8 o'clock, we would plug that in at 8. So that's a request that staff has in order to just to make some of the items that we have make sense and put them together.
So, and so just to be clear, that would occur after oral comments.
Yes.
And then we'd go immediately to 5.1.
Yes.
And then I guess what you said, 7.1.
Yeah. And then 5.1, 7.1, 7.2, and 5.2. And then redistricting, whenever it's 8 o'clock, we'll go with, we'll hear that.
All right.
Do you have a motion for that?
Make a motion to approve, to move those
Second.
items forward.
All right.
I thought we did it last meeting, right?
Yeah, you did it for the first 2. So the first 2, yes, but I'm requesting the second 2 items.
Okay, second as recommended.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and second to move the item 5.1 and 7.1 forward before the consent calendar.
And then also 7.2 and 5.2
Oh,
afterwards.
7.2
Yeah.
and 5.2 after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so for clarification, the items to be moved out of order are item 5.1, 7.1, to move up items 7.2 and 5.2 before the consent calendar. The
Correct,
motion was
yes.
made by Thank you. The motion was made by Vice Mayor Monzo and second by Councilmember Doe. And Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have oral communication.
I actually have a couple of things to report.
Oh, okay. All
As
right.
well, too. I just want to acknowledge, thank you to the City Council for attending the opening day ceremony this past weekend, Huntington West Little League. Opening day it was a great turnout, and the community was excited to see you all there. So thank you for that. This Saturday at 10 a.m. This Saturday, March 12 at 10 a.m. at Westminster Park, we're going to be having the Challenger League opening day. That's the Challenger League. It's the division of the Little League for persons with disabilities. So look forward to seeing you all there as well. Let's see, Splash Pad, Sigler Park Splash Pad, private party rentals are now being accepted for summer 2022. We know how popular that splash pad is. So, contact our Community Services and Recreation Department. We'd also like to welcome our new crossing guard, Aurora Nguyen, who started with us, and announced that our HR is finally now fully staffed. Over at Margie L. Rice Parks, the installation of the playground equipment is complete. And so we are scheduling a ribbon cutting ceremony for that new playground on Wednesday, March 16 at noon. So everyone's invited to attend that and see the new equipment. Westminster Park Playground is about 2 weeks away from completion of that renovation efforts as well. And that is all I have for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your report. So next we have oral communication.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a time that anyone wishing to speak and address the City Council may do so by raising their hand on Zoom, and they will have 5 minutes to speak and address the City Council. We did have someone wishing to speak in advance, and that person is Tony. And before we begin, if the interpreter can interpret that for us, please, and then we'll have Tony begin.
Thank you. Đây là lúc mà quý vị nếu muốn phát biểu đó thì quý vị có thể giơ tay lên để cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu. Quý vị có thể giơ tay lên bằng cách chạm vào cái biểu tượng của hình bàn tay trên màn hình của quý vị. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tony, you may unmute yourself and begin.
Hello, is it my turn?
Yes, you may begin.
Yes, this is Tony Bui, president of City of Westminster for 20 years, and I have many concerns about our city. That's why I keep on attending the meeting to raise my concern to make the city growing economically, and also improving the way all of you, the city council members, should cooperate with the mayor to work together as a group rather than fighting and defaming each other. So first of all, I congratulate to Mayor Twitter and City Council Charlie Chi Nguyen to organize the prayer for Ukraine on last Sunday. They have made a good activities so that all the people around Orange County and also California and also the world knowing about Westminster City is a city who has the heart to fight against the tyrannical dictator of Putin invading Ukraine and killing young children and destroy buildings, similar to the situation in Vietnam 40 years, 45 or 50 years ago in Vietnam. So we feel the destruction that they made to the people of Ukraine, and then we have to get together. However, I didn't see Mayor, the City Council title, or Mayor, the City Council Manfro. Where are you hiding? And you didn't come to the meeting, to the activity. That's the activity of the city. However, I did see Kimberly Ho, she sneak in and sit in the back. Poor you, you should show up on the stage to show your support for the common activities. Okay, that is, thank you for the mayor, thank you for Charlie Nguyen, city council that organize the good activities that make every people happy and all the world knowing about city of Westminster is a place where raising the flag to fight for freedom against communists around the world. And my other point is, I saw that you have the item 5.1 again, that you want to, all of you try to make a resolution on denouncing and debunking fake news. First of all, the city mission is to make the city growing, not to fight for fake news. You are not the one who people vote for you are not working to debunking fake news, because you are, some of you are the one who create the news, and then people repeat that news, and then you call it fake news, and you try to denouncing them. For example, Tidal in a couple of years ago, he claimed that city of Westminster will be named Ho Chi Minh City. That in his public forum, he should apologize to the people to spread that news. And now people repeating that, and he tried to denouncing that news. That's too bad for Mr. Tidal. So you are not worth to be representative for city of Westminster residents. And also, Mr. Menzo, in one of the meetings, you try to stop the statue of General Trần Hưng Đạo on Bonsa. And now they try to show that. And then you try to stop them to spread that news. That is real news. That is not fake news. So you all of you should not bring up denouncing and debunking fake news to be the business of city of Westminster. That you all do the bad. If you invest your time and energy on that, that means you are not good person of the city of Westminster. So now I would like to ask one more thing, that in the
Mr.
future.
Bowie, your time is up. Mr.
Okay,
Bowie.
thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person with their hand up is Dan Napier. You may unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members of council. I'm speaking on item 5.2, the Measure SS. Once again, we're here talking about the same thing. We find ourselves in times unprecedented, times that require action, hard choices, and growth outside of our comfort zones. I'm the president of WMAA, and most of our members are in public works. And WMAA, we work with the public, your constituents, your voters. We keep the water running, we keep it clean. Most importantly, we keep it safe. We have our parks, we keep them open, we keep them clean, and again, we keep them safe. We keep our streets open, clean, and safe. We keep our fleet of vehicles operational, we keep them running, and we keep them all safe. Public Works keeps your city, our city, safe. We're but a cog in the works. We largely go unheard, unseen, unnoticed, but we're always there. We are your biggest supporters. During the COVID shutdown, we were still here. We didn't stay home. we showed up every day. We kept the water on, the parks and streets clean and open, and we kept all the vehicles on the road. We kept our city running and safe. We find ourselves asking again for council not to make a decision, but to give the voters a right to make a choice. Sometimes we get so caught up in trying to make a choice, what we think is right or wrong, good or bad. We don't think about who it affects, who is really impacted, who really deserves to make that choice. Putting something on a ballot that's controversial, that you might feel is, well, it's hard to do, or it might affect my political future, or I'll look bad. I'll tell you what, right now, if the city goes bankrupt, that'll look really bad. Putting something for people to vote on, that's democracy. That's what Tony was just talking about, fighting in Ukraine. That's democracy. It's by the people, for the people. It doesn't mean you're for the measure. It doesn't mean you have to agree with it. It means that you understand that some things are worth letting the people decide and letting the voters decide. So let your voters know you trust them. Not that long ago, they voted you in because they trusted you. It's time for you to return that favor. Give your voters, your people, our people, the right to choose what they want for their city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker with their hand raised is Amy Walsh. You may begin.
Oh, wow. I just put my hand up. I thought I'd be a while. I just wanted to touch base on and agree with what some others have already said in regards to Measure SS. I think that it's important that our council realize that if we don't have Measure SS as an option, and if the voters can't vote on it, when the city, because it's not an if, it's when the city goes bankrupt because there is no more money, when the state and federal governments come in to take over and we lose our PD and we gain, if you will, the sheriffs, that means that our current council, I just want you, all five of you, to realize that that means that your power, if you have any right now as it is, will actually go away. So you'll basically just be figureheads with no voting rights because the state and federal government will be taking over and trying to get the city into a solvent green area. I really feel like the council members tonight need to put their big boy and big girl panties on, make the decision to put it on the ballot, and let the voters choose. Because I'll tell you one thing, those people that live in the city do not want this city to be controlled by the state and federal government. Do your jobs as council members and what's best for the city and not what's best for your campaigns, okay? Because guess what? That city goes bankrupt and you're all, say goodbye to all your campaign stuff unless you decide to move and then go bankrupt another city. I mean, there's that, I guess. Come on, council members, do the right thing tonight. And please, enough with the fake news stuff and the Quantry Monument. And I mean, it's just getting ridiculous. I went in, and I'm not sure if others did, but I went in and read the comments that were sent in for e-comments. And I agree with a lot of those comments too. Let it go, focus on what's important. And what's important is not the fake news. It's not the monument. it's saving this city, saving all of the jobs, saving our PD. Come on, do the right thing. For once. Thanks. That's all.
Our next speaker is Roger Mindrum. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hello, good evening. This is Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster for over 26 years. I totally agree with the last two speakers, Amy Walsh and Mr. Napier. Thank you for those comments, and I totally agree with those topics. You know, thinking back to when Measure SS was first presented, and that was the bad time because the surrounding cities were still at 7.75. So to raise one city at 8.75, yeah, sure, people are probably going to go to other stores and businesses in other cities to save that few cents. But now that the surrounding cities around us are up at 8.75 also, it's not tough to swallow. And you all have the information. You've had the information for quite a while. The study session, well, you've had a study session before this meeting, and you had study session meetings last year, and probably the year before. So you all know the consequences, and it's not like you're deciding to do this. You're not deciding to raise taxes. You're not deciding to keep this sales tax at that level. You're going to, or you should be deciding to let the voters decide. And for me, it's a no-brainer. So I'm sure you'll hear more comments and hopefully from other people that are going to support that. And with item 7.2, getting a some more information regarding the committee that oversight committee with Measure SS on that too. So please do the right thing. And just like the others had commented, you got to drop your ego. And it's not about you. It's not about your future political aspirations. It's about the city as a whole. And I really have a hard time believing that a few of you don't really get it. You don't really understand it. So next item on 7.1, this Quang Tree Monument. I really wish you people could just take a step back away from your personal things on this monument. And maybe it's too late for me saying this because you know it's a done deal in so many people's eyes, but I just don't understand monuments in general. So nothing really to do with Quang Tri or whatever happened in Vietnam. In general, I just think monuments, besides the ones that we have at Sid Goldstein Park, I think they're pointless. I think they're useless. I think really, what is the land that's going to be taken going to be used for? Are all of you going to go and present yourself in front of that monument every day or every weekend? Or, I mean, really, what's it going to do? You're stealing public land is what you're doing. So 7.1, my vote would be to dissolve the whole idea and definitely do not put it on public land. And one more thing, sorry, I believe that if Tony Bowie is actually still on a committee as a commissioner, the man needs some mental health evaluations. The guy's just plain nuts or stupid. So have a good night. I'll talk to you later.
The next speaker with her hand raised is Terry Raines. You may unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. Tonight's meeting should have been in person due to the drastic drop in COVID cases, so please go back to in-person or hybrid meetings on March 23rd. Thank you, Mayor Tan, Councilman Nguyen, for organizing the rally and prayer vigil to stand with Ukraine on Sunday. It truly was a beautiful, moving, and unifying event. Please pull item 3.7, the mid-year budget review, for discussion. Even if no additional appropriations are requested, this should be a regular business item, not on the consent calendar. This is not a comprehensive budget review. It is basically just an updated sales tax forecast. Some questions. One, page 1 of the staff report says, quote, current projections for FY 2020-2021 are in line with budgeted numbers. I think that should be 21-22. 2, why is there no mention of the 23.7 million ARPA funds? Other cities have addressed ARPA in their mid-year budget reviews. I guess because the city just finally introduced the ARPA discussion at the study session earlier tonight, noticed as a special meeting, which requires less notice than a regular meeting. At 5:08 p.m. yesterday, I received an agenda alert about a special ARPA study session scheduled for 5 p.m. today. Why on earth wasn't this planned and noticed at the same time as tonight's regular agenda was last Thursday? Do better, Westminster. 3, why is there no narrative of budget variances to date by department? Other cities provide this in their mid-year budget reviews. 4, why is there no narrative about business license revenue tracking 25%, 351,000 below budget? Please explain this variance. I still support item 5.1, the resolution denouncing and debunking fake news, but I am very disappointed with the text and format of the resolution. Prior to the last council meeting, I sent 200 plus suggested edits to Councilman Doe. Since the item was deferred to tonight's meeting, there was ample time to amend it, so I sent the edits to the city attorney, city manager, city clerk, and Councilman Doe on February 28th. The only response I received was from Councilman Doe stating, quote, the staff said there was nothing wrong with what we have. Thank you for trying, end quote. So the city is fine with adopting resolutions and ordinances filled with typos, poor grammar, format issues, and inconsistencies, and even material misstatement of material facts. Given the number of sloppy resolutions and ordinances lately, it is clear the answer is yes. Talk about setting a low quality standard. Regardless, this resolution must be passed by this entire council tonight. If you vote no or abstain, you are in effect promoting and encouraging fake news in our community and might even be liable for damages to individuals harmed by this fake news. Well, it took a strategic planning meeting, new leadership, and 1.5 years for staff to finally present a strong and detailed report on the grim reality facing the city if Measure SS is not renewed. Item 5.2. Every member of this council had better study this report and grasp the staunch reality of what our city is facing. More importantly, all 5 of you had better vote to put a tax measure on the ballot. It is up to us, the voters, to decide on the tax measure, not you. And we must be given that opportunity to do so without undue influence or impediment from our elected officials. Once again, I strongly oppose Councilwoman Ho's item 7.1 almost as much as I oppose putting the Quan Chi Monument in any city park, at the Civic Center, or on any public land, period. And the public agrees with me. Remember, you cannot discuss location tonight because it's not on the agenda. Background not included in the staff report. On December 8th, council assigned the location recommendation to the Community Services and Recreation Commission with a 3-0-2 vote and formalized it by resolution on January 26th with a unanimous 5-0 vote. Therefore, this assignment can only be reversed by formal resolution. Reminder, at the commission's January 31st meeting, only 4 of the 18 public comments, all Quan Chi committee members, supported placing the monument in a city park. And at the January 5th special city council meeting, only 2 of the 20 public comments, again, Quan Chi committee members, supported this monument and placing it in the park. The staff report does not even include a detailed report about the February 28th commission meeting, but it should have. Council must prioritize public opinion over politics. Lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on our part, Councilwoman Ho. Let the commission do its job and vote no on this item. Council should move item 7.2, which I think you did, the report from the Citizens Oversight Committee, forward on the agenda to be heard at the same time as item 5.2, since both are related to the tax measure issue. On February 28th, the Orange County Registrar of Voters and Interim City Clerk Colombo certified the recall petition against Councilwoman Ho as being insufficient, with 285 less valid signatures than what was needed. On or before March 22nd, we will learn the status of the recall petition against Councilman Manzo. Let's hope for the very same outcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Claudia. Please unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Good evening. Buenas noches. Good evening, Mayor Ta. Good evening, Vice Mayor Manso, council members, and staff. My name is Claudia Steinmetz. I've been a resident of Westminster for over 9 years. I'd just like to echo several of my neighbors. I'd like to see this council work as a team. Our city needs leaders who aren't creating division and aren't putting on a performance for their own agenda. It was extremely embarrassing to see Mayor Todd driving around with a desk parading around the city. It's straight out of a telenovela, which, while I do enjoy, it has no place in our city. Please focus on items that benefit our city and setting up a healthy council for our future, because handing over a bankrupt city is absolutely horrendous. On that same note, please stop any monuments, including the Quanchi Monument, immediately. Unless you're going to offer every other cultural group that resides in our city a monument that signifies great triumph for their people, you can't, in good conscience, allow this monument on public property. It would be extremely divisive, because I, as a Latina and a daughter of immigrants, would love to see something that represents my culture in my city for me and my children and those that live in my neighborhood that are predominantly also people of color that are not Vietnamese. So I think it does a disservice to the rest of your constituents when you continue to focus on things that only represent one part of your community. That's it. That's all I have to say. And I hope you guys really take our voices seriously, because it seems like we're constantly talking to a wall and nothing ever gets done. Thank you.
If anyone else is wishing to speak, please raise your hand at this time. Kiat, if you could please interpret that, please. Thank you.
Nếu có quý vị nào vẫn còn muốn phát biểu đó thì xin giơ tay lên để cho chúng tôi biết. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no other speakers on Zoom, but I do have e-comments to read into the record.
All right, please.
Here. Okay. This is the first one by Sue Doe. It was an opportunity for Councilwoman Ho to slip control of placement of the monument away from Commission of Parks and Recreation and subtly accuse another councilman of nepotism. Fake news at its finest and craftiest. Not so fast. Smith and Jones is common name. Nguyen is common name. I won't answer your allegation because the application has a spot on it for applications to list relatives. As I ponder the relationship of in-laws and blood relatives, two can play this semantics game. I won't answer that accusation because there is a spot for applicants to list relationships. Nguyen is a popular common name, I might reassert. I must digress. This is about the Quanchi Monument, the brainchild of Councilwoman Ho, Fat Bui, and Vice Chair Kenny Hong. It is about the needs of a few by the few to displace the welfare of the many and tax the many residents of Westminster. I have an idea. Let's memorialize family members and ourselves on a monument with no military significance and pretend the loss of Arvin soldiers contributed to the salvage of democracy in Southeast Asia. As a proposal passes through the council, we will make adjustments every meeting, modifications under the rules that is pre-approved. And furthermore, we must expedite the placement to guarantee the project and permit fundraising as a subterfuge. What? Vote, pass, and move forward a project with incomplete design, verbiage, structural concepts, and cost. Well, it is the government bureaucracy and people just have to endure. Besides, it helps the recall effort. Let's move on the matter of selling public park lands to a friend at substantially low prices without bids. Special needs children's and playground for ball games are not important nor a voting block, but a statue honoring my family will help my political agenda. Why is Fat Bui involved in this? Not his city. Oh, and the Tet Parade, but do not honor the mayor. Too controversial. Kingpin Fat Bui now wants Westminster to pay him additional $10,000 in cost overruns. Just claims it's more COVID-related expenses, not anticipated.
City clock is 8 o'clock, so I think it's a time for public hearing item. It's 8 p.m. right now.
I think we should probably finish out this speaker. Okay. It would be hard to interrupt.
Right, okay, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, just claim it's more COVID-related expenses not anticipated. Who knew costs would continue too long after the pandemic hit our shores? Totally unforeseen cost, I must argue. Besides, the TET event raised supplementary sales tax revenue somewhere. Therefore, the city of Westminster must reimburse me because this new variant entitles a profit and me to cost overruns. It's a good ploy by this Garden Grove councilman to get fatter. And I still hear Vice Chair Kenny Hong singing off key the Ray Stevens song. Everything is beautiful if it is done all my way. The Vietnamese will find a way to build Quang Tri today. Like a starry summer night, bloody from the fight. Everything will be all right if done my way. Sing it, children, it's time to realize ball games and special needs to eye. There is none so blind as he who won't see a monument built my way. Dr. Quan Nguyen is a curious anomaly, a medical doctor that believes the military depiction of Quang Tri best honors the dead. He was too young to serve, but parades around the Vietnam military gear. He's a director of the Museum for the Republic of Vietnam, more of a collection of goods than a museum. Anyways, museum is open a mere 16 hours per week. This monument will be a beauty to Westminster. It will attract large crowds internationally and domestically, Dr. Quan asserts. We are the largest Vietnamese community outside Vietnam. Wait a moment, another Fat Bui fact check. Westminster is the fourth largest community in the United States of Vietnamese. Troves of visitors do not flock to Westminster. They come to Orange County to see a mouse, a baseball game, a concert, or enjoy other natural recreational events. Did anyone mention Dr. Quan plans to relocate his museum to Anaheim? Not to worry, his name badge below shows he gets complimentary special pricing for the grammar and spelling monument designer, Dr. Colonel Quack wannabe military leader. Now back to the monument. It will be so beautiful because the Quan Tri says so. Actually, when Dr. Quan relocates, Councilwoman Ho recalled and Fat Bui returns to Garden Grove, it will be so beautiful. If we take the 30-foot monument made of paper, mache, styrofoam, or the current flavor of the week and recast it as a 3-foot replica, much like the one on display, we now have an affordable statue that fits inside the conference room of the existing to be relocated. Museum collection for Vietnamese culture. Admission is free if you wear your RVN garments, everyone wins. In fact, let us use one on display. Saves time, saves money, and lets us get back to the more important matters at City Council, hiring family to committees, selling off city public lands, running city coffers into the ground. At this time, Mayor, I'm being told that time is up, and I turn it over to you to begin the redistricting.
All right, so we have a public hearing. So I'd like to open public hearing. So can you please read for the record first?
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, due to COVID-19 restrictions, changes have been made to the public hearing process in order to ensure members of the public to participate remotely. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council may submit comments in writing up to 24 hours prior to the meeting and actually up to 12 p.m. on the meeting day by submitting their emails via e-comment at westminster.ca-ca.gov. There will also be an opportunity for speakers to raise their hand and speak via Zoom. We have received e-comments and I will read those at the conclusion. Currently,
and for consistency, we should
Okay,
provide.
so I'd like to read for the record the public item. Point 1, public hearing. Continuing 4, public hearing for redistricting to receive input and testimony regarding proposed draft district map, select a 5-district map, and introduce and conduct first reading of ordinance to establish council district boundaries for 4-district and 5-district maps. So the public hearing is open, and first I'd like to have a staff report.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor Ta, and members of the council. My name is Dr. Justin Levitt. It's a pleasure to be back here again This presentation I will keep on the shorter side because we made some decisions at our last meeting, and I'll recap them and talk about what we are moving forward. Just to kind of review, I know we've seen this slide many times before, so I won't go through it in a huge amount of detail, but to remind ourselves, these are the rules we need to follow when picking our final district map. The map does need to be in compliance with federal law in terms of equal population size districts and following the requirements of the Federal Voting Rights Act. We also need to be in compliance with the Fair Maps Act, which requires us to look at contiguity, communities of interest, easily identifiable boundaries, and compactness in this particular order, and also prohibits us from favoring or discriminating against a political party or anything to do with the politics of political process. At our last meeting, the council did select map 402 as their preferred 4 district maps and reviewed 5 district maps as well, maps 502, 503, 505, and a new map 506 that was prepared for the last meeting. Prior to tonight's hearing, we did receive two additional map submissions. Both of the map submissions actually drew an identical map. This map has been drawn in and presented tonight as map 507. All of these maps have been available on the website since last week and are available for you to consider tonight, as well as any of the other 4 district maps that have previously been rejected. We can pull those up as well. The council selected its focus maps 502, 503, and 505, which were discussed previously twice. Again, 506 was a new map presented by the Westminster Redistricting Coalition at our last meeting. And for tonight's meeting, we have a new map, 507. This was again submitted by 2 separate groups and individuals, but they both submitted an identical proposal, which is why we only drew it in once. And this is presented tonight as map 507. All of these maps, we believe, meet the legal requirements under the Fair Maps Act. They are contiguous, they are population balanced, and they meet the terms of the Voting Rights Act. Where we need to have discussion and commentary tonight and throughout the process is on this question of communities of interest and to what extent these maps comply with that criterion to keep together communities that need to be kept together for the purpose of their fair and effective representation. I'm happy to discuss or answer questions about any of the maps, and I look forward to our conversation tonight. Our goal is to try to select the 5 district map to go along with the 4 district map for the initiative in June. And with that, thank you very much. And I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Levitt, for your presentation. And it's now the time for member of City Council. Either you have any questions or concerns. All right, I see none. So next would be public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive speakers who wish to speak in advance. So at this time, I will be calling Lena Tran to speak, followed by Lisa Nguyen. Lisa, you may begin.
This is Lena.
I'm sorry, Lena.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Lena. I'm the community organizer at Viet Rise, and I'm here to support the public map 507 proposed by the Westminster Redistricting Committee. This 5-district map keeps Little Saigon together, which is at Bolsa Avenue from Magnolia to Brookhurst, that allows Vietnamese residents to feel at home as they can buy their essential needs as well as the hub to find in-language shops. Also, it keeps District 2 from having a majority of Latino residents, which provides the best opportunity to elect someone that best represents them. Also, businesses are an essential part of Westminster. Therefore, businesses that are kept together in District 1 are the Westminster Ice Rink, the Westminster Bowling Alley. For District 2 are Latino businesses and Westminster Mall. For District 3 are the car dealerships and family businesses. District 4 are Cedar Bros, Seafood Paradise, and Little Saigon. And lastly, District 5 has the Bolsa Road Project, Seafood World, and Saigon City Market, as well as other businesses residing on the strip of Brookers. All the districts in this map are contiguous, compact, and easy to understand, and have clearly identified boundaries. Therefore, I urge you to vote for the 507 map. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Nguyen. You may unmute yourself and begin.
Okay, thank you so much. Dear Westminster City Council, my name is Lisa Nguyen. I am writing as a resident of Westminster's 1st District. Today, I come to you as a longtime resident of the city and as a member of the Westminster Redistricting Committee. We have been meeting since June and have identified different communities of interest, especially in regard to the Vietnamese community here. Moreover, we have identified different communities of interest that rely on local businesses throughout the city of Westminster. The majority of these businesses are local family businesses that have served the Vietnamese community for decades and have continued to support Vietnamese traditions for many generations. When cruising down Bolsa Avenue, you can find a plethora of Vietnamese restaurants serving different regional dishes, as well as supermarkets that supply affordable groceries for our community members. In addition to the vast scenery of Vietnamese-owned businesses, there are also different forms of entertainment and shopping for various community members to enjoy with their families, such as shopping malls and large retail markets such as Target or Walmart. Our city and its community members are closely intertwined with the local businesses within the area. Thus, it is crucial to keep our communities and local businesses together because one cannot thrive without the other. Therefore, businesses that are kept together for District 1 are the Westminster Ice Rink and the Westminster Bowling Alley. For District 2 are Latino businesses and Westminster Mall. For District 3 are the car dealerships and family businesses. District 4 are Stater Brothers, Seafood Paradise, and Little Saigon. Lastly, District 5 has the Bolsa Road Project, Seafood World, and Saigon City Market, as well as other businesses residing on the strip of Brookers. I strongly urge you to adopt Map 507, created by the Westminster Redistricting Committee that includes these communities of interest, and to also keep these various communities of Westminster intact. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And at this time, Kit, if you could interpret for anyone wishing to speak to please raise their hand at this time.
Vào lúc này đó, nếu có quý vị nào muốn phát biểu, xin quý vị giơ tay lên để cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu, và quý vị có cần thông dịch thì sẽ có người để dịch từ tiếng Việt qua tiếng Anh cho quý vị. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kit. The next speaker with their hand raised is Roger Mindra.
And if we could make, for sake of consistency, again, the last meetings we allowed a separate public speaking time for both the 4 district and 5 districts. So let's have that division again.
Okay, so this is a time for district map comment. Am I correct? Okay.
Okay, I just heard that regarding, so you're saying that this portion is only for the 4 districts?
If you want to just make your comments as to both, you can do that, but we have been allowing 2 different times in case, so that people feel they have enough time to address both.
Okay, I'll be quick. I just want to say that, well, first of all, I want to thank everyone involved, especially in the community, the private citizens with the coalition, and Terry Raines, and all those who have worked so hard and put a lot of caring into getting this right with the maps. My opinion is that the 5 district is the only way to go. We need to grow and have better representation. And the 5 district situation, you're going to be talking about that also with adding that on to the June 7th ballot. To me, it's just the right way to go. So 507 is, in addition to my thanks to the people that work on it, it should be pretty enlightening for a lot of people to see that some changes were made on a few different parties, including this, coalition that a group of people worked together on this to come up with their initial maps and then evolve and change and see more light and make some changes and make this a better map of 507. So I don't even have anything to say about the 4 districts because I think that's it should be history. We need 5 districts. We need the mayor to not be at large. We need to grow as a city and evolve. And this is proof that the people that are involved in making these maps have evolved and worked. I don't know if they work together, but having 2 separate groups come up with an identical map is it's enlightening. It's heartwarming to see that there's progress being made that's not political. And I support 507. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Fung Vo. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Fung Vo, and my parents are also mobile home owners in Westminster, and I support the public maps 506 and 407. These maps are crucial to the fair representation of the city's mobile home park residents, and as one of Westminster's few remaining affordable housing options, mobile home parks provide an indispensable service to the city's low-income families. So in order to support this community and ensure their housing needs are met, the voices of mobile home park household must be heard and prioritized. Adopting public map 506 and 407 will be a step toward in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Claudia. You may be.
Hi, good evening, Claudia Simons again. So as a resident of Area 2, I really enjoy the 5-district map, just in case no one is aware. Our Westminster School District also has 5 areas, and I think it should be consistent, and I like that, knowing that our city and our school district have 5 areas representing. But that said, I am in support of map 507, which a resident of our city helped create. It should be an honor, a complete moment of humility that someone who not only lives here, a fellow neighbor, a community member who volunteers her time and knowledge for free to bring forth a map, it should be a no-brainer. Not only is map 507 very easy to understand, draws clear lines, and meets all requirements, it keeps our community, especially the Latinx and Vietnamese community, with a voice in the respective areas. Please, Mayor Ta, Vice Mayor Manso, Councilmember Ho, Councilmember Do, and Councilmember Nguyen, exercise your vote by voting yes on map 507. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Terry Raines. You may begin.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. Tonight, long speech. Sorry, folks. Start over. Terry Raines, Westminster. After the last hearing, I submitted a much improved 5-district map, number 507, and sent you all an email on February 28th explaining why. The Westminster Redistricting Coalition also submitted a new map identical to the one I submitted. That speaks volumes about the work we have all put into creating the perfect map by incorporating each other's ideas and comments from the public and council, ensuring this final product, map 507, is the best result for everyone. Map 507 is without a doubt the map Council must adopt to implement if the June ballot measure passes. The other 5 district focus maps have problems resolved in map 507, which is cleaner and more compliant with federal and state laws and as close to perfect as a 5-district map can be. Highlights include 1, Little Saigon, both sides of Bolsa between Magnolia and Brookhurst, is the single most important and identifiable community of interest in our city. Map 507 keeps Little Saigon together in District 4, consistent with map 402, the 4-district map you selected. 2, District 4 has an Asian citizen voting age population of 75.4%, the highest of any district in any map, which provides this community the best possible opportunity to elect someone to represent their unique interests this coming November. Districts 3 and 5 also have Asian majority citizen voting age populations at 55% and 60%, respectively. 3, District 2 has a Hispanic Latino citizen voting age population of 29.3%, the highest of any district of any map, which provides this minority group the best possible opportunity to elect someone from their demographic, followed by District 1 with 25%. 4, Districts 2 and 3 have the highest concentration of renters, 64% and 65% respectively, and the highest concentration of multifamily housing at 51% and 42%. 5, District 1 and 5 have the highest concentration of homeowners, 66% and 70% respectively, and the highest concentration of single-family homes at 86%. 6, District 3 has the highest concentration of low-income households, 25,000 and below at 35%, followed by District 2 at 29%. District 1 has the highest concentration of high-income households, 75,000 and above at 59%, followed by District 5 at 52%. Total geographic size deviation is 27%, a vast improvement over other maps and the city's current map, which is 45%. Map 402 size deviation is 33%. All districts are contiguous, compact, easy to understand, and have clear identifiable boundaries. Map 507 is far superior to the other 5 district focus maps and is the most consistent with map 402. At the last hearing, I presented reasons why maps 503 and 505 cannot be adopted, such as 1, geographic size deviations of 54% and 69% respectively, with District 3 being 75 to 100% larger than District 4. 2, Westminster Mall was awkwardly and wrongly drawn out of its natural placement in District 2. 3, districts are not compact. 4, district borders are small residential streets. And 5, map 505 created a second wealthy white district, which could be challenged in court and has confusing district numbering. The other focus map 502 does not keep Little Saigon together in one district, diminishes the Hispanic Latino concentration in District 2 and the Asian concentration in District 4 versus map 507. Map 502's district borders are small residential streets, creating that odd looking finger reaching into District 4 from District 5. One council member was concerned about the number of mobile home parks in one district, but given where our 17 mobile home parks are concentrated in our city and the absolute need to keep Little Saigon in one district, this is unavoidable. Map 507 has 8 parks in District 4, map 402 has 10. The city attorney reversed his adamant position by now creating 2 separate ordinances, a substantial change not even mentioned in the staff report. I suggested 2 ordinances, but was told the city attorney said it had to be a single ordinance for both maps. What changed? Mayor Ton, Councilman Nguyen, I implore you to vote on a 5-district map and ordinance tonight, not abstain. Abstentions are disfavored, absent a bona fide conflict of interest. You have a duty to vote on the issues before you to carry out the people's business, not prevent council action with your inaction. Personal interest must never come before the public's interest. You owe it to all Westminster residents to vote for maps for both scenarios to ensure there are no legal issues. The voters will decide the measure and must be allowed to do so without undue influence or impediment from elected officials. Elections Code 21629 dictates what happens if council does not adapt maps for both scenarios by the deadline. You do not want this matter decided by the courts, which would be costly and the end result would be disastrous. We need balanced representation on council. Map 507 and voter approval of the June ballot measure will provide the best opportunities for everyone in our city. Council, I urge you to select the only viable 5-district map, number 507, and reaffirm your selection of map 502 tonight. Thank you.
The next speaker is Vincent Tran. You may begin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Vincent. I am the Community Engagement Coordinator for VIT-RISE, lead for the Westminster Redistricting Committee. I'm calling in to support map 507, submitted both independently by Terry Raines and the Westminster Redistricting Committee. After more than a month of the council deliberating and providing feedback on the redistricting maps, Terry Raines and the Westminster Redistricting Committee ended up creating the same exact map, both independently, that we believe best represents all Westminster residents and the diverse businesses throughout the city. The Westminster, city of Westminster and the residents heavily rely on the businesses that are throughout the city and for taxes and essential services. Thus, it's crucial that each district represents diverse businesses, from the Vietnamese groceries on Bolsa Avenue to the Latino businesses on Golden West Street, the numerous mom and pop shops spread out throughout the city, and the Westminster Mall. Map 507 crucially keeps together Little Saigon, located on Bolsa Avenue between Magnolia and River Street. Little Saigon attracts millions of visitors each year and brings in millions of dollars in revenue for the city. Yet, in the current district map, Little Saigon is divided into 2 districts. For Little Saigon to continue to grow and flourish, it's crucial to keep together Little Saigon in a unified district in order to have a clear vision and strong representation for the numerous businesses and residents living in those 2 blocks. In the future, when a Vietnamese American Museum is created, similar to the Japanese American Museum in Los Angeles, it's crucial for Little Saigon to be kept together in one district to ensure that there is a representative and a champion for the representation of the multiplicities of Vietnamese American history, culture, and lived experiences. And in addition, Map 507 creates a separate district that keeps Bolsa Row development in a different district to ensure that this important economic hub becomes a viable place for future development. And keeping it separate from Little Saigon ensures that there is a spread in kind of the representation of kind of businesses and especially Vietnamese businesses in the city. Map 507 creates compact districts and are easy to understand by residents. And the creation of Map 507 over this past month really shows how communities can come together, take each other's feedback, compromise, and create a map that best represents the vast majority of Westminster residents and the diverse businesses throughout the city. And I believe Map 507 will allow Westminster to thrive for years to come. So I urge you to vote for Map 507. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jessica Lustenau. You may begin.
Good evening. I'm a resident who recently took the time to take a fresh look at the draft maps. And I now feel that Map 507 would be the most logical map to adopt for the 5-district ballot measure because it most clearly adheres to all of the criteria outlined in the Fair Maps Act. We can recognize that all of the maps adhere to the first 2 criteria of the Fair Maps Act. But as explained by Dr. Levitt, keeping communities of interest together is the 3rd most important criteria when considering maps. And looking at the maps and listening to the speakers in the last few meetings, and now seeing this Map 507, I think that's the map that really best represents that 3rd criteria. The prior speakers have more eloquently detailed the communities of interest that are preserved in the map, so I won't squander any time with those details. Map 507 also has really easily identifiable boundaries. They're compact districts. So I just want to urge you, please look at Map 507 as the 5-district map to be adopted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And at this time, if anyone else is wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Kat, if you could please interpret that.
Vào lúc này nếu mà có quý vị nào còn muốn phát biểu tiếp về cái bản đồ mà phân vạch lại những khu dân cử hay là cái địa hạt của thành phố đó thì xin giơ tay lên để cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
All right, so I see no hand
Thank
raised.
you, Mayor. And at this time, there's no one else wishing to speak on Zoom that has their hand raised. We did receive various e-comments that I'd like to read at this time. This one is from Minh Pham, District 2, Westminster Redistricting. Dear City Clerk, my name is Minh Pham. I'm writing as a resident of Westminster 2nd District. I've lived at the corner of Golden West Street and Maple Street. I'm currently a part of the Westminster Redistricting Committee with Viet Rise, where I work over the past 6 months. We would like to ask the Westminster City Council to select our map because we would like to keep Little Saigon together. The Little Saigon's business area is on Bolsa Avenue between Magnolia and Brookhurst Street. It is important to keep businesses together in order to have a concrete representative, more growth for the business so that we can have more visitors to come and visit Little Saigon. Dividing Little Saigon will have a negative impact on its development, and it will divide the community that makes Little Saigon a vital place. Lastly, our country is built by immigrants, and it is a collective group of individuals who want to pursue the American dream. Hence, I think it is important that we should include these communities in the redistricting process. Please select the Westminster's Redistricting Committee's map and ensure Little Saigon business area is kept together. Best regards, Min Fang. Next is, Dear Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, as a resident of Westminster City, I strongly urge you to adopt map 507 as the city's 5-district map to be effective if the ballot measure to eliminate the elected mayor's office and create 5 council district passes in June, and to reaffirm your selection of map 402. It is very important that Little Saigon be kept together in one district. Map 507 does this in District 4, which has the strongest concentration of Vietnamese American residents of any district of any map. Map 507 also provides Hispanic residents strong representation in District 2. Map 507 has the cleanest boundaries, is very easy to understand, and keeps important communities of interest together. I don't like any of the other 5 district maps. Mayor Thuy Ta and Councilmember Chi Charlie Nguyen, I read on social media that you two are refusing to vote for any 5 district map. I hope this is not true. It is important all city council members fully participate in this process. I strongly support and agree with your selection of map 402 as the city's 4-district map to be effective if the June ballot measure does not pass, but I really hope it does pass. Map 507 is the most consistent with map 402. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I respectfully request and urge you to adopt map 507 and map 402 tonight. Thank you, Lynn Hong, resident of Westminster. Next, dear members of the City Council, my name is Nikki Nguyen. I'm a resident of Westminster's 1st District and a member of the Westminster Redistricting Committee, a group of Westminster residents who have been regularly meeting since June, researching and advocating for an equitable redistricting for our communities. Westminster is home to vibrant ethnic communities, particularly the Vietnamese and Latinx communities. A major aspect of life supporting these communities here are the local businesses that help residents stay connected with their cultures and heritages, from cultural foods and clothing to entertainment and critical language accessible services. These smaller local businesses, in tandem with larger chains, help the community sustain itself and provide for one another. Therefore, it is important that businesses are kept together in a sensible and thematic way as put forth by map number 507. Businesses that are kept together for District 1 are the Westminster's Ice Rink and the Westminster's Bowling Alley. For District 2 are Latino businesses and Westminster Mall. For District 3 are the car dealerships and family businesses. District 4 are Stater Brothers Seafood Paradise and Little Saigon. Lastly, District 5 has the Bolsa Row Project, Seafood World, and Saigon City Market, as well as other businesses residing on the strip of Brookhurst. We must keep our community together. I strongly urge you to adopt the map number 507, created by the Westminster Redistricting Committee that includes communities of interest and keeps these various communities of Westminster intact. Thank you, Nikki Nguyen, District 1 for Westminster Redistricting. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I urge you to adopt map 507, the 5-district map that the Redistricting Coalition and Terry Range both submitted that would be effective if the ballot measure to eliminate the elected mayor's office and create 5 council districts passes in June. Map 507 would keep important communities like the Vietnamese and Hispanic residents together with strong representation. I also support map 402 as the city's 4-district map to be effective should the June ballot measure not pass. Robert Harrison. And Mayor, that concludes the e-comments that were submitted. They are also on the city's website. And there are no further comments at this time.
Okay, really appreciate that. So I'd like to close public comment, and now is time for Mayor for City Council to discuss.
And I apologize. Can we just offer an opportunity for anybody who didn't get, who wanted to provide separate comments on the 5-district map?
All right. Okay. So this is a time for member of the public who would like to speak regarding 5 district map.
If you could please interpret that.
Vào lúc này, nếu mà có quý vị nào còn muốn phát biểu về cái việc phân dịch bản đồ mà nó bao gồm 5 cái địa hạt hay là 5 cái khu dân cư đó, thì xin quý vị giơ tay lên để cho chúng tôi biết là quý vị muốn phát biểu về cái bản đồ đó. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
All right, I see.
One more time, if anyone wishes to raise their hand for the 5 district. Mayor, we do have a comment.
Okay, please.
Hi, Dow.
Please.
You may begin speaking. You may begin.
Good evening. On earlier because I was trying to log into the previous meeting. Good evening, everyone. Can I please speak in Vietnamese because I don't think I can express myself well enough on this subject?
Yeah, yes, thank you. We do have our interpreter. Can assist you.
Interpreter is standing by. Vâng, nếu mà anh muốn phát biểu bằng tiếng Việt thì tôi sẽ chuyển ngữ qua tiếng Anh khi anh phát biểu. Và xin anh phát biểu vài câu rồi ngưng để cho tôi có cơ hội dịch rồi anh phát biểu tiếp nhé. Cảm ơn anh.
Dạ vâng. Kính thưa quý vị, đúng ra thì tôi không có phát biểu trong cái phần này. Nhưng mà tại vì hồi nãy giống như tôi muốn lên phát biểu trong cái phần đầu thì không có log in vô trong cái Zoom được. Thành ra bây giờ tôi xin nói mà hơi off topic một tí xíu, mặc dù nó cũng có liên quan đến cái bản đồ chia ra 5 khu vực.
Good evening. I'm not supposed to make comments on this portion, on the 5 district map. What I have tried to do was that I intended to do was that I was about to make a comment on the 4 district map, but I had problem logging in. And so I'm thinking kind of off topic right now, so please bear with me.
Thì hồi nãy tôi có nghe có một người phát biểu trước đó có nói rằng là thị trưởng Chí Tạ và nghị viên Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí đã không có bỏ phiếu chọn những cái bản đồ chia làm 5 địa hạt. Tức là trên tinh thần có lẽ là họ chống đối hay là họ không có ủng hộ cái vấn đề mà chọn bản đồ chia thành phố ra làm 5 địa hạt.
So I heard a previous speaker talking about Mayor Tita and also Councilman Charlie Thuy Nguyen abstaining from voting on the 5 district map. To me, that would mean that they either oppose it or they do not support a 5 district map.
Thành ra cái vấn đề này nó dẫn đến cái vấn đề chính, có nghĩa là đây không phải là cái vấn đề mà chọn lựa cái bản đồ nào, mà đối với tôi là hai người này họ chống đối lại cái measure, tức là để mà vào tháng 6 này đưa lên cái ballot để mà cử tri thành phố Westminster sẽ quyết định là có còn tiếp tục trực tiếp bầu cử thị trưởng cho thành phố Westminster nữa hay không.
So their main goal, or as I see, is not that they don't want to vote on the 5 district map. What they were trying to achieve is that they're trying to prevent having a measure or putting on the ballot that measure that that's going to be voted on by the voter in June here, whether the office of the mayor should be elected directly by the voter or it's going to be rotational.
Và trước khi tiếp tục, tôi xin đồng lòng, tức là hiệp thông cầu nguyện và vinh danh những người freedom fighters đang chiến đấu cho đất mẹ để bảo vệ Ukraine, bảo vệ đất nước cho con cái của họ, cũng như bảo vệ cái thể chế dân chủ cho nhân loại ở Ukraine.
So before I go on, I would like to join in the prayer for the freedom fighter in Ukraine who are fighting for the children, for the general, for future generations, and also for democracy, not only in Ukraine but in the entire world.
Lý do tôi nhắc đến Ukraine và vấn đề mà chống lại Nga như vậy là bản thân tôi, và tôi muốn nhắc lại cho những người Mỹ gốc Việt của tôi là chúng ta đã từng là những người tị nạn refugees.
The reasons I brought up Ukraine and my stand against Russia because I would like to remind my fellow Vietnamese American that we were once refugees.
Bản thân tôi là một thuyền nhân, tức là chúng tôi đã vượt biên đối diện với tử thần.
Briefly, we got to keep the comments related to the maps. So I just want to make sure what you're saying.
Thưa anh, nếu được đó thì xin anh chỉ giới hạn cái phần mà phát biểu của anh ở đây đó, chỉ phát biểu về những vấn đề liên quan tới cái bản đồ của 5 khu vực hay là có thể 4 khu vực như anh nói.
Nó có liên quan đến 5 khu vực, tại vì tôi muốn giải thích tại sao chúng ta phải ủng hộ cái bản đồ 5 khu vực và ủng hộ cái measure là bãi bỏ cái việc bầu cử thị trưởng trực tiếp.
It has to do with the 5 district map. It's related to the 5 district map, and also related to the measure that we trying to put on the ballot, where we would get rid of the or do away with the office of the mayor and have that be in the rotational.
Ok, tức là tôi là thuyền nhân, tôi đối diện tử thần để vượt biên vì không thể sống trong một cái chế độ độc tài toàn trị, không tôn trọng tự do dân chủ và lợi dụng truyền thông là một cái công cụ tuyên truyền để mỹ dân.
So as a bold person, I'm against tyrannical government, against false propaganda from the government, so that they can lead the people down the wrong path.
Trong lần phát biểu lần trước, tôi nói tôi rất là xấu hổ. Xấu hổ không phải là tôi không có trân trọng cái gọi là cái nguồn gốc người Việt mình, mà tôi xấu hổ vì có một người thị trưởng gốc Việt do cộng đồng người Việt bầu lên đại diện cho chúng tôi.
The last time when I spoke, I said
I'm sorry, but this is go off the subject. You know, if you want to talk
please
about
do
the
not
5 district,
interrupt. Okay, even though I'm supposed to talk related to the subject,
okay.
I still have the right to speak my mind.
Everyone, so please calm down, and I would like to remind Mr. Khai Dao, so please speak directly to the item, like the public hearing item. You know, if you would like to have another comment for another subject, you're more than welcome to speak in oral communication, but this is the time about the map, so please.
Một lần nữa xin tất cả mọi người bình tĩnh. Dạ,
bây giờ là vẫn chưa có phần phát biểu đó hay sao?
Dạ, ông Khai Đào, khi mà ông phát biểu đó thì ông chỉ giới hạn cái phát biểu của ông về cái đề tài, đó là cái bản đồ mà nó bao gồm 5 cái địa hạt. Còn về những vấn đề khác mà ông phát biểu thì ông sẽ có cơ hội khác để phát biểu về những vấn đề đó.
I think Mr. Khai Dao mistaken. I think I mistaken that he asked if the public comment, general public comments has been done yet. Yeah, it did. It happened.
I thought I didn't have a chance.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll be real brief.
Let me clarify. The general public comment will continue later in this meeting, so there is an opportunity at that point. We stopped it in order to conduct this public hearing about the maps. So we're talking only about the maps, not about the measure. So that wouldn't be an appropriate subject to talk about. Talk about the 5 district map at this point. We will then continue the public comment period later, and you would have an opportunity to speak then.
Tí nữa thì sẽ có cái phần phát biểu tổng quát. Bây giờ đó chỉ là cái phần phát biểu về cái bản đồ 5 khu vực hay 4 khu vực thôi. Do đó xin ông giới hạn cái việc phát biểu của ông chỉ phát biểu về cái bản đồ 5 khu vực hay 4 khu vực thôi. Còn về những vấn đề khác đó thì đợi đến khi mà phát biểu tổng quát thì lúc đó ông có thể trình bày những cái việc đó.
Dạ vâng, nếu vậy thì tôi xin nói ngắn gọn lại như vậy. Tức là để mà theo như cái lời của một cái người phát biểu trước nói rằng là họ cảm nhận là thị trưởng Chí Tạ và nghị viên Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí không có ủng hộ cái measure này, không muốn cử tri có cơ hội để bỏ phiếu là vì họ không chịu chấp thuận những cái bản đồ 5 khu vực. Thì tôi yêu cầu hai người này phải trưởng thành lên, grow up, do your job. Có nghĩa là quý vị phải chọn một cái bản đồ nào đó để mà có một cái bản đồ chia làm 5 khu vực cho thành phố. Còn quý vị ủng hộ hay không là chuyện của quý vị, nhưng mà quý vị phải làm cái vai trò của mình là phải bỏ phiếu chọn ra một cái bản đồ 5 khu vực mà hợp lý nhất để mà có thể chia làm 5 khu vực, chọn ra những người đại diện cho thành phố Westminster trong trường hợp cử tri không muốn có thị trưởng qua bỏ phiếu trực tiếp nữa mà chỉ là sẽ bầu ra 5 nghị viên. Thì quý vị chống hay quý vị ủng hộ thì quý vị cũng phải bỏ phiếu để chọn ra một cái bản đồ chia làm 5 khu vực một cách hợp lý và coi như là khoa học nhất. Đó là ý kiến của tôi.
So I'm going to echo the previous speaker comments about Mayor Ta and Councilman Charlie Tri Nguyen trying to abstain from voting on the 5 district map. What they are trying to do is they're trying to avoid having that measure being on the ballot. Well, Mayor Ta, and whether you agree with the 5 district map or not, you need to vote on it. You need to do your job. You need to vote on it. You need to do your job to serve the people of Westminster, whether you like the 5 district map or not.
Dạ vâng, cảm ơn người thông dịch cũng như là cảm ơn tất cả các vị đã theo dõi và xin lỗi đã phát biểu không có đúng vào cái item.
And so on that, I would like to thank the interpreter and also apologize for speaking off topic and for all the misunderstanding. So thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, so do we have any other speaker?
Còn có quý vị nào khác muốn phát biểu nữa không ạ?
Mayor,
right,
I don't see anyone else with their
All right,
hand
so
risen at this time, so that concludes the participation period.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to close public comments. So now is the time for members of the council to discuss.
I have a question for Dr. Levis or city attorney.
Please.
It seemed to me that there is a misunderstanding from the public through their comments that the 5 district map doesn't have to be approved now. It can be approved after the voters approve whether the approve for the rotational mayor. We can still do that. Technically, it has to be done that way. But just because the majority council wants to do it in parallel, they want to do the 4 district map and the 5 district map so that if the voters approve it at the June election, then they have enough time to go for the November election. So that means, we are trying to do things that ahead of the voters' decision here. What I did vote before as an abstaining, and I make it clear in the record that at this point here, we don't have to vote for that. I am respecting the voters to vote for the measure before it passed. If it passed, then we go ahead and by all means, we have to vote for the 5 district, but we don't have to do it now. The second thing is that people mentioned that if we don't vote it now, then the court will take over, which is not correct. We don't need to vote it now because the option is we want to vote it now, or we can wait until the voters decide. for the rotational mayor. Am I correct? Can you clarify that, please?
Mr. Mayor?
City
Yes,
Attorney?
this is,
Oh,
yes, this is Kimberly Hall Barlow,
please,
Deputy
yes.
City Attorney. That is correct. There is no legal requirement that the map actually be adopted now, as long as it is adopted within a reasonable period of time following the passage of the measure. If the map is to be used in the November 2022 election, the registrar of voters has told us that they need to have the map in their hands by July 6th. That gives a short time, but sufficient time to pass a map. It does require a first reading and a second reading. However, because it would be an ordinance affecting an election, it would take effect immediately. There would be no 30-day delay for it to take effect. And so it could there still could be time to have a map adopted in time to use for the November 2022 election. However, it is actually not legally required that occur, as long as it occurs within a reasonable period of time following the election if the measure is passed.
Thank you.
I kind of have a comment. Deputy City Attorney Barlow. So let's say that the voters do approve the ballot measure, and for whatever reason, council does not adopt the 5-district map and then give the ROV enough time to process it. We'll be doing an injustice and actually not serving the community for not doing our part if the community voted for this 5-district map, correct?
Well, that's not really.
We want to give them the ROV, and the residents an ample opportunity to, get everything done correctly and on time.
I can't disagree with that, Vice Mayor. It's really not a legal question. It is a question of what the voters might prefer, and or certainly what the registrar of voters would prefer. We know the registrar would like to have both maps in hand in plenty of time, so that if the measure does pass, a 5-district map will already be in place for the November 2022 election. But in terms of what is legally required, that action can occur after the election. Does not legally have to occur today.
Yes, I get that. Thank you.
Ms. Barlow, I heard you mention that there will be a 30-day waiting period, though. Could you expand? I know you kind of briefly mentioned that.
Yes, normally when you adopt an ordinance, it does not take effect for 30 days.
Right.
But when it's an ordinance affecting, excuse me, elections, it takes effect immediately. And so let's say that you have the election, the measure passes and the election results are certified in sufficient time. You could hold the necessary meetings, the second meeting of which has to be a regular meeting. It cannot be a special meeting because you'll be adopting an ordinance. But the introducing an ordinance can be done at a special meeting, and you could have a regular meeting at least 5 days later to adopt the ordinance, and that ordinance would take effect immediately. As soon as it takes effect, it could be then provided to the registrar of voters to use for the November 2022 election.
So what sounds to me is that it's not a legal question, but it's a process question.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. This is an ordinance. This is this will take effect immediately. However, I think we would be putting a strain on ourselves. First of all, I heard you say that we would have to have a special meeting, and then after that, right? So we'd have to have a special meeting.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be a special meeting. It could be a special meeting. It
Okay.
would depend
So
upon
what
the
I'm trying-
timetable
Okay.
timetable of when the election results are certified.
Okay, so as long as it's not a legal question, and it isn't a legal question, and it isn't a legal ramification, then we'll kind of leave you out of that. So it's just the process, and it makes sense that since we're passing the 4 district, why should we not pass the 5 district? Is there a reason? You know, so I mean, it's in the interest of number one is that just preparing ourselves for the day if you know, the rotating mayor passes. We don't have to sit back.
That's certainly the prerogative of the council, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is that we'll leave you out of that decision. So it's just the prerogative, yes, of our council. And so it really makes sense. Why push ourselves to, why do we wait until the end or until the mayor, rotating mayor ballot passes, then we scramble. So while we're passing the 4, we're talking about redistricting, we're talking about passing a 4 district map. It makes sense to go with the momentum and, you know, take care of the 5 district map and have it ready. So it's not about the majority want this or majority want that. It's just the right way to operate, or shall I say, to make sure that we don't stress over something. It's not that it's not a big deal, but it's something that we can take care of today. Why wait until then? So
if I could just add, in looking at this situation, the reason why I brought both forward right now was because I didn't want to have that time crunch. I was concerned that it would run into a time crunch. And you know, if we're putting a ballot measure on, and it does pass, then the intent is to set it up so that it would be able to accomplish what the voters have voted for. And the county technically has 30 days to certify the election. So from June 7th, that's all the way till July 7th. And I don't think they're going to take that much time, but they could take, you know, 3 weeks of that time. That really puts us, we may not know if the measure passes. So the reason why I'm putting this issue before you now is to give the council the opportunity to approve it now so that it's set up to be ready in case it does pass. Again, this issue of time crunch, it's not a legal question. It could wait, but it does put us into more of a crunch.
Let me just say this, is I think that the only reason one would not want to go forward with the 5 district map is when one want to bet against the passing of the ballot measure, you know, the rotating measure, mayor. So if you know, we're trying to, in the interest of trying to make everything go smoothly and making sure that we don't end up in a time crunch and then everything goes smoothly between now and then, and why don't we just pass it? So that it just makes sense. It's like I said, it only makes sense to us that we should operate that way. And so I move to get it done today and get it passed today. So like
can I make a comment real quick?
Go ahead.
Can I make a comment before we moving forward? You know, the reason we have this meeting again talking about this map, the 5 district map, because we didn't have enough vote the last council meeting. So at this point, I'm not sure we're gonna have enough vote to have 5 district map. You know, and thank you, Councilman Nguyen, for asking the question to clarify the myth that many speaker during the comments has raised the issue, and now we are very clear. So we can adopt the map now. I'm not sure which one, or we can wait until after the election, and then we really have to adopt one. And the reason we doing with both two maps, so one 4 district and one 5 district. It's because we talked about this issue in the past. As soon as we passed the measure to put it on the ballot, and we talk about time crunch and all that stuff, and that's why we asked the city attorney to work with the map drawing people to have two maps. So that's why we are here. So there's no sense of talking about it. Again, it's already discussed, and we understood that. And at this point, we clarify a couple of issues. So it's okay. I mean, I was raised very early in life that I have to choose something, or something will be chosen for me. So I second your motion.
I want to make one other point, is that this is like really, to me, it shouldn't be an issue. Councilman Retido just mentioned, and it's maybe my short-term memory, at the last meeting, we did not agree on a map. So what happens when in June, the measure passed, and we still don't agree on a map? So we got to go with the worst scenario, and the worst scenario is not going to look good. So we've got people betting against this measure passing, and on top of that, they're going to play games and possibly not pass any maps. And then what map are we going to bring? What map are we going to use in November? We would be doomed. So I mean, we should be able to see this and not have to have someone explain it to us, So don't procrastinate. It's something we can do today. Let's do it. Let's go.
Well, let's do it.
Motion to approve 507.
May I have
I make a motion.
Second
Can I make
that.
a motion now, or
Yeah, I second that 507. I want to say something real quick about what we've all been hearing today from the community. We're supposed to be a governing body of the people and by the people. And as we all heard, folks, the residents supporting map 507, and there's been a lot of residents working hard and making sure they draw a map that best represents our community, and make sure that all communities of interest are best represented on council. We have a diverse community, and therefore I feel we should have a council that represents its residents. And I think 507 gives the residents the best opportunity to do that, to elect the representatives to represent them and our diverse community. So they've worked really hard, looked at all the items of interest, the communities of interest, the business areas, the single family, multi-family areas, the different languages spoken at home, everything. They've done work really hard. The Westminster Redistricting Committee has been working on this since last June. They've been working hard. There's a lot of them involved. We also have other residents, and Ms. Terry Raines as well. We've been working really hard on looking at every single detail about drawing the best possible map. And 507 does that. And I think it'd be a crime not to adopt and not to listen to our community. We are here to be a voice for the community, and the community has spoken that 507 is the best map.
All right, so I like to have.
I have a question. I have one last question for the city attorney.
Okay, please.
City attorney, if we chose to adopt the 5 district map today, and if the rotational mayor measure not passed, then what?
The ordinance that you would be adopting contains language that says it does not go into effect unless the measure passes. So the ordinance itself would not have no effect.
So
it has language that says it's contingent on the passing of that measure.
So technically, it's based on the passing of the measure in order for it to go into that. If the measure, let's say if the measure passed, can we still choose to adopt the 5 district map?
Well, I mean, if you were to adopt one now, that would be the one that would go
No,
into
I'm
effect.
talking about after we know the result from the voters, that
I can,
the measure is passed, then do we still have time to adopt the 5-district map?
I
The
can
question
address
was the
that.
answer. The question is already
I thought
answered.
that was already asked.
Yeah.
Well, I just want, that's okay, but I just want to confirm about it, please.
If the question is, could you adopt a different map? You could do that. It would be very convoluted and difficult and time consuming.
Okay, all right.
All right, so I want to thank the member City Council for giving input about this item. And we want to thank members from the community for their time and effort to work on the map. And I'd like to also clarify that Councilmember Nguyen and myself, we didn't do anything to prevent the measure because the measure was already decided by majority of the City Council, and the measure will be on the ballot this June. So if someone from the community said that we tried to prevent the measure was already decided to be on the ballot. And we already heard from city attorney that it's not required by law that we have to decide the 5-district map at this time, still up to the majority of the council. All right, so now we have the motion and the second on the floor.
Before you proceed with the motion, I just want to be clear, does the motion include introduction of the ordinance adopting the map?
Is that what it takes? Is that what it takes legally?
Yes, you need to adopt an ordinance that adopts that map. 507 is the one that was the motion. So
I move to modify and recommend it.
Okay, and does the second agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mayor.
All right, so we have the motion and a second on the floor.
You know what, I disagree with how everything was explained. And I'm really trying to be respectful, but I just think that you're going with the best scenario and how likely you think that best scenario is gonna come by. I mean, the best scenario is you're gonna pass it in one day, but you know, the worst scenario, we have to plan for the worst scenario is that we're not gonna, what if the council does not agree on a map? Ms. Barlow, so the question back to you again is that what happens if our council does not agree on a certain map? Do we have time to go back and forth and you know, would we have the time to do that?
To have a map in place for
Let's
November
say
22nd?
2 or 3 meetings. Yes, whenever the measure passes.
Yeah,
If we were to wait until then.
If the council doesn't agree on a map within a short period of time, then yes, you would be in a situation where the measure will have passed, but there will not be a map available to have that be part of the November 2022 election. So that could create
That could create a problem, yes. And so, you know, the best scenario, well, we're not gonna have the best scenario because this council does not ever work that way. So the best scenario, I can bet that it's not gonna happen. So we have to go with the worst scenario. And so that the worst scenario, so your answer should be, well, the worst scenario, no, you would not have enough time. So anyway, so I just want to clarify that because it seems like, you know, the question's been asked twice and I think maybe that there was some confusion. So if I could clarify that by saying that the best scenario, in the worst scenario, there is no time to adopt. Let's not put ourselves in that situation. That would be a bad situation. So, you know, when we plan for something, we don't go with the best scenario. We have to go with this worst scenario. And so let's just move forward. If we have this momentum, we don't want to go back and revisit, even if we hope and pray, even if we get the best scenario. So I urge everybody to vote, please. So
we heard the community speak, and I agree with Councilmember Ho. The best scenario is to listen to the community, and the community has spoken. The community's been working hard on drawing the best possible map. There's like one of the community members said there is, and this is the map that's the closest to perfect map that they can be for our community, for our city. They've been working really hard on it. It meets all the criteria. We have to be careful not to exclude minority groups. We don't want to be in court. I mean, our city, that's the last thing our city needs, is to find ourselves, so you've seen other cities in the past have been taken to court over not having, the districts, and if we leave a community of interest, a minority group out, and having the best possible chance to elect a representative that best represents that community, then we'll end up fighting ourselves back in court again. And I don't think we want to do that. So let's we have a motion, a second on map 507, and let's do what the community has asked us to do.
So the city attorney, for the item 4.1, we should have two different votes, right? One for the 5-district map and one for the 4-district map. Am I correct?
This motion is for the 5-district map.
5-district map only.
So
Yeah,
that apply to A, B, and C, or what?
Yeah, C and D are the two things that you need to vote on. So right now, what we're talking about is C, which is the 5-district map. And after we're done with this, we need to have a vote on the 4-district map.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly.
All right, so the first motion and second for the 5-district map.
Thank you, Mayor. And currently the motion was made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo to select map number 507, the alternate 5-district option map and election sequence, and introduce and conduct first reading, read by title only, and waive further reading of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster establishing the redistricting boundaries of each electoral district for 5 districts. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
yes,
Councilmember Nguyen?
Before I cast my vote, I want to thank all for taking the time an effort to draw up different maps, especially for the 5-district map. However, I will stand by for respect the voters to have the decision for the rotational mayor before I do select the 5 map if the measure passed. At this point here, I don't think that I am ready to cast my vote for it. So my vote is abstain.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Tom?
Yes, I abstain, and I want to set for the record that I don't have the problem if the measure pass. But right now, we're going to have the measure, the ballot in the month of June, so I abstain.
Thank you, Mayor. And the final vote is motion carries 3 with 2 abstentions.
So Mayor, we need to have a discussion about the 4-district now.
All right, okay.
The ordinance. I mean, at the last meeting, the council selected map 402. So if you're all in agreement, you could simply have a motion to approve that map and introduce the ordinance for the 4-district.
Motion to approve the map number 402 and introduce the ordinance.
A second.
All right, we have the motion and a second to approve the 4-district map and the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. And that motion was made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo, and that was to select district map number 402 and election sequence and introduce and conduct first reading, read by title only, and waive further reading of an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, establishing the redistricting boundaries of each electoral district for 4 districts. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. That's about public hearing items. So now we go back to oral communication. I think you have to read all the e-comments. Am I correct? Okay.
Yes, Mayor. Just a moment, please. Thank you, Mayor. So this is an e-comment that was submitted, and these have been posted on the website as well. It says lessons learned from cited that have promoted Chinatown, Little India, Koreatown, and Little Arabia. Pride of ethnic background is important, however, should not be used to promote the city of tourism, as it has never worked for cities that have tried it. Example, Chinatown helped some to visit, but it also made many stay away as they did not associate with Chinatown. In fact, no city has succeeded and promoted these kinds of efforts. Number one reason of visitors staying away is the aspect of safety. We're fortunate to have a great police force that promotes teamwork with businesses and are trained in ethnic diversity. In my 13 years of talking with visitors that stay at Westminster Hotel, the top reasons are: 1, location, close to best beach and entertainment area like Disneyland. Number 2, best diverse food and restaurants and good value for the price paid. Number 3, friendly city that welcomes all ethnic groups. Number 4, business in the area. Number 5, friend and family here. 6, special events in the city like New Year Parade. Glad to see revenues increase for the city, specifically car, property, and sales taxes, at least for last quarter. Thanks also to the council and city staff for exposing areas of unethical issues. While the council meetings have been tough, it was necessary to bring out these issues. Said Shah. The next one is someone who was unable to attend. Mayor and City Council, my name is Jamison Powell. I'm a Westminster resident and serve as chair of the Community Services and Recreation Commission. I was unable to make tonight's meeting, so I'm submitting this written comment in my individual capacity to again oppose item 7.1, which seeks to cut the commission out of a decision that could profoundly impact our park, selecting a location for the Quang Tri Monument. The entire purpose of the commission is to advise the City Council on matters pertaining to our parks, as well as to lead efforts to improve and beautify the city. Unfortunately, despite having requested this information multiple times, we still have not been presented with a final design for the proposed monument. While I firmly support the effort to commemorate the Quang Tri battle, I do not believe it is appropriate to recommend a location for something when I do not yet know the final form that something will take. Also, given the high level of community interest in this item, I think it is imperative that every council member is represented when we finally vote on this item. At our last meeting, we still had 2 unfilled vacancies in our commission, and as of today, there is still 1 outstanding vacancy. While I fully understand and appreciate that there is a desire to move this item along quickly, that should not come at the expense of community involvement or at the expense of the commission doing its due diligence in making an informed recommendation. I remain confident that once the fully seated commission is provided with all the information we requested, we will be able to make an appropriate recommendation that balances the various interests that must be considered. I again humbly ask that you allow us time to complete our work so that the community has full faith and confidence in the process, whatever the ultimate outcome is. Thank you for your time, Jameson Power. The next one, to whom it may concern, I've grown up in Westminster and have frequented the Westminster Mall almost every other week, and each time I go, I see another business shutting its doors. The past few years, we've heard rumors about how the mall is shutting down in 2022. I've heard a variety of stories as to what will happen to the mall. I've heard it's going to be partially open and partially made into a homeless shelter. I have heard all the stores will be replaced by newer and more expensive places like Coach and Bloomingdale's. We have also heard it will become like Bollatera with unique shops and dining and with high-rise apartments above. I would like some answers as to what is proposed to replace the mall and how the city plans on using the mall closure as a way to either help its community or to help revitalize the city's economic growth. If it's going to be used as a solution for the city's homeless crisis, how does this affect our housing market? Will this lot be rezoned? I don't imagine there is much truth to the mall being a new South Coast Plaza with high-end retail, but if it were to be, do you believe it would draw in the clientele the mall would need for stores with a narrowed market? If it does in fact become torn down and made into a Bollatera-esque high-rise apartment with shops below situation, how can we control parking for residents as well as shoppers? Will there be a parking garage separate for residents and another for shoppers? Will it be a combined parking? If it does become apartments, how will that affect the housing market for neighboring blocks? If the city has no plans approved for the mall yet, what are some of the ideas the city is considering doing with it? Since the decline of stores within the mall, is there any hopes in saving and revamping the current mall? Are there any plans to rezone the lot and make it into a small local hospital, business, or education center? If the plan is to bulldoze the lot, how long will construction take? Will there be certain days and times that cannot be noise due to construction? Will the city lights surrounding the mall be updated and made for a higher traffic situation? Will the AAA asphalt company be a contributing factor to potential housing issues should apartments be placed there due to the strong and offensive smells? If it is apartments to be built, what pricing range do you estimate per apartment? Will the high traffic and odors from the AAA asphalt be a hit, or will the city try to obtain AAA company by eminent domain? Thank you for your time, Britt Bedola. The Committee for the Quantree Monument desires a large statue to be placed in City Park, where the 50th anniversary of the battle. The committee would have you believe the battle was significant, decisive, and major victory in the fight for freedom of democracy in Southeast Asia. Repeat a lie often enough, it becomes the truth, or psychologists say the illusion of truth. The New York Times article dated December 12, 1972, published an article entitled, "In Quantree, the Truth is a Remote Fantasy." 3 months into the decisive battle, the ceasefire and the Paris Peace Accord, the fighting rages on. The North shelling every day, incursions in the press reporting a low AVRN casualty count and 5 times as many communists. One side got a run out of soldiers. Routine patrols described the area with low-hanging body parts, very effective VC bunkers, and ghostly desolation where 35,000 civilians once lived. Where is the great victory? Not in Paris. There, the VC negotiators stubbornly refused to engage in any meaningful discussion. While the Quantree Committee did learn something from the tactic, repeat a lie long enough, wear out the American resolve for peace, and you will be victorious. The patch count for Americans involved in the battle is now 3. The patch count for South Vietnam is well above 10, and if you contribute toward this warlike structure, your family patch can be added to. What a profit, self-serving concept, corruption. Revisionist history, egotistical and selfish when it comes to expropriating free public land to deprive playgrounds for children and families. This must be a privately funded venture placed on a non-public land or not at all. Deny approval of placement on public land. Bill Better. Meals on Wheels, Orange County would like to thank you all for your support of our home delivered meals program over the years. The onset of COVID-19 highlighted the need to continue serving the growing senior population. Through the incredible dedication and tireless work of our staff, combined with the unparalleled support and commitment of our city partners, we adopted our program while following social distancing and safety guidelines. Our home delivered meals program provided 3 meals a day, 5 days a week to seniors in the city of Westminster. As a reminder, 100% of your CDBG funding for the home delivered meal program helps offset the raw food costs towards these meals. During fiscal year 21-22, we've served 96 seniors living in Westminster. Together with our volunteers, supporters, and partners, Meals on Wheels, Orange County provides our older neighbors with life-sustaining nourishment, care, and resources. On behalf of the board and management team, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We look forward to continuing our partnership and providing much-needed support to the community in the years to come. Thank you, Irene Martinez, Manager of Administration, Social Services, Meals on Wheels, Orange County. The Quang Tri Monument is now close to completion for vote on final depiction, design, and placement. At the January 5th City Council meeting, conditional approval of the depiction and design was given except for patches and narration. There was also acknowledged those other parts of the monument design that had never been presented, and we should see the results before any vote. Committee members finally met March 5, 2022, with no conclusion on all these conditional approvals. A, the front of the monument needs to be redesigned to display American and Vietnamese patches equally. B, the front of the monument needs titles in English and Vietnamese to be displayed in accordance with the same protocol of displaying the American flag. C, Vietnamese patches need to be vetted as to proper inclusion on any Quang Tri monument. You lose the sight of who you honor and you no longer see the truth. I have been asking for detail from the committee for several months and been ignored. It is like they do not want to go there. We have unnecessary patches from groups wanting their names on a plaque versus glorifying those we need to praise. With not enough room to recognize America with patches, I wonder how much it costs to get your patch and name recognition on this monument. Should we match contributions with patches and name recognition with the completed monument? D, the proposed line-by-line military event description that goes on the side of the monument is inappropriate for the general public and is meaningless to most who would visit the monument. People want to memorialize what happened at Quang Tri, those that paid the ultimate price, those that continue to suffer for generations. We need not read a military log. I have proposed a simplified bullet point outline presenting events at Quang Tri. Regrettably, my input and cooperation from Quang Tri committee members goes unheeded. As a conditional approved item, the committee insists the military event description is a must. E, proper recognition of America's contribution to victory needs to be on the monument. Without America's contribution, there would have been no victory. F, presentation of the back of the monument after numerous increases has never been presented and is needed before any vote. What does it cost for placement of a patch or name recognition that effectively excludes American deserved recognition? Plaques and recognitions on any monument need approval before any vote. The credible dissensions and depictions and design and placement in a public park prohibit approval of monument and placement. Outlined above, there are dissensions on depiction and display. Preparation by city staff of agenda items coming from Parks and Recreation committees do not represent the general public. Dissensions against public placement draws little mention, but all supporting placement are included in detail. The staff did not do an adequate job depicting dissensions. As a committee member, I request all dissensions of placement in a city park must be read into public comment at any council meeting voting on approval of depiction, design, and placement. There should be no warlike monument of a foreign battle by a foreign country that no longer exists. It was a short-lived victory that does not pay tribute and honor America's involvement. It should be placed on private land along both as part of a historical and cultural district. Approving and placement on public land an incomplete non-American monument is not right. Ignoring credible public dissensions to favoring a few is wrong. We must recognize Americans' participation and contribution to victory. This whole monument conception is misguided. Mayor and Council, on behalf of the members of Westminster Police Officers Association, WPOA, I would like to express my concern over the upcoming proposed budget. This has been looming over the city for several years now. The members of the WPOA are hoping the City Council gives this the expedited attention this deserves. Members of our public department work tirelessly to ensure the safety of the community. We do more with less on an ongoing basis. We will continue to do so with pride and integrity. However, it is concerning how many police officers and professional staff we have lost over the past several years to other agencies, all of whom have cited lack of stability with an expiring tax measure as their top concern for leaving. WPD and the city are understaffed, and we cannot afford to lose any more experienced professional individuals. The cost of recruiting, hiring, training, and mandates associated with shortages over the last few years has been hundreds of thousands of dollars. Our community employees that serve the city deserve better. Please do the right thing and place the needed tax measure on the ballot without further delays or reservation. Please do not let politics or disputes get in the way of what is the best interest for the city, its employees, and community. I have met with, spoke with, and worked with all of you on a personal level at one time or another. I know that all of you want the best for our community and pray that you do not let anything interfere with making the right decision and properly funding much needed city resources for our community. I urge you to move forward with the continuance of our tax measure for the safety of our community and staff. Sincerely, Kyle Seasock, President, Westminster Police Officers Association. Mayor, that concludes the items that were submitted via e-comment. I do see a hand raised, Mayor.
All right, please.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, so if you see the hand raised, please
Okay.
invite member from the public.
Okay, Deborah Mariscal, we will unmute you and you may begin speaking for 5 minutes.
I just have a quick question, if you don't mind. So the voting on map 507, did that need more than 3 votes to pass? I'm not quite understanding
No, it passed.
where that
It
is.
passed.
So
Yes, it's already passed.
507 passed?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Mayor, for you and Charlie Nguyen who abstained, I just really kind of am very disappointed. I do believe that the entire residents need to be represented, and your abstaining just is very disappointing. Hope you don't continue to do that. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the oral communications at this time.
All right, I'd like to close oral communication. So we have item 5.1, refer from February 23rd, 2022 council meeting resolution in support of denouncing and debunking fake news.
Well, thank you very much. It's been 4 weeks since we're talking about this have to trail from the last council meeting. So, yeah, I understand the First Amendment rights, in terms of campaigning and getting signature for recall and supporting your politician. But the fake news that being spread was so dangerous, and getting to the point I have to say something, because that is the right thing to do as an elected official that represented the people in the city. I have to voice my concern, even though these fake news doesn't affect me. Okay, it affects my colleagues in this council, and it's very dangerous. Because it potentially cause harm, physical harm to Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, as well Council Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo. We understand that we have the right to lie all we want, but for us to go into a crowded theater and start yelling fire and with the intention to cause panic it's not protected speech. So basically, instead of going through the regular routine of reading all that wet stuff, I want to go straight to the source of fake news, so that in this case, I need the interpreter to help me interpret all the fake news being made, especially that Councilwoman Kimberly Ho and Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo are trying to destroy Buddhism, just attacking, seizing Buddha temple, try to attack the monks, the abbots, and Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo being labeled as a racist because he's an anti-Vietnamese community. These are not protected speech, and at the same time, we're not trying to inhibit them or regulate the speech, but as a government body of the city, we need to debunk these fake news. Basically, have it translated so that we can understand what it's being saying. Because politics in the cities historically has been built on fake news, and especially in the Vietnamese media. So, without further ado, I'd like to share a video.
This is the interpreter speaking. May I speak, or should I wait for further instruction?
Sure.
The interpreter is not doesn't know exactly what the interpreter is being asked to do. If you are asking the interpreter to interpret a video clip, there's a way of doing it. You can broadcast, 2-3 lines, and then the interpreter will interpret, because otherwise I would not be able to remember everything to interpret. That's the first thing. The second thing is interpreting or interpretation is different from translation. It might not, on the spot, it might not be as accurate as translation. And with that said, I'm prepared to interpret.
Okay, give me a second. Try to figure it out how to do this. Okay, can you see it? Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can. This is, you're asking the interpreter, right? This is the interpreter
Right.
speaking again. Yes, the interpreter can see
everybody.
the screen.
Okay, so I need to learn how to play this video. Okay, so I cannot play it on this video, so. Okay, anyway, I cannot play it on the video, share the screen, but then these, so if we can follow the staff report on the primary local source of fake news. Okay, so the background of it. So the video link in there is basically it's say ứng cử viên Nam Quang khởi động chiến dịch tranh cử nghị viên thành phố Westminster. Okay. So basically, Nam Quang is a former Westminster traffic commissioner appointed by Mayor Trita. He ran an unsuccessful campaign in 2020 against now Vice Mayor Caleb Manzo for a seat in the Westminster City Council. Nam Quang has operated a Vietnamese language on a YouTube channel, Trust Media Network, with 206,000 subscribers that has a following in Little Saigon. He and most of those who attended his campaign kicked off host a talk show on which they broadcast support of Mayor Trita and Councilman Nguyen, and also endorse the recall of Vice Mayor Manzo and Councilwoman Kimberly Ho. So that's okay. Okay, so the video link that I included basically showing the. Okay, the interpreter, could you translate what Mayor Trita just say?
The interpreter is standing by, and the interpreter could hear a portion of it or not everything. So if you somehow, some way can make it louder, the interpreter can. And so can you replay that? I'm sorry. I can do simultaneous, but via Zoom that's not possible. So if you can play a portion of it to give the interpreter a chance to interpret in consecutive mode, and then.
Okay, so basically, I was going to share the screen, but then in this case, I have to go move on to the next video clip, which is với cái bàn tay đó. Okay, so the fake news number one. This is a video link. I'm gonna take some excerpt from that.
Nó muốn là có cái ý đồ rất là đen tối, là nó muốn cho ông Tạ Đức Chí là ăn hối lộ của thầy Viên Lý để rồi nó đưa ông Tạ Đức Chí đi tù.
They have this dark agenda. They want to accuse Mayor Trita of receiving bribe from the Reverend Thích Viên Lý, and so that they can send the mayor to jail or prison. And so if Mayor Ta is going to go to prison, the Reverend Thích Viên Lý will also go to prison as well. And they would take back the land where the Điêu Ngư Temple is sitting on.
Seize, confiscate.
Cái miếng đất này bán năm 2000 để làm 11, 12 năm rồi, 2012 năm rồi, 12 năm rồi. Mà bây giờ nó dở là có hồ sơ quý vị. Rồi nó nói tại sao nó muốn lấy lại miếng đất.
And so this lot here was sold 10, 12 years ago, and now they try to reopen this case to get back that lot of land.
Cái miếng đất của chùa Điều Ngự còn lớn hơn miếng đất kia gấp 10 lần nha. Bán 2 triệu và nó nói miếng đất có 5 triệu.
The lot where the Điêu Ngư Temple is sitting on is 10 times larger than the lot that we were talking about, the other lot. This lot here is like $5 million, while the other lot is only $2 million. And so if that was sold for $2 million, that meant that the Mayor Trita received a bribe of what, a few $1 million? So this is shameless, and that's why the Buddhist follower they're pretty upset about this.
Chùa Điều Ngự rất là phẫn nộ trong cái chuyện này, và các em ra em thấy các cô là để bàn này là cái danh trong đạo viên quá chân và nó là.
The interpreter must apologize. The interpreter could not catch that because the sound somehow, some way, the interpreter could not catch it.
Là ăn hối lộ của thầy Viên Lý để rồi nó đưa ông Tạ Đức Chí đi tù. Mà ông Tạ Đức Chí đi tù thì thầy Viên Lý cũng đi tù luôn. Và nó siết lại cái miếng đất, nó tình sao miếng đất của chùa Điều Ngự. Và trong khi cái miếng đất này bán năm 2000 để làm 11, 12 năm rồi, 2012 năm rồi. Mà bây giờ nó dở là có hồ sơ quý vị. Rồi nó nói tại sao nó muốn lấy lại miếng đất, mà cái miếng đất của chùa Điều Ngự còn lớn hơn đất kia gấp 10 lần nha. Bán 2 triệu, và nó nói miếng đất có 5 triệu, mà bán 2 triệu nghĩa là ta tí nó khấu lộ tới mấy triệu. Cái câu nó cho tiến sĩ vậy. Do đó Phật giáo, Phật tử rất là phẫn nộ. Phật tử chùa Điều Ngự rất là phẫn nộ trong cái chuyện này, và các em ra em thấy các cô là để bàn này là cái danh trong đạo viên quá chân, và nó là sẽ bảo vệ chùa Điều Ngự, thưa quý vị.
And so the Buddhist follower at the Điêu Ngư Temple is pretty upset, and so they have to protect the temple, and they are signing up for in mass, and they signing up for they're registering to vote in mass.
We call.
Thật ra mình phải thấy là tại vì cô này cổ không có phải là Phật giáo, và bây giờ Phật tử họ rất là phục.
We can see that this woman here is not a Buddhist.
Và tôi nghĩ thầy Viên Lý, thầy Viên Huy là anh thầy Viên Huy là viện chủ, thầy Viên Huy là em thầy Viên Lý, hòa thượng là chủ trì, trụ trì cái chùa đó, và Phật tử họ rất là phẫn nộ, và chính vì vậy mà họ ký rất nhiều tay để mà tức phế thằng trật lối Nezo, tại vì cái district 2 cái chùa Điều Ngự trên đất nằm trong cái vùng của thằng mẹ đó. Và chính thằng
the Reverend Thích Viên Lý is the abbot monk, and he's the brother of Reverend Viên Lý. Sorry, the interpreter could not catch that name. Sorry, and now I forgot. They please, can you please rebroadcast that? I apologize for that.
Okay, so basically, he say that people are very upset, and they cite the recall of Councilwoman Kimberly Owen Rowe.
They want to recall Carlos Manzo because that temple is in District 2, Carlos Manzo's district. The Mexican.
Cho xây cái bức tường, chùa Điện Ngự không cho xây bức tường nha anh. Nó gây rất là khó khăn đối với lại Phật giáo Việt Nam ở thành phố Westminster.
To view the wall, they would not let the Dieu temple to view the wall. They cause a lot of problem for Vietnamese Buddhism in Orange County or in Westminster.
Yeah, they say Councilwoman Carlos Manzo did not let them build a wall when he was campaign commissioner.
Again, the interpreter is having problem listening to this, meaning hearing this.
Basically, he's saying that Councilwoman Kimberly Ho is not Buddhist. She's a Mormon.
So he's not a Buddhist. He's a Mormon. It's not Protestant. It's that religion in Utah. So it's in LA, you know, it's that Mormon, that religion, that's a racist religion.
So basically, they're referring to Councilwoman Kimberly Ho as a Mormon, and she attacking the Buddhist among a Buddhist temple. So that's fake news number 1. We're gonna move on to fake news number 2.
This is the interpreter speaking. The interpreter has a request. If you can move the whatever you're trying to broadcast closer to the microphone, that way I can hear it better, so I could interpret it more accurately. Thank you.
Okay, so now, in this particular video, they're talking about we are address number 2, and we're going to move on to number 3. The fake news will be the broadcast on Redistricting TV by the actor named Nhật Linh. So we're gonna play that clip real quick.
Các bà Kim Hồ này người Việt Nam nhưng vẫn bảo vệ thành phố. Vì sao? Mà tôi nói.
I apologize. I thought it was screen share.
Phật giáo của chúng ta một cái sự Lord Benjo đại diện cho quý vị rằng và tôi xin thưa với quý vị Phật tử.
Council member Doe, the interpreter must apologize. The interpreter, I was cutting in and out. I don't know if it's on my end or your end, but I was having problem listening to that, hearing it. I'm sorry.
Rồi giờ nó từ câu lại của đường này. Quý vị cử tri của địa hạt 2, Westminster, nơi mà ông Carlos Benjo đại diện cho quý vị rằng và tôi xin thưa với quý vị Phật tử của Lý Đô Sài Gòn này, với cái góc nhìn của tôi lại tâm sự với quý vị để quý vị hiểu thêm về lòng dạ độc ác và chân dung nhơ nhớt của cái con nghị viên hồ ly tinh này.
So, you residents of or voter of District 2, again, the interpreter must apologize. The interpreter.
Của địa hạt 2, Westminster, nơi mà ông Carlos Benjo đại diện cho quý vị.
Okay, you residents or a voter of District 2, where of the city of Westminster, where your representative is Carlos Manzo. I would like to speak to or address the Buddhist follower.
Của Lý Đô Sài Gòn này, với cái góc nhìn của tôi lại tâm sự với quý vị.
In Little Saigon, I would like to share my viewpoint. I would like to share it with you.
Để quý vị hiểu thêm về lòng dạ độc ác và chân dung nhơ nhớt của cái con nghị viên này.
So we can understand the dark, the dark heart of this evil woman, who last name's Ho.
Ai được quý vị? Khi mà nó truy cái miếng đất của
chùa Điều Ngự. Thì quý vị phải hiểu rằng không phải là nó đánh thị trưởng Tạ Đức Trí đâu, nó đang đánh vào tôn giáo.
So when she is focusing or dragging off the land where the Deongnu temple is, she's not attacking. She's not only attacking Mayor Trita, she's attacking the religion.
Cụ thể là nó đánh vào Phật giáo của chúng ta.
Specifically, she is attacking our Buddhism, the religion.
Một cái người ngồi ghế nghị viên mà vô pháp vô luân như vậy ở trên đất Mỹ này, không một ai bình yên cả.
So if you have a city council woman who is as dark and heartless as that, no one's going to be safe.
Thưa quý vị, tôi muốn nhấn mạnh vì sao mà tôi nói con Kim Ly Hồ và bè lũ của nó, tôi tin chắc là nó đang làm theo một sự chỉ đạo nào đó. Nó đang đánh vào Phật giáo ở.
So I would like to tell you, listener, that Kimberly Ho, what she's doing it in concert or as a directive, under the direction of some dark force,
And
to attack Buddhism.
Okay, I think I have well enough for that number 3. We're going to move on to number 4, where Nam Quang and Ngo Keys is talking about Councilwoman Kimberly Ho and Kyle Menzo trying to seize the land of the Deongnu temple.
Phạm đến một nhà sư của chúng ta. Bà ác lắm. Bà biết là đa số người Mỹ họ tin lành và người Công giáo. Anh em, người ta đâu ưa chùa gì, đâu ưa Phật giáo. Thưa em cũng.
She's mean. She's evil. She knows that the majority of Americans are Protestant or Catholic, and they don't like Buddhism. They don't like Buddhist temple.
Tiếc là bà ta không phải là người Phật giáo mà bà ta là đạo Mormon, đúng không?
So regretfully, she's not a Buddhist follower. Is she Mormon? Is that correct?
Yes, that's what they're saying.
Bà này cái thâm ý là bà ác, bà lợi dụng cái vấn đề đất đai này để bà tấn công Phật giáo. Tại vì bà muốn lấy điểm với người Mỹ khác.
She has an evil agenda. She wants to attack Buddhism so that she can gain point with the white voters.
Trường hợp này như thế nào thưa? Chính vì vậy chúng ta phải khẳng cáo cho đồng hương biết.
And because of that, we need to inform our fellow countrymen.
Lập bả âm mưu phải siết luôn cái chùa này.
Because she has her plan to seize this temple.
Tại bà nói là ông Tạ Đức Tý với thầy Nguyên Lý là tham nhũng thối nát nhau, đã lợi dụng này nọ, đã bỏ phiếu để bán cái chùa này bất hợp pháp.
She said that Mayor Trita and the Reverend Thích Viên Lý, they're corrupted. They want to sell the temple.
Một âm mưu bà phải tiêu diệt Phật giáo và tiêu diệt luôn các thầy chùa, tiêu diệt luôn những Phật tử.
So this is her scheme to destroy the temple, destroy Buddhism, destroy the Buddhist followers.
Bà đã quá tàn nhẫn này, quá tàn nhẫn này, hả?
She's heartless.
Bây giờ bà muốn lấy điểm với Mỹ Trắng, tại bà đạo Mộc Minh không có tin Phật, tin thầy chùa gì hết. Do đó bà muốn.
She wants to get point with the white voter because she's a Mormon, and as a Mormon, you don't believe in Buddhism, you don't believe in Buddhist temple.
Ta thấy tôi là người Việt Nam đây, nhưng tôi không chấp nhận bên thầy chùa, tôi chấp nhận Phật giáo.
The interpreter must have apologized. That was cutting in and out, and the interpreter could not hear well.
So basically, she trying to prove that she's Vietnamese, but she doesn't care to attack Buddhism.
Bây giờ mời quý vị lắng nghe và xem một đoạn phim ngay văn phòng họp vào ngày 12 tháng 1 2022. Chính bà là người đã đặt vấn đề tới chùa Điều Ngự. Quý vị nghe bà nói là cái địa chỉ
ở đường.
So now I'm going to ask you to view a video clip of the meeting on January 12, 2020, where, can you please replace the last part of that, please?
Chính bà là người đã đặt vấn đề cái chùa điều đợi quý vị nghe. Bà nói là cái địa chỉ ở đường Chestnut này nọ này.
So she was the one who put forward that issue about the Điêu Ngư Temple, and she mentioned the address being on Chestnut here and there.
Miếng đất phi pháp rồi đã tham nhũng thối nát rồi, bà muốn truy tố, bà muốn đóng tù, bà muốn tịch thu cái chùa này nọ. Mời quý vị lắng nghe.
So she said that the sale was illegal, there was corruption. Please listen here. See, as you can hear, she's mentioning the address of the Điêu Ngư Temple. So she's talking about the price of that lot. So she's questioning why that lot was sold to the Reverend Thích Viên Lý.
Okay, the reference name was never mentioned when he in doing that dialogue when the councilwoman was speaking, but then he said that the name of the abbot was mentioned in the conversation.
So the buyer was the Reverend Thích Viên Lý. You can see how devious she is.
As far as I can tell,
So you all can hear. Well, please broadcast that a little bit more, a little bit longer.
As long as it's in accordance with. Nhân viên thành phố nói là không có cái vấn đề gì mà nghi ngờ ở trong cái sự kiện này.
And so the city staff, they said there was no problem, there's no questions about the sales of that land.
In December, and this was approved in March. And this was approved in December of 2011.
She intentionally tried to dig things, up, as you can see. See, as you can see, she kept repeating the same thing. She is trying to set this up to convict
to frame
to convict the Reverend Thích Viên Lý. So now that you saw that and you heard that.
Bỏ tù thầy Viên Lý, bỏ tù thầy Viên Huy và bỏ tù luôn những người mà Phật tử đóng tiền giúp cho cái chuyện này, tại vì cho là tham nhũng thối nát mà.
So they're gonna put the Reverend Thích Viên Lý in jail. They're gonna put the Reverend Thích Viên Quý in jail, and they're gonna put the Buddhist follower in jail because they contribute money to this.
Bây giờ bà sẽ điều tra và bà yêu cầu cơ quan công lực chính quyền điều tra và họ sẽ coi sổ sách thế khóa của chùa, rồi tiền bạc chi thu như thế nào, tiền đâu mà thầy có, thầy mua này nọ.
So she gonna investigate it, and she's asking law enforcement to look into this to see where they get the money to make this purchase.
Nó trở thành một chiêu khê và nó ảnh hưởng cả cái chùa này. Và thưa quý vị, bà Tím Hồ, tôi nghĩ rằng thành phố họ đâu có cần đến đất này.
So it's become a new case and it affect the temple. And dear listener, as you can see, the city didn't need this lot of land. Didn't need the land.
Miếng đất này đã là thuộc về Phật.
The land here now belong to the to the Buddhism.
Của Phật rồi thì tại sao bà đi lấy để làm cái gì? Đâu lấy đâu để bà để cái đạo Mộc Minh của bà hay này nào tôn giáo bà làm cái nhà thờ đấy hay sao?
So the land now belong to the Buddha. So why is she trying to seize it? Is she trying to seize it to build a temple for her Mormon, or make it a Mormon temple, or what?
Sao bà đi tiêu diệt Phật giáo mà bà lấy cái cớ trong khi bà làm nghị viên cho đó. Thưa quý vị, bây giờ hai cái người mà nguy hiểm mà đồng bào đang muốn túc phế bãi nhiệm đó là bà Kim Hồ và gặp Los Bezo.
So she's pretty dangerous, and she's one of the two people that our people is trying to recall. That would be, one of them being Kimberly Ho and the other one Carlos Manzo.
Tôi Mỹ Trắng, đây chùa cảnh tượng rất là đẹp. Bây giờ nó giặt sạch, cũng giặt sạch cái chùa này để nó làm cái chùa mà nhà thờ Bồ Minh hay để nó làm động đỉ hay gì mình không biết nữa cho đó.
So look at the temple here. It's beautiful, and they trying to take it down. They want to turn it into a Mormon temple, or they're trying to turn it into a brothel. I don't know what.
Okay, we're going to move on to fake news number 5. So in this video, we have the former California State Assembly Van Tran spoke in Vietnamese, calling the resident Westminster to sign for the recall petition to recall Councilwoman Kimberly Ho and Carlos Manzo. And he also spread and reinforced the fake news that the 3 council member Ho, Manzo, and Doe kicked the mayor Trita out of City Hall. So
before council member Doe broadcast this clip, I have a full disclosure to make. I am familiar with the former assemblyman. He is a friend of mine. I worked for him for a little bit. This is 20 years ago, but I don't believe that would affect my ability to interpret or to be neutral and to render a neutral and impartial interpretation in this matter.
I have no objection to that. I'm not sure council member, but I appreciate your honesty and transparency, sir.
I don't either.
Những người này, thưa quý vị, họ là ai? Đặt một cái câu hỏi ông Carlos Manzo.
Who are these people? Let's question this. Who are these people? Carlos Manzo?
Từng người một. Carlos Manzo là ai?
Let's go one by one. Who is Carlos Manzo?
Carlos Manzo mới đắc cử. Một người Mỹ gốc Mỹ mới đắc cử chưa đầy 1 năm.
Carlos Manzo, he's a Mexican American, and he just got elected for less than a year.
Wow. Trong thành phố Westminster mà khi mà ông này ông lên, ông đã làm được gì cho thành phố?
And so he just got elected for less than a year, and what has he done for the city of Westminster?
Cho cộng đồng Việt Nam nói riêng, cho cư dân và thành phố Westminster nói chung.
For the city, what has he done for the city of Westminster, for the Vietnamese community, and also for the resident of the city of Westminster?
Mà gây biết bao nhiêu những cái sự xáo trộn với những cái thành tích.
And he caused all these uproar in the city.
With the history of.
Khi mà ông còn là một planning commissioner, là một ủy viên của ủy ban kế hoạch của thành phố Westminster, theo chúng tôi được biết ông đã đứng lên và ông bỏ phiếu và chống lại cái sự xây dựng và thành lập cái tượng đài của Đức Trần Hưng Đạo ngay trước.
So as I understand, when Carlos Manzo was a planning commissioner for the city of Westminster, he voted against the erection of the statue of General Trần Hưng Đạo.
Đường phố Bô Sa, đây là cái sự kiện có thật và nó được ghi vào những cái biên bản rất là rõ của thành phố.
So he voted against the erections of the statue of General Trần Hưng Đạo on Bosa, and this is memorialized in the minutes of the city.
Vào những cái năm mà ông làm việc với tư cách là một ủy viên của Ủy ban Quy hoạch.
So that happened during the year that he was a member of the Planning Commission.
Ủy ban Hội đồng thành phố mà ông này đó, chúng tôi biết ông này là đạo đức giả.
So we know this person here. This person here is a hypocrite.
Và tại vì chúng tôi đã hiểu biết những gốc gác là làm việc với những người này và thấy rất là rõ là cái miệng đó thì nói rất là ngọt, rồi nói bao giờ là chúng tôi cũng muốn giúp cộng đồng, và chúng tôi bao giờ cũng coi là cái quyền của các cư dân và cử tri của thành phố Westminster trên hết.
So we work with this person, and we know this person. He sounds sweet. He always he's always saying that he want to help the community. He want to help the voters.
Nhưng mà cái tâm rất là độc, là muốn có những cái hành động mà nó gây theo cái sự suy nghĩ của chúng tôi, cũng như.
But his heart is dark. He want to do things well. The way I look at it, the way I think.
Nhiều cư dân và cử tri của thành phố Westminster gây rất là hại cho cộng đồng Việt Nam của chúng ta.
The way I think, the way a lot of the voter, in the city of Westminster think, what he's doing cause a lot of damage to our community.
Chúng tôi muốn nói gì, thưa quý vị? Chúng tôi muốn nói thứ nhất đó là ông đã lập ra mà tới ngày hôm nay cũng chưa xong, mà đã ra một cái chính sách cũng như là một cái đạo luật của trong hội đồng thành phố. Một lần nữa 3/2 là một cái ủy ban.
What am I saying? Can you please broadcast that, please? This is the interpreter speaking.
Okay, so basically he's saying that Carlos Manzo's established a committee with the 3-2 vote.
Một cái ủy ban để mà giám sát tất cả những các tượng đài.
So he established a committee to monitor all the statues and memorial.
Nhắm vào cộng đồng Việt Nam chúng ta mà thôi thực.
Gearing toward the aiming or targeting the Vietnamese community only.
Quý vị là ngay tại công viên chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ, như quý vị cũng biết
at the Vietnam War Memorial, as you know.
Chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ tại thành phố Westminster chỉ có những cái tượng đài để mà vinh danh quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, có tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ, có tượng đài Hoàng Sa, Trường Sa và có tượng đài vinh danh và ghi ơn cái sự tuân tiết của các tướng và tá trong.
So at the Vietnam Memorial, we have the memorial. We have things that honor the general of Arvin, as well as that battle, the Hoàng Sa battle, sir.
Parcel Island.
Parcel Island, I'm sorry.
Cũng như là có cái tượng đài sẽ có, và mong rằng đó đúng theo cái dự án sẽ có một cái tượng đài trong tương lai về vinh danh cái sự chiến thắng của quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa trong cái mùa hè đỏ lửa năm 1972. Đó là cái sự dự định. Thì ông.
So the plan we had was to have a memorial at that part to honor Arvin in the
Quan Tri Monument.
No, in the 1972 battle.
Oh, yeah.
Carlos Manzo là người khởi xướng ra một cái dự luật với cái sự ủng hộ của bà Kimberly Hồ cũng như là ông Tài Đỗ để mà giám sát có thẩm quyền việc xét hết tất cả những tượng đài trong quá khứ, hiện tại và tương lai luôn.
So Carlos Menzo is the one that initiate this committee with the support of Kimberly Ho and Tai Do to monitor and also to approve or disapprove memorial, not only memorial in the future, but they're going to go back to the one that had been built.
Okay, so basically he said that this committee had the authority to, in the past, in the present, in the future, that means they can remove anything that already built in that particular part. That's what we're trying to say.
So all these problems that they cause and they drag up.
Chính sách cũng như là một cái đạo luật của trong hội đồng thành phố, một lần nữa 3/2 là một cái ủy ban để mà giám sát tất cả, ra một cái ủy ban để mà nhắm vụ thanh tra là ủy ban cái thành tích.
Yeah, we're gonna move to the fake news number 6. So basically, it's the two actors in here, Kim Chang and Women. We're talking about Vice Mayor is a racist. Carlos Manzo is a racist. He should not be a mayor because he cannot speak the Vietnamese.
Đầu tiên của cái ông Carlos Manzo này, thưa quý vị, mới lên chưa đầy 1 năm mà chúng tôi có thể tiếp tục để nói rõ ràng hơn là cái sự kỳ thị của ông Carlos Manzo như thế nào.
So we would like to continue and we would like to talk about how discriminatory Carlos Manzo is.
Thứ nhất là khi ông ta chưa là nghị viên, ông ta chỉ là một ủy viên kế hoạch cho thành phố, thì ông ta là cái người duy nhất ở trong cái hội đồng ủy ban đó đã chống lại cái quyết định xây cất cái tượng đài Đức Thánh Trần Hưng Đạo.
So when he was only a member of the Planning Commission, not yet a council member, he was the only member of that commission to vote against the erection of General Trần Hưng Đạo statue on Bosa.
Không là người biết nói tiếng Việt Nam, thì xem thường cái lịch sử Việt Nam.
He doesn't speak Vietnamese and he looked down on Vietnamese history.
Thì rất là không có tôn trọng người Việt Nam, khi làm đủ trò hay nào là lập một cái ủy ban để mà coi xem những người làm di tích Việt Nam ra làm sao, rồi khi đã không.
So he doesn't respect Vietnamese and he formed this committee to look at all the things that intended to be built to honor Vietnamese traditions or heroes.
Xem cái lịch sử Việt Nam là tìm cách dùng lá phiếu của mình để ngưng cho xây dựng tái chiếm thành cổ.
So he trying to use his vote to stop the building of the memorial to the One Tree Monument.
Rồi khi còn làm rất là nhiều điều bất lợi cho cái người Việt của mình thì chúng.
And he does a lot of things that is not beneficial to our Vietnamese people.
Bầu nghị viên Carlos Manzo để làm gì?
So why did we vote Carlos Manzo in for?
Người là có cái tính ganh tuông mà lại còn cái tính kỳ thị.
He's jealous. He's a racist.
Mà đã bị Kimberly Hồ có làm bệ phóng cho Carlos Manzo.
And not only that,
thị trưởng người Việt Nam, mọi người nghĩ sao?
Not only that, Carlos Manzo. Not only that, Kimberly Ho give him a launching pad to to become the vice mayor, replacing a Vietnamese.
Ở tại thủ phủ này có gần 50% mà bầu cho một con người coi thường người Việt Nam, không biết chiến tranh Việt Nam, không biết lịch sử của Việt Nam, không biết quý trọng người Việt Nam, không biết nói tiếng Việt Nam.
So we have 50% of the population of the city of Westminster are Vietnamese, and now we vote for a person who doesn't respect Vietnamese, who doesn't respect the Vietnam War, who doesn't respect Vietnamese history.
Bởi những cái điều mà chúng ta không mong muốn, chúng ta muốn an tâm, chúng ta muốn lạc nghiệp và chúng ta muốn có để cho con cháu chúng ta được hưởng một cái không khí tốt đẹp, không có bị những cái nhuộm đỏ như ông Tài Đỗ đã chủ trương trước đây là muốn biến khu vực Little Sài Gòn này trở thành một thành phố Hồ Chí Minh.
So we want our children to feel safe. We want to settle here. We don't want to have Thai Do turning the city into Ho Chi Minh City or the Red Communist Ho Chi Minh City.
Có nghĩa là ông có thể ông cho phép là treo cờ đỏ sao vàng ở trên khắp phố Bôn Sa.
So he might permit the display of that yellow star on the red banner all over Volsa.
Okay, so the fake news number 10, we're gonna, in this particular video, clip is being filmed at the General Tran on Bosa. Basically, it's a union of several famous YouTuber in the Vietnamese community that because of all these fake news that being broadcast on social media that Vice Mayor Carlo Manzo is a racist. He tried to remove the general monument on Bosa, and so is Council Member Kimberly Ho, whose husband is a Chinese American, and because and he's had a connection with China and tried to destroy the general who was anti-Chinese invader back in 100 years ago. So it's just like a fatwa, a religious order being called for help, and all these YouTubers gathering at this particular day to vow to fight to protect this monument as well at the Paracel Monument in the Freedom Park. And this one particular person in here, I want you to listen to it. He very angry, and he say willing to die, sacrifice himself to protect this, because he feel that if he die, he die a good death to protect what important to us. These monuments are very important to the Vietnamese community, and that's caused me to really concern for Vice Mayor Carlo Manzo's safety as well as Councilwoman Kimberly Ho. So I just wanted to listen to this a little, be patient, a little long. So.
Số 1 rồi, ok, cảm ơn quý vị. Và phía quý vị, đây là thầy bước tới con hết đâu.
So basically show a group of YouTuber and a couple of elderly people belong to the Save Westminster group was offering incense and pay respect to the general Tran Hưng Dao. So
đến từ tiểu bang xa xôi khi mà nghe tin họ.
So this is We Đức. I'm from a state far away. So when I heard of this news,
Anh Trần thì lòng của con rất là đau xót.
So when I heard this news that they want to take down the monument of General Trang Hưng Dao, I feel so bad.
Vì ngài là một cái biểu tượng anh hùng của quốc gia dân tộc, và cái tượng đài này được xây nơi cái trung tâm thành phố Westminster, được gọi biệt danh là cái thành trì chống cộng.
Because he is a national hero of, and here in the city of Westminster, the city is known as the please give me 1 second.
The anti-communist.
The city is known as an anti-communist bastion.
Nhưng mà bây giờ vì một cái lý do kinh tế, vì một cái lý do như thế nào đó, họ lại xúc phạm tới tượng Đức Thánh Trần.
So now, for some reason, perhaps economic reasons, they hurting the image of the general.
Vì vậy hôm nay con về đây để xin cầu nguyện Ngài làm sao phù hộ cho tất cả đồng bào dân Westminster để mà giữ được cái tượng đài này lại, không để cho họ nhục mạ, không để cho họ đập phá.
So here I am today. I'm praying to you, General Trần Hưng Đạo. Please bless our people. Please bless the people of the city so they can fight and they can prevent this memorial or monument of you being taken down.
And
Và con cũng đã hứa với lòng mình là dù phải bất cứ một cái giá nào, chúng con cũng sẵn sàng để bảo vệ tượng Đức Thánh Trần, bởi vì Ngài là biểu.
And so I have promised myself, we have promised ourselves that we would do whatever, or we would make whatever sacrifice necessary to protect the statue.
at any cost, he said, at any cost.
Tượng của Việt Nam, Ngài là biểu tượng anh hùng quốc gia và dân tộc. Hôm nay
Because you are a symbol of national, you are a national hero for our people, for our country.
xin hứa với Ngài, dù phải bỏ ra bất cứ một cái giá nào, chúng con cũng luôn luôn sát cánh với anh em California để bảo vệ cái thành trì chống cộng này.
So I will be side by side with our brother here in Westminster at any cost to protect the statue.
Đi tới đây anh thắp nhang cho Đức Thánh Trần rồi thì anh có cái cảm nghĩ gì thưa anh?
Now that you have offered the incense to the General Trần Hưng Đạo, please share your feeling with us.
Hôm qua rất là nhiều quý đức đến đây, không phải là lần đầu. Hầu như mỗi lần đến Cali thì những cái địa điểm mình cần đi mình đều đi cả. Lần này đến đây thì mình đi tượng Đức Thánh Trần trước là bởi vì mình nghe một cái nguồn tin giống như hôm trước mà anh em mình nói chuyện đó, thì họ muốn dời cái tượng Đức Thánh Trần ra một cái nơi nào đó mà.
So thank you, Nam Nguyen. This is not my first time here. Every time I'm in California, the places that I would go to, but this time I want to go to this site first because I heard that they might want to take down the statue of General Trần Hưng Đạo.
Bây giờ mình chưa biết, và đặc biệt cái di dời này đó là sau khi có một cái chỗ tượng đài mới, họ cho rằng là non-political, không có chính trị gì hết, không có treo cái lá cờ vàng, đấy, không có cho như vậy.
And the interpreter correction, I heard that they might want to relocate this statue to another place that is non-political, meaning that there would be no display of the yellow and three stripe flags.
Cái điều đó là tại sao phải di dời? Cái câu hỏi thứ nhất, tại sao phải di dời?
So the first question I have is why do we have to relocate the statue?
Lái xe thì ở dưới đây khoảng chừng vài chục mét nó cũng có những cái tượng qua Phước Lộc Thọ, nó cũng có này nọ, thì nó có attract người lái xe hay không cắt cái việc đó.
So the reason for doing that or for wanting to do that is that they claim that it might obstruct the view of drivers or distract or traffic. While if you go down, you drive down a little bit further more, you would see a statue of this three men here.
The Asian man.
Sorry.
Bị chia trí đó, distract nó bị chia trí ra là người ta không có thấy, cho nên bị đụng xe. Cái Huy Đức cho nghĩ rằng cái lý do đó nó không có chính đáng.
So they say that it would distract the driver and that might cause accident. We Đức here don't think that's a pretty valid reason.
Hoàn toàn không thể chấp nhận được. Và cái thứ hai nói rằng khi mà họ làm cái tượng đài mới không có cờ vàng ba sọc đỏ, Huy Đức cũng không thể chấp nhận được luôn.
So that is unacceptable. And the second thing that they plan to do is to have the new site for the statue, and where there would be no yellow and three stripe flags. That to me is also unacceptable.
Trần Đạo là người hero, là người anh hùng quốc gia dân tộc, là political, là chính trị, mà tại sao bây giờ ông là người chống tàu mà?
So the General Trần Hưng Đạo is a national hero. So why are doing this now? Well, because General Trần Hưng Đạo is anti-Chinese.
Người chống tàu rất là rõ ràng, mà bây giờ nói rằng như là không có chính trị, không cho treo cờ vàng. Vì nó cho rằng đây là một cái âm mưu mà họ muốn là phá đi cái tượng mà một cái vị mà lãnh đạo quốc gia dân tộc để chống tàu, và một cái âm mưu xóa bỏ đi cái cờ vàng ba sọc đỏ. Đơn giản là như vậy thôi, chứ họ bây giờ nêu những cái lý do đó hoàn toàn không có chánh đáng.
So General Trần Hưng Đạo is anti-Chinese. He's political. Now they say they want to be non-political. Just the excuse just the excuse, and I don't think those are valid excuse.
Westminster, nhưng mà mình luôn luôn ủng hộ cho những cái quốc gia và dân tộc, ủng hộ cho cái lá cờ vàng ba sọc đỏ. Bất cứ cái thế lực nào, mình nói thẳng luôn, bất cứ cái thế lực nào mà họ muốn đánh phá hoặc là họ muốn hủy hoại đi những cái di tượng của ông cha chúng ta, hoặc là hủy bỏ đi cái lá cờ vàng, Huy Đức sẵn sàng trả bất cứ một cái giá gì.
So sorry, the interpreter lost track.
So basically, he's saying he's not the resident of Westminster, but when they're attacking the general statue, he's willing to pay to do anything at any cost to protect it. Let me play that again. Okay.
Có chính trị không cho treo cờ vàng. Vì nó cho rằng đây là một cái âm mưu mà họ muốn là phá đi cái tượng mà một cái vị mà lãnh đạo quốc gia dân tộc để chống tàu, và một cái âm mưu xóa bỏ đi cái cờ vàng ba sọc đỏ. Đơn giản là như vậy thôi, chứ họ bây giờ nêu những cái lý do đó hoàn toàn không có chánh đáng. Mình không phải là Huy Đức không phải là một công dân của Westminster, nhưng mà mình luôn luôn ủng hộ cho những cái quốc gia và dân tộc, ủng hộ cho cái lá cờ vàng ba sọc đỏ. Bất cứ cái thế lực nào, mình nói thẳng luôn, bất cứ cái thế lực nào mà họ muốn đánh phá hoặc là họ muốn hủy hoại đi những cái di tượng của ông cha chúng ta, hoặc là hủy bỏ đi cái lá cờ vàng, Huy Đức sẵn sàng trả bất cứ một cái giá gì, kể cả tính mạng. Nó mình nói thẳng luôn, anh em cũng biết.
So this is their scheme to take down the statue of a national hero or leader. And their the excuse, their reason for it, those are not valid. We Đức oppose to any plan, any scheme to destroy the statue and to rid of the three stripe or the yellow three stripe flags. So anyone who want to do that, I'm gonna pay all costs, including sacrificing my life, paying on costs to prevent that from happening.
That is scary, because this person will make a statement. I mean, they're very angry. They're willing to die. They're willing to die to protect this monument, and it's caused me to be really concerned for the safety of Councilwoman Kimberly Ho as well as Caleb Manzo.
Mình không khe cái chuyện sống chết như thế này thế nữa. Mình chết mà để cho con cái mình nó vinh danh thì cái chết đó có chết có giá trị. Thành ra mình nãy có hứa với Đức Thánh rằng
I don't care whether it's life or death, whether I die or whether I live. As long as it's the right cause, I will pay the price.
He says it's valuable debt. As long as he will play that again. It's very important.
Có giá trị. Thành ra mình nãy không khe cái chuyện sống chết như thế này thế nữa. Mình mà để cho con cái mình nó vinh danh thì cái chết đó cái chết có giá trị.
So I don't care whether I die or live. But if I die and my children would be proud, well, my death has value.
Thành ra mình hãy có hứa với Đức Thánh rằng là con sẵn sàng và sẵn sàng chấp nhận để đánh đổi tất cả mọi giá để bảo vệ tương lai.
So I make a promise to General Trần Hưng Đạo earlier that I would pay all price to protect the statue.
Okay, now we're gonna, he's gonna interview this actor Ngô Kỳ. Okay, now I'm going to interview him. So listen to
Xin anh cho biết cái cảm nghĩ của anh về cái sự kiện mà các đồng hương, tất cả mọi người YouTuber ở trên nước Mỹ, Houston này nọ tới đây để mà gọi là thắp nhang mình gọi là tưởng niệm hả ta?
So please share your feeling when we have all these YouTubers from all over America coming here to offer incense to to do what here, to memorialize, to honor the general, or what?
Thắp nhang tưởng nhớ đến cái công lao của Đức Thánh Trần thưa anh. Vâng, chào anh Nam Quang, chào anh Quý Đức, Ngô Kỵ, chào khán giả của kênh Media Network, của Quý Đức TV vân vân, và mọi kênh, rất là nhiều kênh đang có mặt hôm nay. Vâng, thật sự mà khi tôi cùng với anh chị em khắp nơi, nhiều tiểu bang đã về đây thì nó cũng vô cùng vui để được gặp anh chị em YouTuber. Tuy nhiên khi ra đây thì buồn vui lẫn lộn, vui là được tới diện kiến Đức Thánh Trần.
So I would like to say hello to the viewer of We Đức TV, Trust Media channel. I'm here. I'm happy to see all of you YouTuber, but it's I also have mixed feeling.
Nhưng buồn khi chúng ta nói những cái chuyện không vui như thế này. Tuy nhiên để chia sẻ những ý kiến hoặc là những tin tức liên quan đến vấn đề này thì chúng tôi chỉ trình bày, còn quý vị là những người phán xét. Thưa quý vị, thì như anh Quy Đức từ xa đã hứa và đã tới đây để nói lên một hiện trạng mà lưng xưng mà liên hệ đến cái tượng đài Đức Trần Hưng Đạo cũng như cái đền thánh Trần Hưng Đạo. Thưa quý vị, nó khởi nguồn từ ông Carlos Bezos, là ông nghị viên của thành phố Westminster.
So why I'm happy, I am also sad because I have to share these information with you. They're trying to take down the statue of the General Trần Hưng Đạo, and this start with council member or councilman Carlos Menzo.
when he was planning commissioner.
Cái liên kết với bà nghị viên Kim Bá Hồ và nghị viên Tài Đỗ là hai người đang bắt tay với Tàu Cạm, đang bắt tay với Cộng sản.
So he sides with Kim Lee Ho and Taido. They are dealing with the communists, dealing with communist China.
Và bà Kim Hồ có người chồng là ông Sích, là người Tàu Cạm, là Trung Cạm đó quý vị.
So Kimberly Ho has a husband who is communist Chinese. His name is Xi.
Trung Cạm ở Tàu Cạm lúc nào đã cũng thù oán những quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, hải quân trong trận chiến Hoàng Sa, do đó ông ta đã liên kết với Tài Đỗ và Kim Hồ để giặt sạch cái tượng đài Hoàng Sa.
So communist China, they always hated the Republic of Vietnam. Because they trying to seize the Parcel Island.
Trong cái khu Freedom Park, nghĩa là nơi cái tượng đài Việt Mỹ đó, nhưng bọn chúng.
So basically, missing they got cut out. So basically, we cooperate with the three council members, try to destroy the Parcel Island Battle Monument in Freedom Park.
Hành vì đồng bào chúng ta phản đối quá mạnh mẽ. Do đó đó là thất bại của Cộng sản Việt Nam và Cộng sản Tàu Cạm, và bây giờ chúng nó lại liên kết với nhau để mà giặt sạch cái tượng đài Đức Trần Hưng Đạo.
So they were not successful because our people opposed to it, fought it, and so now they move on. They try to take down the statue of General Trần Hưng Đạo.
Vì thưa quý vị biết là Đức Trần Hưng Đạo là một anh hùng của dân tộc Việt Nam.
So as you know, General Trần Hưng Đạo is a national hero to us Vietnamese.
Quân Nguyên khi mà ông ta đã chiến đấu rất hào hùng.
He fought and resist the Nguyen, the old Chinese, and he fought courageously.
Và ông chỉ xuống bên sông và ông nói nếu ông không giết được bọn Nguyên thì ông không trở về cái sông này. Và chính
And he pointed down to the river and he said if he cannot get rid of the Nguyen or the old Chinese, he would not return to this river.
The Chinese invader.
Vậy mà chồng bà Kim Hồ là người Tàu, do đó mang mối thù giữa Tàu Cộng và Tàu với Việt Nam, do đó đã xúi giục bà Kim Hồ để mà đứng ra và tượng đài đang trên một miếng đất tư nhân đang xin.
So Kimberly Ho's husband is Chinese, and he have this against Vietnamese, and so he pushed her to do this.
Để cắt cái này, tuy nhiên thành phố có quyền quyết định nếu ảnh hưởng đến sự an ninh an toàn vệ sinh của cư dân, và theo cái lý do người ta đưa ra mà chúng tôi đang có trong tay thì họ nói rằng tại vì cái tượng này nó làm cho distract, làm cho những người lái xe đi ngang qua cái dồn do đó bị accident.
So the city can regulate when it comes to the safety of the people, and so that's the excuse they are using. They saying that the statue would distract driver and that would cause accidents for when they drive by and get distracted.
Yes, I'm sorry, I have to add then. And before that, he was saying that even though the monument was built on private property, but the city had the right to remove it if there was a public safety issue regarding traffic. So, okay, so the next clip they're going to talking about, Councilwoman Kimberly Ho and Colored Man. So deface the work thị trưởng mayor. Which were etched on the granite just to attack Mayor Tree tie, and they also point out the Councilman Sergio Contreras was stay intact. So.
Là phiếu định 2, do đó được thông qua. Chính vì vậy Kim Bê Hồ đã đổ cặp lắm sơ muốn làm cho đồng bào khi mà dẹp tượng đài này thì người ta không còn nhắc nhở đến công sức của ông đã tí lắc định.
So they have 3 vote or 3-2 vote. They have a 3-2 vote, and so they want to do this so people would not remember the contribution made by Mayor Trita.
Tên của ông thị trưởng Tạ Đức Chí là cái người mà có công đức là lớn ở trong cái công việc mà xây dựng tượng đài này nè, quý vị thấy chưa? Đây là cái tên của ông nha. Nam Quang phải quay cho quý vị coi nha. Cái tên của ông đây là Tạ Đức Chí. Thì quý vị thấy cái chữ thị trưởng không? Cái chữ thị trưởng tụi nó đã rất là khốn nạn, nó lấy búa, lấy đục, nó đục mất cái chữ thị trưởng này đi nè, quý vị thấy không? Rất là khốn nạn, cho nên á là quý vị thấy thằng mẹ ở đây không? Thằng nghị viên sơ cho nghị viên này còn chữ.
So Mayor Trita had a great contribution to this monument. You can see his name here. It's a Tạ Đức Trí, and you can see it's Mayor Trita, but then they use hammer, they use chisel to chisel or pound away the word mayor. Yeah, and you can see it's that Mexican Contreras, that Mexican.
It's still there. Yeah, the work.
Cả những cái này đều còn hết, nhưng mà nó đang tâm, nó đê tiện đến độ, nó mất nhân tính đến độ là nó đục cái tên của thị trưởng đi, cái chức hiệu của thị trưởng Tạ Đức Chí đi. Quý vị thấy nó khốn nạn cái chỗ đó không? Thành ra Nam Quang nói với lại quý vị á là những cái chuyện mà Nam Quang và anh Ngô Kỷ hoặc là Huy Đức nói á, là chúng tôi nói có sách mắt có chữ.
So you can see that Mexican contrast. His name is still here, but they get rid of the word, you know, or the office of the mayor on there. As you can see, that's just despicable. Ngô Kỷ and I, Kỷ Ngô and I, when we speak, we have evidence to back it up.
Là cho quý vị thấy tận mắt cái khốn nạn của cái đám này. Cái chữ thị trưởng màu trắng đó.
So you can see for yourself how despicable these people are. Well, the word or the word mayor in white there.
Okay, I'm gonna skip number 11 because of time, but I want to bring up this issue that the lawyer Alan Nguyen, you know, he's a member of Garden Grove School District board trustee. He made an allegation that Councilwoman Kimberly Hall committed election fraud by having people, her campaign team, forged signature and submitted to the ROV, and then you know, they make it sound like that they submit that they file a complaint, and the district attorney office investigate and make a big deal out of it. But in fact, we haven't heard anything from the district attorney office. There's no investigation. You know, every election is there something. So let's listen to it real quick.
This is the interpreter speaking. Before you broadcast that, or the interpreter again has a disclosure to make. Attorney Lan Quat Nguyen is also a friend of the interpreter, and again, that friendship does not. The interpreter believes that the friendship does not affect the interpreter's ability to interpret or to be neutral, or to render a neutral and impartial interpretation in this case.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I greatly appreciate your honesty and transparency, and I have complete trust in your ability to do your job impartially. So,
Dân quận Cam, tiếng dân quận Cam được phát hình ở trên đài Trust Media Network hàng tuần.
So news from Orange County, the people of Orange, the voice of the people of Orange County, being broadcast on Trust Media every week.
Có một bản tường trình đặc biệt về sự gian lận của phe nhóm bà Kimberly Hồ chúng tôi đã phát giác ra, và chúng tôi muốn đưa vấn đề này lên cho dư luận để cho đồng hương biết. Và trong phòng ghi âm của chúng tôi cũng mời một luật sư cố vấn cho chúng tôi là luật sư Nguyễn Quốc Lân về vấn đề pháp lý.
So we have a special report on the election fraud by that group by Kimberly Hall that we discovered. And so in the recording studio today, we have attorney Lan Quat Nguyen, who is an advisor to us.
Gian lận lấy chữ ký giả của cử tri để mà nộp cho cái ủy ban bãi nhiệm Kimberly Hall. Xin luật sư.
Did you hear that?
The interpreter apologized. The interpreter could not hear that well because every time you move it away from the microphone, I couldn't really hear it.
Người đang theo dõi chương trình.
Vâng, cảm ơn Bùi Minh Tường. Xin chào quý vị khán giả của đài Tiếng Dân quận Cam.
Vâng, thưa luật sư và thưa quý vị đang theo dõi chương trình của chúng tôi. Trong tuần qua, trong thời gian lâu qua đó, thì chúng tôi đã cảnh báo cũng như là thông báo cho tất cả những vị cao niên ở trong địa hạt số 3.
So this is the voice of the people of Orange County. Within the last week or so, we have notified the senior member of our community.
này là có một cái sự gian lận lấy chữ ký, lừa đảo lấy chữ ký của nhóm nhân viên bà Kimberly Hồ bằng cách là mời những vị cao.
So there was election fraud in terms of collecting fake signature by the Kimberly Hall group. They asked senior citizens,
những vị lớn tuổi hoặc là những cái người mà quen biết để đi ăn tiệc, thì khi đi ăn tiệc vậy là cử tri đồng hương đã bị đòi hỏi phải ký một cái tờ giấy, trong đó mà quý vị đã không được biết cái tờ giấy đó là một cái tờ giấy gì.
So they asked the senior citizens, people who are advanced in age and people whom they know, to a party. And then they asked these people, or they request these people to sign a piece of paper. And these people had no idea what that piece of paper that they were signing was.
Làm việc cho bà Kimberly Hồ thì chúng tôi đã có đầy đủ tất cả những dữ kiện, có một số những tài liệu quan trọng và sẽ được chuyển tới những cái cơ quan hữu trách để mở cuộc điều tra chính thức. Thì chúng tôi cũng đã biết một vài người.
So we have sufficient facts or evidence, and we and then document, and we turn them over to the relevant authority so that they can open an investigation.
Trong nhân viên của bà Kimberly Hồ có can dự vào cái việc này vì những người đó đã từng là nhân viên của chúng tôi trong quá khứ.
So there are people working for Kimberly Hall that participated in this. We knew that because those same people used to work for us in the past.
Vâng, cảm ơn Bùi Mạnh Cường đã trình bày vấn đề vừa rồi. Thực ra chúng tôi cũng được báo cáo về cái hiện tượng này cũng trong thời gian rồi, và chúng tôi cũng đã để ý và đã giúp đỡ Ủy ban vận động bãi nhiệm để mà tiếp tục thu thập dữ kiện để mà chúng tôi tiến hành các cuộc điều tra.
So thank you for your report. Yeah, we were alerted to this, and so we been collecting evidence. So for the recall effort, and that so that we can move forward with the investigation.
Qua cái cuộc điều tra vừa rồi, tôi có thể nói một cách tổng quát là đây là một cái hành động vi phạm luật pháp rất là nghiêm trọng.
And with respect to the investigation, I can say this is a serious violation of the law.
Là nếu mà theo cái luật mà thu thập chữ ký trong cuộc bầu cử bãi nhiệm đó, những người nào họ chỉ gian lận của riêng của họ thôi, thì họ có thể được coi là vi phạm cái tội misdemeanor, tức là tội nhỏ, tội nhẹ, khinh tội nhẹ nhất.
So if a person just collect again, the interpreter could not hear well. Can you please kindly replay that?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. Basically, say that if one individual just commit one or two forgery, it's a misdemeanor crime. It's not a serious. It's not a serious crime. So a felony.
Những người nào cố ý làm nhiều hơn 2 hoặc 3 cái, tức là những người có chủ mưu làm vi phạm nhiều chữ ký như vậy đó, thì họ sẽ vi phạm tội đại hình.
So if it's more than 2 or 3, they had already had the intention of doing that. It's all deliberate. Then it would be a felony.
Cái tội felony theo cái luật vi phạm bầu cử này. Cảm ơn Ủy ban là đã rất là khôn ngoan ngay từ đầu, đã có những cái phương thức in ấn làm dấu bí mật để nhận diện ra được những.
So thank you to the committee for having put in place measure in the beginning to detect all these frauds.
cái phiếu nào là phiếu giả, phiếu nào là cái phiếu thật. Điều rất là may là ủy ban đã có được cái dấu hiệu đó, và cho tới ngày hôm nay thì ủy ban cũng đã nhận diện được danh tính của những người tham dự trong cái việc làm chữ ký giả này.
So thank you to the recall committee for putting measure in to detect to see whether it's fake or real, and to now the committee has discovered the names of the people involved in this false signature gathering.
Và chúng tôi đã ghi nhận được những cái dữ kiện đó để chúng tôi đã nộp trong cái bản báo cáo đến cái cơ quan phòng biện lý tại quận Cam.
So we documented those incidents and we put them in a report and we turned that over to the Orange County District Attorney Office.
Hiện họ đang tiến hành, chúng tôi cũng đã thu thập dữ kiện để mà trình bày với cái cơ quan điều tra của phòng biện lý đó, là tại cái quan trọng, cái trọng tâm chúng tôi muốn phòng biện lý lưu ý đến là họ cần phải biết rõ rằng bao nhiêu người tham dự trong cái operation, cái hoạt động này của cái nhóm Bạc Kim Liên Hồ, những cái bao nhiêu người tham dự họ.
So we turned it over to the investigatory unit of the DA office, and we wanted them to know how many people from the Kimberly Hall group that were participating in this.
Sorry.
Done.
Để nhận
You give it a second.
hình cái tội felony theo cái luật vi phạm bầu cử này. Cảm ơn ủy ban là đã giảng nghiệm cái handwriting examiner. Tôi đã ghi nhận được những cái dữ kiện đó để chúng tôi đã nộp trong cái bản báo cáo đến cái cơ quan phòng biện lý tại quận Cam. Và trong cái kiện họ đang tiến hành, chúng tôi cũng đã thu thập dữ kiện để mà trình bày với cái cơ quan điều tra của phòng biện lý đó, là tại cái quan trọng, cái trọng tâm chúng tôi muốn phòng biện lý lưu ý đến là họ cần phải biết rõ rằng bao nhiêu người tham dự trong cái operation, cái hoạt động này của cái nhóm Bạc Kim Liên Hồ, những cái bao nhiêu người tham dự họ có thể lấy từ cái nét viết tay, cái handwriting examiner.
Could translate.
So, so they can see how many people participate, how many people from the Kimberly Hall group participated in this, and they can do that by examining the handwriting and the signature.
Okay, so basically this, you say that there was an investigation of Councilwoman Kimberly Ho for forgery, forged the recall signature, and the case been submitted, being investigating by the district attorney. And this is a serious accusation of a serious crime. It's a conduct unbecoming, and we need to know. And if actually Councilwoman woman Kimberly actually committed that, and we haven't heard anything yet. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what our community have to deal with. This city, the politics is built on fake news. It's been going on like this for decades, and I cannot stay silent. I have to voice my objection, and because you can lie to run campaign, you can do anything, but once the lies across the line and causing people put people in a dangerous situation where they say that these two Kimberly Ho and Caleb Menzo are attacking the Buddhism, violating law, being a racist, trying to knock out a monument of a hero who a Vietnam hero who fought the invader 100 years ago. And this is a very serious concern, and we need to stop that. And I heard comments made by the public, like, what do you care? Well, unfortunately, this until we fix this, Vice Mayor Caleb Manzo, probably the last non-Vietnamese American ever elected in this council, because everybody other than Vietnamese American who attempt to run for office in the city will be attacked as a racist. It's been going on for years. I heard myself, okay? And any non-Vietnamese that do not belong to their a group will be attacked, labeled as a racist, and there's nothing they can do about it. There's no way that you can have access to the Vietnamese media to fight that, and that's how to change. So in order for us to change the direction of our city, we need to change this. We need to bring the awareness to people, bring the dangers that this type of unethical, fake news that willing to risk the safety of a human being. These are, we do not get paid a whole lot of money to serve the community, and they're willing to do that, to attack your integrity by labeling this as attacking a religion. You know how sensitive people die for that. And when we have individuals that travel far away to come to California because and he actually willing to sacrifice his life to protect these monuments because they thought it was real. So sorry it took so long, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Well, I just want to say thank you for that. I hope we get through some of the important agendas that are awaiting us. One thing I like to say, and I'm going to be really brief, is that we've talked about this before, but I'm going to say briefly that while we enjoy our freedom of speech, it does come with responsibility. And I believe that, as elected officials, at least we should be the ones that exercise. We have to be professional and be responsible for what we say. Okay, so I see lack of responsibility. I see that, saying things, putting people in harm's way, harmful or hurtful speech is not freedom. Okay, it is the accepted social standard and the will of the people that we have protection from harmful speech. And that's why we have the law. I believe the chief of police, if he's still here, to confirm that, hate speech is against the law and incitement is against the law. Okay. And, I think least of all, I think I say at the minimum, morality, whatever happened to that? Where are your moral values? Okay. Do you have to go so low in order to win an election or in order to get enough signatures to recall me? You have to lie to the people. You have to incite them. You have to bring fake news. You have to do so many things that just, you stoop so low to do it just because you want it. You need to have signatures. And then when you don't have enough, you still, create fake news to say that, we made up, what is it? I mean, these are not ballots, these are signatures. So you're out to make, and every single signature is verified by the ROV. So is our chief of police here, a police chief? Are you here still? Yes, Chief Darren Lenny. If I may, could I call on you?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Yes, thank you. If I could call on you to confirm that it is against the law. Hate speech is against the law, and any speech is anything to create incitement. Because you could see that, when they accuse us of doing all these things, I'm not going to repeat, but you heard about the, Buddhist temple and about the Emperor or the general tram and tearing down monuments. They're really trying to create or incite people. And so I want to confirm that is against the law. Is that correct?
That's a very technical question. I would probably refer that one to the city attorney. Hate speech is not necessarily against the law.
And incitement?
Incitement, it's depending. So it's a little complicated and was more of an attorney question, because the First Amendment protects a large amount of speech. But there is civil laws that do pertain to this, such as defamation of character. And
I understand about defamation, but I just want to, I mean, if somebody is,
I can clarify that,
Yes, go ahead.
speech that incites imminent lawless action is not protected. So that would be inciting a riot or other inciting people to commit lawless acts. That is not protected.
Yes. Well, I just want to make sure that I confirm that. You know what, I've been down to, I don't know if, Chief Darren, I don't know if you know, but I've been down to your police station, asking for protection. When one of their YouTubers, said that, and I'm sure you could speak to the deputy chief. And I said, and this was a while ago, and this is like 4 months ago, nothing was done about that. So I want to make sure, you all understand that you shouldn't take our lives. So, just don't gamble with our lives. Okay. So when I went down there and begged for your protection, and I wanted to make sure that, my lives and my life and my family's lives are on the line here. And, when they threatened to kill and threatened to slap me and threatened to all that, and, you did nothing. So please, just, I just think that, we spent, I really didn't want to, I'm sure Councilmember Doe, didn't want to spend an hour to go over every single allegation, but those are true. And I'm telling you that, we shouldn't be sitting here waiting for a riot, okay, because that's coming. I actually, tried to, I tried to open a line of communication. I called on the venerable the temple deal, and I talked to him. I said, it's not true, and and all that, and he himself said, that's what I heard, and my people are coming up to me and asking and talking about that, but I know that that's just really silly. Why are they saying all that? And so I'm glad you're calling me today to confirm that it isn't true. So I try to do the right thing, but I mean, my voice is not going to be heard. I mean, I've pretty much done everything I can, as an individual. But when they gang up and they go out there day after day, try to incite people, using the media, going on YouTube and, every day, and they're like 5, 6 of them, or actually, I would say about a dozen of them. So I think that this is like, they're all working for Trita, and I just think this is an unacceptable behavior for an elected official, Trita and Chi Charlie. So, I don't want to take more of our time. I really, really want everybody to just allow us to, just be brief so that we could get to the very important agenda, and that is the one regarding the SS measure. So please just, be aware that it's already 11 o'clock. And so I'm going to end my comments there. Thank you.
May I interject? Before, if there's going to be a vote on this proposed resolution, I would like to clarify statements made regarding item number 6 of the resolution and the fake news surrounding the General Trung Hung Dao Monument on Bosa Avenue. The General Trung Hung Dao Monument was initially approved administratively by staff. The monument was then brought to the Planning Commission because the applicant requested the monument size be increased at its existing location adjacent to the sidewalk. Due to the success of the original statue and in the interest of public safety, I suggested the possibility of considering an alternate site. I also suggested building out the existing site to include seating and a larger area to appreciate the statue. The improvements that I proposed would have provided a more enjoyable and safer opportunity for those visiting the site. I did not oppose the monument. In fact, I encouraged the commission to consider better amenities and accommodations better suited for a larger monument. I expressed concerns related to traffic safety based on the success and large draw of the monument. I would like to propose that the above statement be added to the resolution and that the resolution be amended to reflect accurate information as it.
Can we have city staff clarify that information that Vice Mayor Manso just brought up, because I heard the same thing, but at the same time, I remember when that first, that monument was first built, it's very tiny, it's like 3. But then, the community was outraged because of the amount of money we donated, and they decided to rebuild the monument to increase to the size we have today. And that was brought back to the Planning Commission. Vice Mayor Manso was then a commissioner. You did not, you never denied that administratively, did you?
No, the recommendations that I was proposed, the majority of the commission was not in agreement. So
okay.
My view was public safety. I'm sure the mayor and I this past April were there at visiting the general statue and honoring him and placing incense and saying some words to recognize the Black April. And my concerns were there in our face. We were right on the sidewalk. A lot of members there were taking pictures, and they were standing in the street taking pictures. And that was my concern when I was on the Planning Commission, and that came true. And the last thing that I wanted was to be responsible for somebody getting injured taking a photo of the statue. That was my concern as a Planning Commissioner. And I'm sure the mayor can attest to how close we were and everybody was to the traffic. And so when the vote came before the commission, I voted no on leaving it because it was a question of setbacks, a setback issue. That's what was before the Planning Commission. It wasn't before the Planning Commission was not the approval of the statute. The statute was already approved by staff. It was the setback that was before the commission. That was my concern. So I would like to, if this is going to go, I would like to the resolution to have the correct information. Second, another accusation against me was that I did not allow the Dunu Temple on Chestnut to build the wall. In fact, if you pull up the minutes of that meeting, I was the vice chair at the time, and I was the one who motioned to approve their fence. So that's another fake news. And as far as me not respecting another religion, this earlier this year, I was going through, and I still am. I'm still going through it. I'm not over yet. Still going through some personal struggles. I lost somebody very close to me earlier this year, and I was still having a hard time with it. And I was out on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day early in the morning. I visited a Buddhist temple, and at this time I needed all the help I can get to get through my struggles. And you know what? And I needed the love, and I was there, and the Buddhist monks were there for me, and they prayed for me, and they paid with me and gave me a bracelet. And I really needed that at that time, and it helped me, and I'm still wearing it because it reminds me that they were there for me, and they're praying for me. And that's very hurtful that those things are being said about me, because that's not me. I respect other religions, and I respect other cultures and traditions, and we should be celebrating them. And that's what I've always done, is celebrated other cultures. And I just find it very, very hurtful and dangerous, the things that are being said about me. And I just wish that Mayor and Councilmember Nguyen would, have some, tell their supporters, stop doing that. Don't say that's not true. You shouldn't be saying those things, and they're dangerous. But, unfortunately, that doesn't happen. I never heard the mayor or Councilmember Nguyen say those words, but it'd be nice if they would, stop their supporters from saying those things that are not true. And like that member, some of these is the first time I'm even hearing this, which you're playing on your phone. And that's pretty scary that one gentleman is saying that he would die, he would give his life. So where does that put me? What does that do to me? Should I be looking over my shoulder when I go to Little Saigon, or I'm out on the, out in our community? That's pretty scary. It's pretty scary that somebody can come up behind me and want to hurt me without me knowing it. It's not good. But, like I said before, and I'm going to say it again, all this stuff right here that's happening before us, and it's been happening for many years. It's a cancer. It's a cancer in our community, and it's killing our community. And until we get this under control and stop this, I don't like the future of our city. We need the help of everybody here on this council, the mayor, Councilmember Nguyen, all of us together to start to change this the culture in our city. And we should be here for the community. That's what we got elected for, to speak for our community and look out for the best of the community. Just because on the council we don't always agree, and just because we don't get the votes that we think that we should get, doesn't mean that we should go do this and start recalls and name calling. And that's not healthy. That's democracy. I mean, I don't need to tell the Vietnamese community the importance of democracy. I mean, you guys, South Vietnamese people lost their whole country because of the lack of democracy. And then we come here to this country celebrating democracy, and then we don't even have democracy here in our own city. How can we say that we're here because of freedom, defending freedom, and we don't even do it here in our own community, in our own council? Let's walk the talk. You want to say we're here for freedom and democracy? Okay, let's do it. So it's very sad, but I just like that amendment on item number 6 to be included if we're going to vote on this. Thank you.
All right, I have to repeat that I said that many times before, that I'm really sorry for the resident of this city that elected council member title almost 4 years ago. It really took Councilmember Doe more than an hour to talk about his item. And it's even really, really funny. He's tried to explain about the fake news. He used a city resource to respond to the freedom of speech. If you talk about the fake news, how many fake news out there from your supporting base spread talking about me and Councilmember Nguyen? I kind really surprised. There's so many important items. There's so many important projects that our city, we need to discuss. We need to come up with a good solution. And the only thing Councilmember Doe, he's really good at is come up with many lousy resolution to against me, to against Councilmember Doe, and now to against the member from the community. I can't really worry about this, his proposed resolution in front of us at this moment, because we open a liability. There are so many names from private citizens have been mentioned in the resolution. And we all know that as a city, we should never use our city resources to come up with a resolution to against or to decide any member from the public. The member from the public, we all aware they have the right to speak their mind. That is a freedom of speech. That is the First Amendment that we need to honor. And if any of you do not agree with any of the statement out there, there are so many TV station, radio station, or even YouTube channels. You've been on YouTube channel many times, and I saw that. Some of you even spread the fake news against me. And as elected official, if you do not agree that, go to another channel and respond. It is completely inappropriate for an elected official to use a city resources and staff time to come up with a really lousy resolution to against private citizen. That's completely wrong. I never seen something like this before. You have the right not agree anything, any statement out there in the community against you. However, you should not ever use city resource, our staff time for something not important or not really relating to our city. I'm really disappointed. That's totally wrong. You talk about the fake news. How many fake news out there right now against me? But have I ever used our city resource to respond? We have so many issues. The issue of homelessness, the revenue for the city, the community. How can we help the community? There are so many members from the community They have complained. We all been fighting for something not important. I don't know why we have to waste like hours and hours to discuss about the resolution, to discuss about that person said in that channel, the other person accused the other person. You have your right not to read anything out there, but please use the other channel to respond. Because you are elected official, you cannot use city resource to against the private citizen. That's not fair because the private citizen, they don't have a city resource to respond like you did. I hope you understand. At the end of the day, that's it, freedom of speech. And we are elected official. We need to have a thick skin. How many times member from the community, they call me by name, they redesign me. But every time I patiently listen, I never use a city resource to against any member from the community because it's not right. That's not completely wrong. And Councilmember Doe, you've been doing that. There's so many channels out there, so many like TV stations. And please don't tell me that you don't know anyone out there. You know a lot of people in the community. That's why you get elected. But I want you to understand, you use the city resources, you abuse the city resources for your personal vendetta. That's totally wrong. And I really worry the resolution that you propose, including many private citizens. You can say anything about me, that's fine. But they are private citizens. You cannot use the public resources to redesign or to against any private member from the community. All right.
May I speak now, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Councilmember Doe, you took over an hour to talk about your stuff. So it's my turn. I hope that you are not jumping in for any reason. First, I'm glad that Vice Mayor Menzel just corrected and in a way confirmed that the current language drafted in the draft resolution is false and fake news. He corrected you, Councilmember Doe. And Councilmember Doe, it is getting ridiculous that you take all this time wasting taxpayer money to go around and censoring people. Tell me, what do you get at the end? Passing a meaningless resolution, wasting our city's resources. Why don't you have a gut to face them and tell them your points of views? You did that before. Why don't you do it again? You are entitled to have your opinions about any YouTubers or anyone out there for what they are saying. Keep in mind that your thought does not mean the same as others are thinking. You may see it your way, but others people view it differently. YouTubers might mean to say one thing and you might translate it differently. But in any case, let me once again remind you, Councilmember Dole, we are now living in the United States of America, and freedom of speech is being protected for all by the First Amendment. Same goes for you. We have no control of anyone saying anything. We are all adults. Many of the children nowadays could not be controlled by their parents. You are the parents, you know about it. Tell me if you can control your son for what they're saying out there. So Councilmember Dole, did you not say that this beloved all-American city, a city of Westminster, is now officially a Hồ Chí Minh city? Thành phố Westminster nay chính thức thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. I don't care how sarcasm you are, but it was a very strong statement that you made and posted on your Facebook with the city councilman title. It upset the whole Vietnamese community at the time. A special meeting was scheduled right away to bring the people down, to calm the people down. You need to know that you are responsible for what you say. So regard media and YouTubers, I personally take no responsibility for what they say. I have no control over them. If you have a problem with them, face them or face the music. Councilmember Ho, if what they said against the law, then take them to court, prosecute them. Don't try to bring the chief here. We are a nation of law. You said that you know a lot about law. And why are you trying to pinpoint the chief here? That's not the right thing to do. Don't bring it here. Don't ask anyone to stand up for you anymore. You are now an elected official. You need to face the challenge that comes to you. Councilmember Ho, gone on her channel and other media outlets and spread all the fake news about me. You, Councilmember Dole, yourself gone on another YouTube and said she was a liar, not once, but many times. And vice versa. She did the same thing to you. So, Councilmember Dole, all I ask is, please be considerate. Stop wasting people's time, city resources, and taxpayer money. Lastly, may I ask you, Councilmember Dole, can you please spare some time to attend our next strategic meeting? We still wonder where were you at the last strategic meeting? We'd rather entertain your good inputs of how to get the city up and moving forward, instead of going around and censoring people. I seriously ask for that. Let's work together. Let's work for the city. After all, we are elected to do just that, not to go around and censoring people. With that, I want to stop right here and thank you for listening. Back to you, Mayor.
I'd like to respond to what Mayor and Councilman Charlie Nguyen with reference to me. You know, it's very disappointed and saddened to listen to both of you. Never once mentioned about the threat, the physical threat that might happen to Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo. They label him as a racist. Okay, being a racist in a country is very dangerous. You can get hurt, get killed, you get attacked. Okay, and the Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, as an Buddhism, anti-temples. Okay, and then they accusing her of violating, of forging, fraud. It's just like pour gasoline on fire. I mean, those two, race and religion, are very emotional, very volatile. And on top of that, they accusing her of being a law violator. It's a kiss of death. And this is a very, very serious. And you think it's okay? You think it's freedom of speech? Okay, first thing I learned from college, criminal justice classes, yeah, freedom of speech. But that court case is saying that you cannot go into a crowded theater and yell fire with intent to cause panic. No, you cannot lie like that. There's no protection. Okay, so what I brought up is a serious problem that we are facing in the city and in our community. These fake news destroying our community, destroy our city, destroy this council. And you thought it was fun and game. You're attacking me, saying it's fake news. Yeah, I say again, you can say fake news, attacking, do recall, run campaign. That's okay. You can do fake news, not a problem. But as long as it doesn't cause people to violently react and cause physical harm for anyone, including your worst opponent, morally, ethically, you cannot do that. And look at you. You have I have no control what other people say. There was a YouTuber travel from Washington to come into our state and declare, I want to be a martyr. I want to die for this, protect this religion, protect this monument that near and dear to their heart. That wasn't scary to you. I don't know what is. Jesus, people alive at stake right here. And you thought it was fun and game? What kind of leader you think you are? You're representing the people, okay? Your colleagues, Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo, Kimberly Ho, yeah, maybe you disagree with them as a political opponent. I get it. But you cannot allow physical harm and threat that might happen to them. Bring recall. You know what? They collect more than 4,000 signatures against Councilwoman Kimberly Ho. It's already a done deal. This is not an anti-campaign recall. Okay, 4,000 people just because of that rhetoric, that games, that theatrical performance of all these people that's supporting you and Mayor Trita. Okay, it's got 4,000 signatures, almost like 285 short. That's how angry people out there right now. And Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo being labeled as racist, and what? Almost 3,000 signatures were collected and submitted. We don't know the result yet. But I'm saying that, like I said earlier, Carlos Manzo might be the last non-Vietnamese official that ever that elected into this council. This is serious. You go to church every week. You pray to God. And it's okay? This is okay to you? That, you know, some think they play the game well because these guys, they know NLP. They understand NLP, neuro linguistics program. They say things, hey, we're going to turn the Liu Ngu temple into a brothel, a whorehouse. You know how that trigger an emotional violence response from the Buddhists? Okay, we see it in history in the past. We have a president that been labeled anti-Buddhist. Buddhism, and he got overthrown by the coup. He got executed in cold blood in a personal carrier years ago. This is not fun. This is not fun and game. Check your moral combat. They make it sound like the religious it's a holy war right now. Well, comes a woman, Kimberly Ho is a Mormon, a Christian, and she's against Buddhists. And it's okay to you. I didn't make any of those things up. I play what they put it out. These guys are your supporter. You support them for running for election. Nam Quan. Okay, you have a channel with 260,000 subscribers. Okay, the other guy have like almost 200,000 subscribers. That's a lot of follow right there. Whatever they say become real news. It is serious. You know, as an elected official, you can disagree with me. Okay, you don't like me. It's okay. You disagree with my the way that I think about this council, the way I vote. That's okay. But please have a moral compass. Have a point true north, and protect everybody. Protect everyone, including your colleagues. Okay, if they direct it towards you right now, I will stand up and say and voice my objection against that. That's not freedom of speech. You say something that might cause people to react violently and kill you and hurt you. That's not freedom of speech. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember
May I
Doe.
respond to that, please?
Councilmember Doe, no,
Yes.
I want to
Okay.
respond first. Councilmember Doe. I'm really surprised for what you just said. We all know that you've been a police officer for more than 20 years, and I appreciate that. However, you talk about violent all the time. As a police officer, you understand that you need to have evidence when you accept something. A few years ago, you posted on your Facebook, Westminster is now Ho Chi Minh City. That would create a big violence. I mean, like, don't try to lecture on us about the moral. Don't ever try that. It doesn't work that way. You are using the city resources for your personal vendetta. The community, they know that. You talk about violence. If any of us, we all understand, we all adult, we feel like a violence may happen to us, we report to the police, we report to law enforcement. You file complaint. Well, you keep mentioning like potential violence. You need to show the evidence. And at the moment when you post that, our city, now officially, Ho Chi Minh City, what did you think? What did you think? You understand? Our community, we all came here, escaped from communism. And a couple of years ago, you posted on your Facebook, not consider public. So don't ever try to question us. And how many times, Councilmember Ho, the way she used the language here, it's kept really low. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, it's my
Call
turn.
the question, please.
I was.
We need to
I
call
was-
the question. We can't have this
No,
go back
it's
and
my
forth like
turn.
that.
I
I call the question.
Councilmember Nguyen, respond.
We
Yes.
first
We
need
cannot,
to.
I mean, we can't sit here all night. We gotta get to the next,
Well,
what's important, it's the SS measure, please.
We
I
have
suppose
we
to-
have
We
to.
cannot have, no, I
Motion's
call the
been made. We
question.
need to see if there's a second to a call the question motion.
Sir, city attorney, Kaido had 2 chances to talk about it, and I was about to respond to that. And the mayor took over and said that he's going to talk first. And
Well,
why
it's his
can't I?
resolution, it's
You
his
know,
agenda. I
there's
call
no
the
way that
question. Do
we
I have a
can stop it.
second?
Is
No
all
way.
this back and forth going to get us
I-
anywhere? It's not,
I
it's
need
not going to change
I
anybody's
need to
mind.
ask,
Is it?
I need to ask
So,
This is
Councilman
not
Doe.
fair.
you know,
Yes, you let
They're
him
all
finish.
I
waiting.
need to
Why
ask
didn't you
Councilman
let him
Councilman
finish?
a question.
Charlie, you can address the
Can I ask you a
number
question?
one say no just a second. You can respond to the resolution, but number one is Vice Mayor Carla Manzo's a racist. Number two is Councilwoman Kimberly Ho is anti-Buddhist and then try to destroy the temple and destroy the monk, the abbots.
Let me do
Okay,
that.
if you can address that, okay.
Let me do that.
I know how you feel about me.
Let me
You
tell
can
you
just
that.
mention
Let me
that.
tell you
I know
that
that
then.
you know. Okay.
To be
Is the
honest,
Carla Manzo is a racist?
I'm talking about it right
okay,
now.
okay. Let
Believe it or
me
not,
just clarify.
I have to admit
a
that
motion.
you are actually listen to them more than I do. I did not have all the time to listen to what they say. If you think It was a serious threat. May I ask you, Councilmember Doe, have you ever taken any action to talk to them? Have you? If you trying to tell us to take action to talk to them, have you ever initiated an action? At least you can come and talk to them.
Absolutely.
You did?
Absolutely.
What the answer?
Oh, finish
What
your,
the answer?
finish your statements. They were shocked. I mean, the Vice Mayor Carlo Manzo was shocked because he's in a disadvantage. It was spoken in Vietnamese. She doesn't understand that. Okay?
No, I'm
They
talking
label him
about
as a
you.
racist. He doesn't speak any Vietnamese.
You should.
Okay? I talked to him.
Mayor, we have to deal with the motion to call the question. That takes precedence for
Second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor.
So,
This is a motion. This is a motion to stop debate and to call the question.
City Attorney, in order for us to call a question, don't we have to have a motion and a second on the floor for action and then call the question?
Yes, that's what.
I'd like to make a motion to
They're
approve.
basically
Motion to approve of that resolution with the
They're ending
recommendation
debate.
to by Vice Mayor Carlo Manzo.
Yeah, I want to make sure that there's an amendment. On.
What you asked will include it in the resolution somewhere, not in the particular number 6, but what you asked was in there. But we can add a blurb in there, number 6. So I can make a motion. Yeah, thank you.
I want to speak. I have some concerns about,
Oh, I thought that
I have some concerns about.
we already called for the question.
Okay, let's do this.
Stop talking. I can.
Let me clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Ho made a motion to call the question. My understanding of basically what was motioning was that she wants to end debate. Okay, and then we'll have a motion on the actual resolution, one way or the other. So let's deal with that first. This is a motion to end the debate. Is that correct, Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second to end the debate. All right.
And Councilmember Doe second.
They are on the floor. All right.
Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
This is for the motion to call for the question. Councilmember Ho made the motion. Councilmember Doe seconded it. Councilmember Ho.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Mayor Tung?
No.
Motion
All right.
carries.
So now go back to another motion, right?
Oh, yes. So now we need a motion then related to the resolution, or not.
I'd like to make a motion
there was
to
a motion made by Councilmember Doe, a second by Councilmember Ho, to approve the resolution with the amendments. Is that correct?
as recommended by yes.
And this is including Councilmember Manzo's statement that you wanted to have added?
Yes.
In section 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. And that is for a resolution entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster denouncing fake news of the City of Westminster and debunking recent fake news." Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
For the record, as long as we have this majority council, the city is in the disaster mode. My answer is no.
Vice Mayor Manzo?
Before I vote, I mean, I'm just very concerned. I have a lot of concerns, and two of the main concerns reflect on the way I would vote. I'm very concerned about all these statements that are being made out there in public and being that they're inciting. They're insightful, and they're insightful into two of the the most inciting topics is religion. The most sensitive topics is religion and politics, and for that to be going on out there in the community is, for one, is extremely dangerous for me and my family. Councilmember Ho and her family, it's just very dangerous. But I'm also concerned about that these names, there's names being mentioned in this resolution that, you know, I don't know, I'm just worried that it can put our city in, and we don't, the last thing we need is more lawsuits and paying our city attorneys to defend us. I mean, that's the last thing we need, is to have, you know, have that expenditure of on us. We're already spending money we don't have, and now we're going to go and do this. So I'm very concerned. Very concerned.
The city attorney to respond to your concern, and the city attorney respond to your concern. Is there any freedom of speech when it can cause violent reactions by people?
Is there, I mean, city attorney, is there, what risk do we have? Is there risk to our city on this, with this resolution?
Well, I mean, this is an unusual resolution, and it does call out some very specific statements. They are statements that were put out by people on media. So in one sense, they need to be able to stand up and defend what they said. If there's anything here that where, you know, the council is acting in a malicious way to say that someone said something that they didn't say, that's where you run into a problem. That's, you know, you're defaming somebody, defamation. But if to the degree that these are accurate statements about what people said, truth is a defense to a defamation claim. So can people sue? People can always sue. Would they, you know, win? It all depends on what's being said here in the resolution. Are you maliciously calling somebody out for something they really didn't say? That could be something that's actionable. If on the other hand, they did say it, then they need to defend what they said. And all you're doing is pointing out what they said. So it's a complex question you're asking. People can always bring suits.
Well, I'm in a kind of between a rock and a hard place, because a lot of the things that are being said, I don't understand what's being said because they're not being said in a language I can understand. So, but I'm relying on translation. I just,
You know, I totally understand your concern, Vice Mayor Calamanzo. I mean, I respect you either way that you vote. I totally understand your concern. Okay, but this is something that they need to be bring out to the open. And you know, I understand the difference between freedom of speech and say things to maliciously cause people harm, and we need to address this issue. So there's a vehicle, but there's a penal section.
Councilmember Ho, excuse me, Councilmember Do, I really appreciate, I appreciate your efforts and thank you for looking out for your colleagues and your concern. If it wasn't for you or somebody like you that can translate, you know, I would never know what's being said out there about me. And I do agree that this is fake news and this got to stop. This has got to stop completely, and our city is destroying our city. And you know, sometimes people get called out for standing up for themselves. And I think this is one of those times where we need to stand up for ourselves and say, this is not right. So my vote is yes.
Mayor Todd?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right.
So
Mayor and members of the council, if I may, we are almost reaching midnight. And of course, we have several items that are still on this agenda. At this time, I'm requesting that we, given the significance of the item regarding the budget, or 5.2 and 7.2, I would probably recommend that we continue those items to another meeting, just because I feel like it deserves a robust discussion. And, we obviously have 7.1 that needs to be discussed, as well as the item on CDBG that needs to be discussed tonight because it was noticed for tonight with a 30-day review period. But, I would recommend that we move the item on the sales, the impacts of sales tax measure, and then the Citizens Oversight Committee update to another meeting.
I would motion to do that. These are important topics that we should be talking about, and we should make sure that we have the full attention of the community when we're speaking of these items.
Second.
Very, very important. So we want to move forward 5.2 and 7.2 is correct.
Well, we want to definitely continue them. Well, I would say, just given the late hour and the the nature of the topics and significance of the topics, I feel like it would be best if we continued it just to another meeting.
Yes.
I mean, at this point, we can continue it to the next meeting, which is the 23rd. But if it's possible, another option, since I know that that the topic's very important to all of you, that we maybe consider adjourning or continuing these two items to a regular adjourned meeting. So maybe having a meeting next week on like a Monday, or on another day, if that works with your schedules. That's always a possibility.
My question to you is that by moving this 5.2 forward to another day, or push it back to another day, is that going to, are we going to miss any deadlines?
So based on our strategic plan, we were, we had set a goal of having that today, but if we were to move it, to next week, or even the next meeting, preferably next week, we would still be in a good place in our timeline.
If we move it to next week,
I think that's okay. But I mean,
I do.
I mean, if we have to move it to next week, she said that we could still move it to the following meeting and won't miss any timeline, right?
Yeah, the only thing that that makes it difficult as far as moving the item to waiting until the next meeting, unfortunately, is because our agendas right now, and our the items that are on our agendas, the agenda is getting impacted with a lot of the reports, because a lot of the reports are taking, where the council is very engaged with those items. And so I don't want us to get
what I'm trying to say is that, I mean, for me, I would like to move it to next week and have a special meeting.
Yes.
But the only problem is if we need to have the majority, we have to have 3 people to agree to do that. So worst scenario, you guys always plan on the best scenario.
Sure.
So worst scenario is the following meeting, and that's the 20-something. And if we don't have majority, to agree on a special meeting, then we'd still be okay with the timeline, right? If we were to go with the 20-something.
we would be, yes, we would be okay, but then I would ask that those 2 particular items be considered before any other item.
Okay, so could we ask everybody today? I mean, could we set that time now for next week?
We can't. I think the
We'll
best
make time,
is
because I think this is a very important topic.
I think our staff going to each every member on the council about the schedule. We cannot decide, right now, it's midnight, so.
the other thing, but I want to make sure that we're going to do this next week,
Okay.
city manager, is that
But the city manager going to ask us about the schedule, yeah.
It needs to be, we need the public involved, so it can't be during the day hours. It needs to be, at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock.
Sure.
it cannot be,
We
people,
can-
people work during the day. We need to make sure everybody has an opportunity
I-
to attend. So,
I will work, you know, obviously with all of you to arrange our schedules. I'm aiming for Monday only because I know Mondays are easier for some of you than others, but.
All right,
we'll
so
work on it.
I need a motion to, defer
Yeah.
5.2, 5.3, and 7.2. Am I correct?
So you don't actually need to make a motion to defer them, but it would actually just be item for that meeting. It would just be item, shoot.
5.2 and 7.2.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, 5.2 and 7.2. Those are the only two items that I just wouldn't consider tonight. We don't need to consider tonight, but we'll move it to a day next week.
Okay.
And can we have the motion? And my assumption here is that we're going to go on to finish the other items on the agenda. So we would need a motion, that same motion to
You
include.
sure that we have the time to
Go past
finish
it.
5.3? That's a long item. That's a long discussion item.
It's
well, right now is midnight. Are you sure that we go to digest?
So 5.3 has to be listened to because that's the CDBG
Okay, got
funding
it. Okay.
request, but it's the draft. You still have an opportunity with a public hearing in a month. But
Okay.
but that one, yeah, so you still need a motion to continue, to continue the meeting for tonight. So
Okay.
okay, well, was there a motion for 5.2, 7.2?
We don't need a motion.
Oh, we
So we
don't?
need a motion, 5.2 and 7.2.
Yeah, we do. City
But-
attorney.
Yeah, let's take a motion to move 5.2 and 7.2 to the next meeting.
Okay.
And include in that motion that we'll go past midnight to finish the rest of the agenda.
All right.
City manager, before we do that, city manager,
Sure.
if we are going to do the 5.2 and 7.2 in the next meeting,
next
why
week.
don't we no, next week? Why don't we also do it at 5.3 at the time? So that way we don't have to rush. It is right now at 4 minutes to midnight.
So 5.3 had because it's funding request, it's advertised for a 30-day review period. So that was already advertised for it
I got it.
today.
Okay.
And yeah, so it impacts the public hearing that takes
All
place.
right. Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
So
Yeah.
we have to.
There's a
make
legal
out.
obligation.
Okay. So
Make a
okay, so we
motion
need a
to
motion for
move-
5.2 and 7.2.
I make a motion to move 5.2, 7.2, and to extend this current meeting past midnight. The meeting to a special meeting next week for 5.2 and 7.2.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And that is for a motion to continue item 7.2 and item 5.2 to a meeting next week and to extend tonight's meeting past midnight to complete the rest of the agenda. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Tung.
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
So can we do 5.3 first? Because that's important. All right. So 5.3 draft fiscal year 22-23 annual action plan and community development block grant funding request. Staff report.
I move to accept.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The two approve as recommended.
And that was a motion made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Doe to approve the staff's recommendation to accept the draft fiscal year 2022-23 annual action plan and initiate the 30-day public review period of the documents in compliance with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Consolidated Plan Regulation. Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Tom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5.
All right. Item 7.1, defer from February 23rd, 2022, council meeting. Designation of authority from Community Services and Recreation Committee to the City Council for selection of a location of the proposed Wang Ji Monument.
Okay, that's my agenda. Thank you. Okay, so you know, I read comments. I know people sent in, and I know the different viewpoints that people have made. But I just want to make my a comment tonight, and okay, so basically, I'm concerned about. I want to make sure you all understand that I'm concerned about the process of this Quang Chi Monument, the construction process. So we already want to backtrack a little bit. You know, we got the majority to approve the construction of this Quang Chi Monument. Okay, so that has not changed. Okay, so I initially put the you know, like I said, I'm going to backtrack a little bit, but I promise I'm going to be quick. You know, on my MOU, I stated the location and all that, okay, and the 11 members. So we ended up agreeing to the 11 members, and I had agreed and voted for the location to be decided by a committee that Vice Mayor Manzo proposed to create just for this, for all future monuments, etc. So it was going to be like another park committee. And so I'm just going to, you know, bring back a little bit of, you know, just kind of review what we have done so far. So then when we didn't have enough people sign up for that new committee, then staff proposed that we dissolve, or what's the term? And so we did. Then we all agreed, I think the majority agreed, that we're going to allow the recreation, which is the full name would be the Community Services and Recreation Commission, to decide on the location. So then the community, so I'm going to make it short, I'm going to say Recreation Commission, for short. The Recreation Commission was tasked with the selection of the park. So I'd like to, before I go on, I want staff to confirm that. Is that right? Okay, could you vote? Please don't nod.
No, I'm gonna find, I'm gonna pull up staff to help you with this, so
Thank
hold on.
you.
So we have Acting Community Services Director Vanessa Johnson, who will fill in at this point.
No, but I think that was task, that was actually right on the council, from the council, that we tasked the Community Services
Yep.
Recreation Commission with the location, selection of the location. So that shouldn't have anything to do with Vanessa. So
Well-
then, of course, we passed that on to Vanessa.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah. So yes, it was passed to the commission when the monuments committee fell through, and that was disbanded because there was no interest. So it went on to, it was tasked, yeah, to the commission.
So, so basically, I want to make sure that we task them with the location and the location only. So when the agenda was tabled by the Park and Recreation Commission on February 28th, I take it that they did not want to deal with it. You know, when you're tasked with something, and if it's a commission and you know that, you know, just like us, a council, we, as long as you have the majority, you can have a meeting, correct? So you don't have to say, I have the majority, but I feel like I need 4 people. Oh, I need 5 people. I need everybody to be present. So, and then, you know, and then, so that's what I read from the, I believe, who was it that wrote to the council on the,
It was, yeah, it was a
summary of that meeting.
Yeah, it was an item of interest that was provided to the council regarding an update on that, but it was from staff.
Okay, so staff gave the update and saying that, you know, they wanted to table it, and because they wanted to wait until all the details, in terms of, I guess the details would include the logos and the writings, the Vietnamese and the English version to be completed. And I'm like, what? Okay, so you know what? This is like, it's really, you know, to me, you know, I'm a business person. I'm an executive MBA person, and I look at this and I go, is there a slower way to do things? And you know, this is like, it's got to be the worst process possible when you kick back and forth, and then you're doing something that you're not tasked to do, and then you're sitting on it, and you're actually, so what it is what it amounts to is that I believe, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems like, and it seems like this committee is, number one, is they don't want to make the difficult decision. If it is difficult, I really didn't think, I thought it would be a privilege for them to decide on the location, you know, and then I felt like, okay, you know, why is it that they have to have all the details before they make the decision? So I know there's some back and forth between the vice chair, or you know, or the vice chair and a couple of other people. They couldn't agree to how many logos, or the English, the verbiage, and the Vietnamese, etc. So I said I don't get into those details, but what I do get into, and I have the right to, I look at this process and I said, this is bad. You know, this has got to be, you know, so I want everybody to look at this process tonight and tell me that if I'm wrong, you know, the details like the logos and whatnot should be decided by the 11th. I don't think we set it up so that it's decided between 2 people. Okay, so it should not be decided by 2 people, and it's at their home. So it should be decided, if the details are going to be worked on, it needs to be, you know, they need to have that meeting. They need to get out there. The 11 people, the committee, that would be the Quang Chi committee, okay, need to meet and make that decision. And they make the decision as a body.
Spartan blades.
I'm sorry. And so, and you know, to me, the Park and Recreation Commission has enough information to make the decision. Why are they stalling? So, you know, what they need will be the dimension, the footing, the height. Do they need the weight? Well, they, you know, they have all the information. So I've been sitting on this, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I understand that you want to do things the way you want to do it. And I said, okay, if you want to open, if you want to create another commission, I'm all for it, gave you the vote. And then it's now like punted over to the Park and Recreation, so it's over there. And then now it's like, okay, nobody wants to make the decision. So you know what it is that you must understand, it's only a recommendation that we're asking for. So, you know, could we like speed this up a little bit and cut out the middlemen? If the middlemen don't want to work and they don't want to be the ones to, they're tasked with some, you know, a task. They're tasked with just one thing. And if they don't want to do that one thing, perhaps we need just to make the decision ourselves. So we have to take the responsibility of making the selection of the location of the QT monument. I understand that everybody either want to, I feel like they don't want to move along unless they get the logos, the amount of logos they want on there, to satisfy a group of people and the verbiage that they want. But I don't think that's none of their business. So they either move along or they give it back to the council. So I'm asking this body to decide, what is it that you want to do? You want to slow things down? You want to speed things up? You want to look at the process and say, this is not moving forward to building the Quang Monument. I think the people who are voting against us, they're cheering because they're not seeing that we move along. So I beg you, please, I'm irritated to see, I'm just so irritated to see this process the way it is, okay? So if it had been, the MOU had been agreed upon from A to Z, everything was in there, okay? But I guess it was my bad that I just agreed and I said, okay, I'll just take part of it, and if you want to do the other part, your way, fine. So this is where we are. We're in March. So I'm asking that we streamline the process, please, please. This has got to be the worst process possible. And if we're going to streamline, what do we need to do? We need to either, so two things I see wrong is that the committee of 11 need to be the one to make the decision as a body, not two people at someone's house and talking back and forth and holding, this monument hostage. So I feel like that this is being held hostage. This whole agenda is being held hostage. Okay, so it's not going anywhere. And I think we need to get the 11 to sit down and do that and finish up. But the 11, I know they were talking about, they didn't want to disband the monument committee because they wanted to fine tune. They wanted the time because there was no rush in fine tuning. So, and then if you want the Park and Recreation Commission to make the decision, the Park and Recreation Commission make the decision without asking for details like that. And I'd be fine with it, but this is really, really, really awfully irritating to me to see this happening. This is the worst process I've ever seen because of where we are, and it's not working out. And so if I don't speak up and say something, you think it's going to work itself out? I don't think so. It's not going to work itself out. So would you just give it a nudge, maybe by number one is decide, if I'm not being clear where it is stuck, I think I made myself pretty clear. Christine, what do you think? Am I pretty clear where? Am I describing it pretty well as to where it's stuck? So if not, you want to just, maybe help me out and summarize what I just said?
I got your point. It was clear.
Okay. All right. So if it's clear to you, then it should be clear to everybody. And so I'm asking the rest of you to tell me, what is it that you want? Could you help it? Could you nudge it? Could you figure out how you're going to help this process so that it's not just sitting?
All right, so I appreciate your concerns, Councilmember Ho, and what we all heard at the beginning. I think that the chairperson of Community Park and Recreation, he requests that our city council, we need to give them more time. That's what I heard from the comments. Is that from Mr. Jameson Power? Am I correct?
You're correct.
Yes, and even from the last meeting, he said, I think, the same thing. And I mean, it's up to the majority, up to the council. Yeah, it's up to you all.
Yeah.
But what I heard that, he asked, he asked that he need to have a complete design. That's what he asked for. And we all know that yes, the community park and the park and recreation mission is I think they consider the commission that they come up with with all the matter relating to the park. Yes, but that's what I heard, and that's what I remember. Yes.
May I speak, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Honestly, I think it's an insult to the Park and Rec Committee while, telling them that they are sitting on it and they do nothing while they have been wholeheartedly working on it. I said that because I know that they've been working on that. They, from the staff report, late of last year, this council body voted to authorize the Park and Rec Committee to take on the responsibility to advise us on any feasible location for the monument. And now, if we want to revert the authority back to council, I don't think that that's the right thing to do when they are, actually trying their best to, fulfill their roles. On January 31st, according to the staff report, the Park and Recs had the meeting to review and decide on the location, but they did not approve it with a 3-0 vote, citing that they need to see a complete design. They must have a reason for it, why they need to have a complete design. And the Monument Committee has been told to have a complete design before anything can happen. They know about it. And Park and Rec met again on February 28th to review the item. Still, the design has not been completed. And they once again have to refuse to look into it. Here we are facing the same problem, incomplete design. I don't know, seriously, I don't know why the design has not been completed by now. You remember the special meeting that we have? This council, rushed to have a special meeting to pre-approve the incomplete design on January 5th. I never seen anything that we have to approve before the design is complete. But it passed for a portion of it. The Monument Committee well understood that they need to complete the design and get back to the council for the full approval as soon as possible. It's been what? Over 2 months now. I don't know why they can't even iron out themselves within their committees. And right now they're still in fighting between the members. And that's why the design has not been done. So the question is, when the monument design is being completed? That's $1 million question. It's up to council. But I do agree that with the Park and Rec Committee, that we should not approve the project when it is still having many problems. If there is a little problem, then it should be resolved by now. And it should be come back to the council for approval. We do not want to continue to make exceptions. We did make exception last time when the design could not be agreed and finalized between the committee members. And we heard that from Bob Harrison in the e-comment too. However you want to take it, but I don't feel comfortable to have, to approve a location when the design is not complete. So I am in full support of the Park and Rec Committee.
You know what? I take everything you say with a grain of salt because you never voted for the monument. So I don't even know why you even make a comment. So let me just say this, okay? I'm here to help it along. I'm trying to dissect this and hopefully for those of you who care, maybe you could help me make a decision. I'm just seeing that the process is wrong and we need to make sure we understand what is wrong and we have to put it back on the right track. So what I see is wrong is, yes, I think there are contentious arguments about the logos, or like I said, I'm not even asking you to guess it. I already told you that the 2-3 people are in disagreement, and I think with the details. And it was never our intention to have the Park and Recreation Commission look at those details. Okay, it is something that is ongoing, and that is something that the 11 members of the committee need to decide on. So, if we allow the Park and Recreation people to look at the details, then it is being held hostage over there. Okay, and so it's like either I have a feeling that, like I said, I don't discuss any details with those people because like I said, I've talked to Bob Harrison. I said, would you please move things along and work with each other? And I've talked to the Mr. Huang, and I said, would you please, speak to Mr. Bob Harrison? And they did speak, but they did not agree. And I just don't think it should be decided by those two. There are 11 folks. So that's where the decision should be, so the folks from the committee of 11 should be the ones to decide on the details, on those details. So spare the Park and Recreation of details like that. So they need to be very clear of their task. And the task, once again, is to decide on the location. And if they cannot do it, and if they cannot move along, to decide on that, and they insist on having the details done before they could make a decision, it makes no sense to me. Then we need to take on that responsibility. Okay, or we allow the 11 members, the 11-member committee to make the decision on the location as well. So you know what, please do not belittle my recommendation, because I've gone along with your request, your recommendation, your process, and this is where we're at. We're stuck. Okay, so could you please, before, I'm not insisting. Let me just say, I'm not insisting that it goes to the council, but I'm not giving you a decision. I'm not really making a decision. I want you to give me some insights, and then after that, I will tell you what I think the decision should be. So please.
Okay. When you say you mean the council, or you mean the Councilman Nguyen? When you say you mean when I'm asking you say you?
I'm asking all 5 or 4 of you, but I know that the other 2 don't care. Okay. So it's mostly the 3 that gave the votes from the very beginning, So I think it would be you and, but I can't just say you and Carlos. I have to say all of you. So.
Can I interject real quick? Thank you for all that information. And I get, and I want you to understand that I am sensitive to the whole issue. But there's a few things. I think Councilmember Doe mentioned this at our special meeting, and I agreed with him that we cannot muscle this thing through with the majority of committee members. The whole gist of this whole thing is that to get it correct, to get it right, to make sure that that not only the Vietnamese armed forces are represented correctly and with the true history, with also with the American side and those being represented in the correct history there as well. That's the whole point of this whole long drawn out affair. And we cannot cut the knees off of the commissioners. You know, they deliberated this and they felt as a majority that they needed to have, you know, whatever information they were seeking, and we can't cut them off. I mean, they're doing their due diligence, and I expect them to do their due diligence. And what I would want from them is if somebody can relate, Vanessa can relate this to them, is this is a big decision to put this item on a, you know, wherever the location. I would want them to not just go off of a staff report, but, you know, to go out there and visit sites and do their due diligence and make an informative decision. And I don't think it's right for us to, you know, to cut them off. We're asking, they're the community, they represent the community as we do, and we have to allow them to do their job. I mean, I don't think this council is ready or equipped or even done any kind of homework whatsoever about a location. So I don't think the council, you know, we wouldn't be ready anyways. And second, you know, council, we're the ones that said that they still need to work on these items. They need to work on the verbiage and the emblems, get them right, and they haven't gotten them right. Councilmember Nguyen mentioned the timeline that they've had to do this, and it's not done yet. And like I said, it's not a matter of muscling it through, and that would be wrong to do. It's got to be right. It's got to be done
Thank
correctly.
you. Councilmember
I'm
sorry.
So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I get the timeline and the sensitivity on it, but at the same time, we can't cut off our commissioners. I mean, where does it end? On other projects, do we cut them off as well because we don't like their decision or how they're going about making a decision? So I mean, I just feel that we need to let them do their job.
Okay, let me say this to you. You know how you, I'm just saying that, you know, time doesn't unstuck the situation. Like I told you, if they need time to go out there and look at the park and look at the different parkland, and that's fine. There wasn't any talk about lack of time to do that, and that's not a problem. I'm saying that they wanted the details, the logos and whatnot be done before they could make a decision on that. We did not tell them that. I never agreed to that, okay? That to me is not what I agreed to. I gave my vote for them to make a decision on the park. So they need to go and look at 20 parks, I don't mind. And if they tell me that, hey, you know, we looked at 10, but we need more time to look at another 10, I'd say, hey, take your time, do it. But they're not saying that. Now they're siding with the few who are saying that these few are saying that they want certain logos on there. And like I said, I don't want to get into details, okay? But I know the gist of the problems where they're stuck. So I'm telling you that that's not what's going on. So if we just keep sitting here on our hands, thinking that we just sit out and laissez-faire, let them do what they want to do, let them do, you know, just like the idea of throwing money at it, it's going to fix itself. Well, same thing. So if you sit here and you fold your arms and you watch them, well, you know, you keep watching, you're gonna never see the end. It's, you know, the point is I can see that we need to define the roles, and I think we did define the role of the Park and Recreation. I did task them with my vote. I tasked them with choosing a location, okay? And if I cannot be clear enough, I'm gonna be really clear now. that I did not ask them to look at the logos or whatever details. And I even said I had a comment. Actually, I called Christine and I said, okay, I know they're not happy and they have doubts about the English version of the English writings. And I told Christine, I said, why don't you just get someone professional? And if you just get the most professional for that, okay, we will take care of it that way. That's how you solve problems. If you sit here and you solve problems by folding your hands and sit on your hands and you say, let them go, let them do it, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't see that. They don't see the end of the tunnel. So please stop selling me on that. So I'm just saying, okay, what is it that I need to do today to unstuck this thing? Okay. But that's it. I'm bringing this back now, but I'm not going to sit here and disband another, just like I sat and with my MOU and I said, okay, this is how we're going to do things. This is the whole process. And yeah, you pick off that location you want to do your way. And then the location got done your way. And then it didn't happen. And then it got done your way again. It didn't happen. And now it's done your way again. It's not going to happen. And I don't know if I have to say it again, it's not going to happen. Okay. So it's not going to happen. And so I'm just very displeased with the process. If you want to propose to me, if you tell me I'm wrong, so you tell me the right thing to do, but don't tell me. What you just told me is just let them have more time and do their thing and don't chop off their knees and things like that. Please don't tell me things like that.
Well,
just tell me the process. But the process is we're stuck because
May I make a comment real quick, please? We heard you. Let me ask the community service director, Johnson. Would you be so kind and tell me, do we have a full commission for Park and Rec? Do we have all the members, all 5 members?
4 out of 5.
There's still a vacancy. That's correct.
By who? Who's
It's Mayor Taw's appointment.
Oh, okay. So we don't have a full commission.
No, not yet.
Okay. So, and do we have an alternate?
Yes, there is an alternate, but the commission has declined to put that alternate into a voting position during the last 2 commission meetings.
What do you mean by that? Could you articulate that?
So in order for an alternate commissioner to vote and participate as a regular member, and Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, they must be voted upon the commissioners to that position at that meeting.
And the commission refused to let person to be a voting member.
Yes, that's correct.
And who is that alternate? Is that like with Tony Boy?
That's correct. Yes.
The one to say he did not vote for that? Okay. Oh, interesting. I thought we have a full Park and Rec commission. That's very interesting. You know what? When we try to form that park commission to make the decision on the monument, and I don't think the community really understand the importance of that committee. So, everybody hot and heavy on the Quan Tree Monument Committee, but then they neglect that to put in for that that committee. So, and when we repeal that, when did we repeal that? Sometime last year, right? Because of lack of interest, only 2 applications. Am I correct?
3 months later.
Okay, and we did not anticipate the issue we have right now. So I thought we have a full board Park and Rec commissioner. if we don't, can 2-2 vote will carry, or can anybody explain it to me?
Yes, they could make a recommendation and have a quorum. They are just not comfortable without the entire council being represented.
Okay, but it can be done, is that correct?
It could be done, yes.
Okay, so if the motion is being made and the vote is 2-2, will that motion carry or no? Somebody answer that for me.
Christian?
2 in favor and 2 against would not pass.
Okay.
That motion would fail.
But if they have a quorum, they could
What
move forward.
I'm not done yet.
I'm
I'm not done yet. Councilman Nguyen, I mean, you know, I don't understand why you.
do it. Okay, I thought you're
Yes.
done. If not, then do it.
You know, I would, if that's the case, I think we need to form another commission to make the decision, or have a resolution to have the country monument to make a decision on that. If that's the case, I mean, legally, is that possible, Christian? How does that work?
Sorry, could you repeat that? To make a resolution to what?
Makes a resolution to form another commission to revitalize the commission that Council Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo were trying to form to make a decision on the monument on the parks, or the resolution to have the country monument to make the decision on the location.
I go for the country monument.
Would that be possible? Because right now, you know, if we would have made Tree Tower, we're not appointing another member into the commission, it's going to be very difficult to go forward, right? Is that what it is? Did you have someone you appointed into the commission, Councilwoman Kimberly Hall?
Yes, I believe mine is Con Nguyen. He's been there.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, you know, to be honest, I've been thinking about this. I mean, you know, we asked the city for a piece of land to build a monument, you know, commemorate the retaking of that citadel in Vietnam, 1972, but not so much of that battle. But this is a legacy of a Vietnamese American who firmly established in this city. And, you know, to me, it's you know, when we ask for a piece of land, you know, with all the contribution we made to America, we ask for a small piece of land to build a monument. We need to get all the support we possibly can. And the Park and Recs Commission, they have to do the same. I mean, you know, they have to make sure that the recommendation and the decision we make will make everybody happy. At the end of the day, I think we need to do it right. We need to slow everything down, do it right. I'm very happy with the way that the Country Monument Committee been doing, because this is the first time they have an opportunity to serve on a official city commission, and this thing that they did not know, and now they know, and it's just wonderful that we need these people to support us, to support the way that we're doing things in this country. So there's a lot of miscommunication. I mean, for some reason, you know, why in the chairman, he's supposed to talk to the city liaison, but for some reason they neglect those person and go someplace else to get direction. And that's why a lot of things that has not been done correctly. And they think that I think they have learned, and with the help of the senior manager, Kristen Corden, and make sure that they well informed, they know what's exactly what they're doing. I think so. So far, I think it's good, and I agree that we need to. I do firmly believe that we need to, because we did anticipate the problem we're dealing when we dissolve the commission that Vice Mayor Manzo tried to form to make the decision on the monument in the park. Now we have nothing except the Park and Rec Commission, and we need to allow them to do the job unless the City Council come up with a resolution or something somehow, either form another commission or something. And with the majority of City Council approved, then we'll go from there. But right now, I think we need to utilize the Park and Rec Commission. I believe that we have enough good people in there to, number one, back for us to make sure that everything is done right, by the book, and get a lot of support from everybody. And the cost of that's going to be, we have to slow down in order to convince people to support. This is the right thing to do. Years from now, everybody can look back and say, yeah, that was a good thing that our ancestors support this project, so that we can have something to commemorate the legacy of the Vietnamese American. We cannot plow through things and demanding to take over. I don't believe in that. I think we need to allow the Vietnamese Arvin to tell the story, because it was there. Okay, we need to allow to American veteran to be at an advisory role, because they wasn't there. Okay, they understand the battle through the press and what the American government telling them. They're never there. So, but I think with those two group of people, I think there's a perfect balance, because one, the checks and balances, because you know how it is in a environment, in an ecosystem, there are no check and balances. There's going to be a lot of dictatorship. So right now at this point, I understand your concern, Councilwoman Kimberly Hall. I do, but at the same time, I think that we need to slow down and get a lot of people to support this project. Maybe this is the last monument ever built in this town, and this monument needs to be non-political. So we have to end this, because people build monument to get votes, to get reelected, to run for higher public office. We need to stop that, stop the manipulation, and do everything right. So at this point, I think we just have to have faith on the Park and Rec Commission, allow them to do their job. If not, then we can put that in the council in a few weeks from now. Just give them an opportunity to do their job, and give them an opportunity to convince the resident to support this project. And again, allow the Arvin, the veterans, to tell their story. Those who was there, tell the story.
I have a question.
I don't have any objection to that. And so the only thing is, everything you are saying is, it's really, to me, it doesn't really unstuck us if you really know the problem. And I can tell you that right now, I think I guess he would be the vice chair. He's quite demoralized by the fact that he's done everything he can, and it's just basically, I believe there are people who are trying to stop this monument from being built, and that's not going to change over time. And we already said, for those who think that way, just want to remind you that we're not trying to revisit and say, hey, we should, renege and not build this monument. We're just trying to build it by the right people who are going to be inclusive, trying to include, the Arvin groups, and the group that they never included was the U.S. Army groups. And so now they're including, rather than applauding, you're demoralizing the group, the 11. And so I think that's really bad for morale. And so I just want to let you know that we already tasked with only, I'm fine if the, Park and Recreation will only stick to determine the location. I am not going to, that's exactly what we gave them the privilege to do. We asked them to only determine the location. And with everything else, the design was already, the design, the depiction was to be determined by the Quang Chi committee, and that should still remain with the Quang Chi committee, not with one member, not with the vice chair or the chair, but with the 11, and they vote. They need to, do it the democratic way and vote. So, if you want I would be in support to continue with the Quang Chi Monument, not Quang Chi Monument, with the Park and Recreation Committee. But I wanted to make sure we clarify tonight that they are only in charge of determining the location and the location only. Okay? That's it.
I think
I want to make sure I clarify my vote, because that was my vote then. It was never my intention to give them do everything and let me just watch. No, never. That was never. I never gave them that right. And so let's go back to the minutes if you want to. Okay.
I think they have other concerns besides the emblems and the verbiage from what I understand. And I think all the commissioners seem to have been in unison as with the same concerns, it seems like. So,
but they don't work things out at the Park and Recreation Commission. It should be worked out over at the Quang Chi committee.
And do you know why haven't they gone to that? Why haven't they got to it yet? Do you know what's going on?
Because one person wants to get his way. A few people want to get their way, and I'm just saying that I don't get involved, but I understand. I have to understand, the gist of what's going on in order to bring this forth. Okay, I'm just telling you that we don't just sit here, throw money at it, and sit and fold our arms and say, let them go at it, give them time, slow down, and things are going to happen. This is like the opposite of streamlining, and I'm just not used to that.
I don't think it had anything to do with, like I said, I'm sensitive to the time and the whole.
I don't care about the time, but can you just tell me why you need?
I'm just saying.
I'm not talking about it has to be done tomorrow, anything like that.
But I'm just saying this wasn't supposed to be a council project. This was supposed to be a community project.
Well, let's go back to what I said. Let's go back to what I said. They are not going to sit here and figure out. We cannot take a cop-out approach and say, let them figure it out. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so we need to, again, I'm going to say it one more time, is that the Park and Recreation is going to decide only on the location. That's that. Go back to the committee and make them decide on the logo depiction or whatever, the details. Those guys they're supposed to continue to work on the details. Okay, so don't even tell me that. I'm not trying to shorten anything or push anything forward fast or anything like that. It's stuck. Okay, it's stuck because there are people with different interests. There are people who don't want to build at all. There are people who just want to get their way. There are people who are trying to string you along because they're not getting their way. So can you please let's open our eyes and see that.
One other observation that I've seen is that the Quang Chi Monument Committee was not supposed to make any kind of recommendation for location, and I keep hearing a location being thrown out there, and that was never taxed upon that. They weren't supposed to ever do that. And they were told that, but they said that, hey,
you know what, they were also told that they could have their own opinion as an individual. So is that right, Mr. I'm sorry, Vanessa Johnson? They know that, right? And they came to you and they said we could have our individual opinion, correct?
But I think
Yes.
on the staff
They've
report,
been
what was the
presenting
staff
those
report?
individually.
Yes.
Say that
Well, you
again.
know what? We have to be careful with all the rumors. I mean, especially we're not involved in that committee meeting, and you know we got fed with rumor, and sometimes you know
Right.
there are three sides of every story. You
That's
know,
true.
the truth and the truth. So
I didn't hear.
I heard a lot, but I never get involved with that. I don't jump into it, and I don't buy it immediately. I don't wait patiently. So you know we have to be careful with all the rumors, especially you know we're not involved in those
Yeah,
meetings.
correct. That's what I don't like hearing is, I didn't hear, Director Vanessa, what was that you said a second ago? I didn't hear you.
Yes, they have presented a location as an individual. The committee has not presented a location.
Oh, just an individual.
As
then.
an individual communicating to the commission, yes, but not the Quang Tri committee presenting a location to the commission.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
So, all right. So I am proposing today, and I don't know what we have to do, but I want to make sure that I propose to clarify to the Park and Recreation. I will just let them, continue with their task. They are tasked with solely to decide on the location of the monument, the Park and Rec. So that will be still at the Park and Recreation. That was their number one task. Okay, they really don't have a number two task. So that needs to be clarified. Okay.
My understanding is that when we can't establish the committee with the 9 people, and we then defer everything to Park and Recs for them to take over the committee that we're trying to establish. I don't know what that is, but we have to look back, from the beginning, what we intend to do with the committee that we're trying to establish, and we didn't accomplish it. I know that we voted. We want to make sure that everything we diverted to the Park and Recs committee. So I don't think that we specifically said that on location only.
So Councilwoman Kim Ho, so you done with your argument, right? You're gonna let
We did ask them to pick the location only. Okay.
Okay.
The location only. I asked them to look it up. So
that's it, and we don't need a motion for that, right? That's their job. It's gonna be on the. Christine, is that something that the city staff gonna put on the agenda for Park and Rec to decide, or how's that?
I think personally, if that's the direction, you should make a motion and clarify that the city council gives direction to the Parks and Recs Commission that they should examine and pick a location only and not look at other aspects of the money. That's what I'm hearing.
And
It would be good to give clear direction to them.
Before
I'd like to.
Because before I go there, just give me 1 second. Let me ask you a clarifying question. So, okay, so in any city commission, all right, the city staff will get involved with the commission. Is that correct? And you would direct the commission to do proper procedure, the next step. Okay, so the next step for the Park and Rec is what? Legally and administratively. Are they supposed to look for decide a location for the monument, or does the city council have to propose that? What is a natural process?
Are you talking to me or
anybody in the city?
Could you let me ask staff a question? Maybe maybe it's the same in line with your question. Mr. Public Works, Jake, no. Yes. I want to ask both of you, since you're both in charge, you and Vanessa Johnson, do you know that the Park and Recreation Committee should be in charge of only deciding on only the location? Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you remind them of that?
I think it's on the agenda, right? Correct, Vanessa?
Okay.
It's on agenda
Yeah,
for location only.
So that's what I'm saying is that so our staff know that commission, clearly the objective or the task is to choose the location. Okay, but I feel like that commission just wants to go off on their own and do what they want to do. So again, did you tell them that they are only tasked to choose the location, not the details? Not the details, yes.
Yes, they understand they're not choosing details.
And they're
They
not
have
to sit and wait
hesitation.
for those details.
They do want to wait.
Okay, but
Yeah.
see, that's the thing is that today I want to make sure, okay, that they do not, if they're going to sit and wait, then I'm telling you that they should be tasked with choosing the location, period. They do have the dimensions of the monument. Okay, they don't need to know what's the writing, what is the writing on there in order for me to choose a location. That to me, it is telling me that they just don't want to do the job. It's telling me that they're playing games. So please, okay, you guys, if you don't see that, you have a problem. If you don't see that, so today I just want to make sure we clarify, okay, that they are going to move forward, okay, and decide on the location of the monument, of the park. Choose a park, and that is their task. Okay?
There's no action is going to be taken. Then they already know their task.
So, city attorney, what do we need to do?
Well, I think they do know their task. It sounds like staff has been telling them, but they're interpreting that in a way that they don't want to make a decision until certain design aspects are resolved.
So now we need to tell them that they need to move forward and make.
Just a second. Do we have, did the Retaken Country Monument Committee approve the final design, everything?
At this point, no, we don't. We're still stuck on the frontage design, which is the patches and the logo, and then the writing on the side in both Vietnamese and English.
Okay, what does it take to get it? What does it take to get that thing done?
The country committee members have to work together. Make the decision on what need to be showed up in the front of the on the front panel of the base. And then the writing, I think I'm talking to the vice chair. I think he's trying to get the professional translations on what being written in Vietnamese into English.
Okay. The emblem, the American Armed Forces emblem, that my understanding is that we have to have permission from the Department of Defense to use those emblems. Is that correct? Because some of the member brought it up, that you cannot use this in Marine Corps or Air Force or whatever, just stick it on the monument without asking them for their permission, because it's a federal violation, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have any knowledge of that, Mr. Jacob?
I don't have any knowledge on that one. I think I relayed the message to the group, but I think I'm not sure the city attorney has any information as far as what the requirement for to have those logo on it.
Yeah, because if we have to jump over hoops, and at the end we have to remove it, then it's just a way of time. So that's something that we might want to remind the committee to consider, because using a
federal's armed forces emblem is, it's very cumbersome to get permission to do that. So, okay, I trust that Mr. Chagno can work well with the commission and then walk them through it. And you've been very helpful, and I just want to appreciate your effort. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We can move on.
Okay. So is there anything we need to do? So does that mean that the next time, I want to make sure the next time the recreation committee meets, they are to move along with deciding on the location without waiting for the details. Okay, those are two independent things, two independent commissions. Decide on those things.
Wait a minute. Don't they have to the final design have to be approved by the Country Monument before the Park and Rec can
No, we didn't
decide
say
the
that.
location?
But we not.
But what is the correct way to do it? That's my concern.
Well, okay.
The final approval, final design has to be approved by the committee and move on to the next phase, or it's still half done, and then the Park and Rec can consider the location. What is the?
No.
Can I listen to Jay? Could you would be so kind and explain that to us, so we can have a uniform approach?
Sure, absolutely. The Rec Commission can recommend a location, but I think they insist to see the.
No, I'm not
complete
asking
design.
if they're insisting.
Just a second.
Can you stop referring to them? The question is about you. Okay, so we're asking your thoughts, for your thoughts. So please don't.
May I have only one person that I speak, please?
Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, please allow Mr. Chagno to explain to the council the proper procedure, please.
Procedure.
So basically, the council already been approved the depiction and the design. So the Quantry Committee is supposed to finalize the front design and the sign designs and bring it back to the Quantry Committee for the approval. After that one, that will go to the city council for the final approval of the overall project. The Rec Commissions were tasked to determine the locations. They don't have to have the other component. They can make that recommendation to the council based on the information that we have at this point. We've been communicating to them very clearly, but I think, like I said, they insist that you have everything before they make that decision.
Well, see, that's my problem there.
Okay.
And everything has to go, I mean, everything can go parallel. So those two decisions are independent of one another. So those two committees work independently and they bring it to the council. Okay, then the council will make a final decision, adopt or whatever. Okay, so those should not, I mean, they are turning into a body that's like, they're like policing the other, which is not right. That's not what that was not what my vote went to do.
Can Park and Rec demanding the other commissioners to finish their work legally?
I don't have that information. I'm not sure Kristen can chime in on that.
It seemed like we put.
Just a second, sir. Could you're not Christian, so would you be so kind? Let the city attorney explain that to us, please.
Both of these bodies are advisory to the city council and respond to the city council direction. So if the city council says, we want you to do this, that's what they should do. So it's really incumbent on the council to make clear to them, we want you to pick a location based on the information you have right now and do not look at the design any further. That is the job of the Quantry Committee. That would be my recommendation, that you make a very clear direction to them. Or
so how do we do that? How do we do that?
Just make a motion
right
because
now.
They already have this.
Okay.
It's already been assigned to them. They're interpreting it in a way that seems to be contrary to at least some members of the council. So if you want to give them clear direction, make a motion, just a minute, order, to provide direction to them.
Okay, well,
I would like to make a motion.
one of the, can I
to
say,
clar-
one of the other concerns was, and I think it does have to do with design. I think, I don't know if it's in here, or if somebody said something, or I heard it, I don't know where, about lighting. So is there something, Jake, is there lighting component to this monument?
Absolutely.
And is that all, is that part already designed? Is it already done?
Not on the lighting.
So see, that to me, it's an important part that needs to be decided. Because that's gonna, I mean, depending on what location they have, they need to know.
Who's responsible for the lighting?
They need to know, if there is, if that's available, if that source is available, and what's it gonna take to get that power source to the location. I mean, it's not gonna, is it 1,000 feet away, at 200 feet away? I mean, they need to know, they need to know that component. Is there gonna be a lighting component, and then where is that source at? Where's that power source coming from?
That's correct.
Who's responsible for that, Mr. Jacob? Who's about?
Sure.
Is that the committee, the design, or that's something that city can help and supplement that?
Part of the design of the monument, the Quantary Committee should come up with the design where the lights are going to be. I think it's part of the requirement for the American flag flying at night. Then we have to have the lights.
Yeah, and how much lighting and how much lighting could be involved, and if there, and after that is determined, then are we going to have that enough power, enough source to provide that lighting that's designed?
So they need to work with an electrical engineer.
They need to, so all that needs
to, is that correct?
All that needs to be just thought about, in order for making an informed decision.
You know what? Those are reasonable questions for the Park and Recreation people to demand that they have a decision for. And I don't know, but that's a reasonable thing to ask of the committee. So that's fine. But I think that when you have the footing and the dimensions and all that, and if you add the electrical or the lighting element, you should be able to move pretty quickly on the design. I mean, on the location, on choosing.
Can we have a timeline for the committee to finish their design, finalize the design, including the lighting? 4 weeks from now, is that reasonable?
Okay.
Should we give them a deadline? Should we say this is the deadline? Since
they have to have that thing done by in 2 weeks from now. Is that reasonable?
I think so.
Because it seems like there's no rush. I mean, everybody wanting something and looking for direction from somebody else, except city staff, and they, it seems like they want the direction from the city council, who are not directly involved with that process. It's a city council, it's a city commission. It's supposed to they're supposed to work with a city staff liaison, in this case, Mr. Jake Go. Okay, so they need to get the thing done, finally the design. Okay, it's a majority, a democratic process. It's a majority. You cannot have every member of the committee agree on something. You have to be able to convince and elaborate and explain to the other members of the committee that, hey, this is the reason why we want to go in this direction. Okay, we love to have your support, but if you don't have you don't support, then I'm sorry, we have to go this way. I mean, it's a democratic process. If you want like 100% your peer to approve this, it's a beyond a reasonable doubt, and there's no way that we can get this thing done. And I hope, Mr. Jake, you can convey that message to the committee that they have to take action, make a decision. If you don't make a decision, somebody else will make it for you. To choose something, okay, or
So
something will be chosen
to-
for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just
I'd like to make a motion. May I make a motion? I'd like to make a motion to tell the Park and Recreation commission, that they have a month to make a decision on the location. And independently of the Park and Recreation, I like the QT, the Quan Chi Monument Committee, to finalize the details, and they have a month to also finalize the details. And like I said, they work independently, so one should not answer to the other, okay? So if they need to make the decision on anything relating to the light element and all that, I think that goes with the, they do what they need to do in order to, add to the footing and I don't think it really holds up that decision, because do you have the dimension? I believe they have the dimension, right, of the monument, correct?
Correct.
Jake?
Yes,
So,
they do have
okay.
dimensions.
So that would be my motion, is that for both committees to finalize and what they're tasked to do within 1 month. Okay? And I don't want to confuse anybody, but if they're tasked with that, they need to stick to that. Do not ask the Park and Recreation, please do not ask for details on the monument before moving along. That would not be the direction of this council.
That seems reasonable, but the only concern I have is what I mentioned earlier, that the Parks and Rec Commission would need to have maybe not the emblems and the verbiage, but anything other design like lighting that needs to be done before they can make a decision. But not, and I get it where you're saying they don't need the emblems and the verbiage done, but all the other aspects of the design should be done before.
So Public Works, I would think that if they're going to move along quickly, in order for them to meet the deadline of 1 month, perhaps the 11-member QT Monument Committee could meet twice. Okay, so maybe they should meet at ASAP to decide on the lighting, the elements, and then pass it along to you. And then you make sure you communicate that to the Park and Rec. And then the Park and Recreation shouldn't need to meet more than once to make that decision on the location. Okay, so that will be my motion.
So let me understand something. You want to make the motion to have Park and Rec go ahead and recommend a location, and at the same time, the Redistricting Country Monument are going to have to finalize their design, including what do you got, an inscription? Is that a proper term?
Whatever description or whatever.
Description, yeah.
English, and
the
logo,
storyline, and the logos, yeah. And
Yeah.
they need to have they need to do it, convince other members democratically, so that we can have we can get this support from all sides.
But as a
Is that correct?
committee,
Is that correct? As a committee, is that correct?
yes, I want them to work as a committee. I don't think it's good for them to work one-on-one and be off with just a few people working on the logos or whatever and whatnot. So I think we elected the 11. They need the majority to move forward. They need to move forward, and they have a month to do so, to complete. Okay, because let's put
I don't really like to get involved in telling the committee what to do, but it's been a while, and it seems like that too much confusion and miscommunication and loss in translation. I think this is something we need to give a clear direction to both of those city entities, so they can focus on what needs to be done. They might not agree for whatever reason, but I think it's a direction. I think it's a reasonable direction, and it's a democratic process to have the commission make the decision to move the project forward. So I second it.
Can I
really,
propose?
this is
Can I propose
may I just say really quickly, look, I just want to let you guys know that I'm only insisting on the process. You need to lay out the process for the people. You can't really expect people to help and make them have to decide on the process. It's very difficult. Okay. So I'm making clear of the process, and that's what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. And everything else, I'm going to leave it up to the to the committees.
Is a month time is reasonable time for all that? Do they need more time? More than a month?
Well, I think the people that might take, I know the monument people have they haven't been doing anything for 3 months, so they haven't been meeting. I don't know when the last time was, but I just because they're not meeting doesn't mean they're not working on it. So I think a month is reasonable.
I have no idea. It's been like for several months already since we voted to tentatively approve that project, and nothing finalized yet. So I think a month is enough, unless they have mitigating circumstances and asking for extension that we consider. But right now they need to take care of business and do things that they have to be done. So
yeah,
I think right now at this point a month is I'm okay with a month unless they can provide mitigate some circumstances and take more time.
So they can ask for an extension if need more time.
They could, I just explained themselves, and we could extend.
But why don't you include that in your motion that they can ask for an extension? 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. I don't know. I just don't want to put them in a.
Okay, so I will give them, one extension of 2 weeks. Okay.
And then they need to come back for if they need more.
Right now I think that we need to have a timeline, and at the same time we don't want to be rigid and unreasonable to the point, hey, you got 2 more weeks to do it. I think if it's reasonable, we have to be able to extend the timeline a little bit. But I don't think that's the intention of this city committee and commission would want to do that. So right now at this point, yes, we will give them reasonable time to, whatever it takes, reasonable to complete that task.
Yeah, because Jake, because part of that time and within that month's time frame, they were asking them to get all their the text translated, correct? I mean, have that all done. So is that going to be? Are they going to be under the gun to get it right? I mean,
no, I'm just saying that it'll be farmed out, it'll be contracted out to whoever. They're not going to have anything to do with that part, So everything is kind of moving along at one time. So
I think a little pressure, pressure help people to take care of business. If there's no pressure, everybody just moping along and just waiting for somebody else make the decisions. Right now they have a timeline, so it's up to them to act. So right now 1 month is good, but the council, to me, the council should be able to accept their reasonable request for extension. Reasonable. Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, go for that.
Can I suggest some language for this? I think, unless you guys think you're okay right now.
No, you go ahead.
I just put some language down here. Direct the Quang Tree Committee to finalize the design within 1 month, including the lighting design, logos, inscriptions, and other aspects of the design for a recommendation to the City Council, because the council makes the final decision. Also, direct the Park and Recs Commission to take immediate action to select a location to recommend to the City Council based on the existing proposed dimensions and materials of the monument. The location should take into account the need for power for lighting, and the recommendation should be made to the council within 1 month. Commission should not consider minor design aspects such as logos, inscriptions, which is the job of the Quang Tri Committee.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, so we take about 1 month, like April 10 or April 9 or 4 weeks from 4 Thursday from now. Which one are we talking about?
What are you-
30 days?
I'd say, the 9th, unless Public Works and Vanessa.
Wednesday, I mean,
When do they
April the
usually
9th?
meet?
You can't count days. So you had to, I would suggest it would be from, I would say the 14th, give them starting the 14th.
Okay.
Go to we have the meeting with the Quang Tri Committee meeting.
No, the timeline starts from, the 1 month timeline starts from the 14th.
And the 14th.
You know what,
14th of
City
April, right?
Attorney,
Yeah, yeah.
If you don't mind, I think to make sure we convey, for the sake of being very clear on our in our communications, I think it might be good to clarify that we want the committee, the QT committee, to make the decision on the the lighting within two weeks, because they can't just have a whole month for that, and then you expect the other guy, the Park and Rec, to have also a whole month, 1 month. So let's do 2 weeks for the lighting, and then a month for the rest, for the details. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Give them a little bit of a clearer timeline, and prioritizing it for them. So I think it'll work for me.
Maybe add to, an additional to the lighting, we also want to make sure that they decided what kind of material, what kind of colors, as far as the flat work, the concrete work, the color of the wall, the color of all the stuff. So there's a lot of other component they need to decide upon.
Yeah.
Analyze.
As a final product.
Okay.
So as a council, do we need to have the design complete in order for us to approve it for them to choose the location?
No, we just said no.
No.
So basically the design is not complete, and we just move forward, and the council have to take whatever it is at the time.
The details are done by the committee of 11, and then they submit to us. They don't need all those details to decide on the monument, on the location.
Just remember that the council have not approved the full design yet. We just approved a portion of it last time.
And that's why we asked them 1 month to the 14th of April. Is that what I'm hearing? To decide to finalize it and bring it back to the council?
Right.
So what is the meeting after the 14th of next month?
We have the second meeting in April, which is the 20th, but from 14 to the 20th, we were talking about less than a week. So I'm not sure that we were able to produce a staff report to the council, unless you want to go to the first meeting in May, which is May 11th.
So the second meeting in April is the 27th.
I'm sorry. I'm looking. Yeah, wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the meeting April 27th. So if they made it, if whatever on the 14th, there is enough time to get an item on the agenda for the 27th.
Sorry, I apologize. Yes.
Don't you think that is better for the council to approve the design before the location being picked by the Park and Rec committee?
No, it's not
No,
necessary.
wait. We just said we talked about earlier. We don't know how much time they need, but right now they need to have a time frame, which is a month from now. But we agree with the 14th, and if they need more time to
I understand.
consider, then they will. If reasonable, the city council would be able to allow them to do that.
Councilmember, though, I understand all that. What I'm saying is, can the QT committee submitted the design to the council body to approve it before the Park and Rec committee can approve it. I think it's just, we're talking about 1 month time frame here.
It's
So
not
if we
necessary.
Let me clarify what you're asking. You're asking if the Park and Rec need to approve the final design?
No. I'm talking about, if we're talking about 1 month time frame here, right? The 1 month time frame, if we have the design submitted to the council for approval before the Park and Rec can decide the location, it would be better.
Recommend the location, is that correct?
Only recommend.
Right, recommend.
They recommend, they don't approve it. They
Right.
recommend the location.
What I'm saying
and
is
the council
the
has to
design,
approve it.
what I'm saying is the design being approved by the council, so that way they can recommend the location.
It's not necessary. So do we have a second?
Second it.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we have the motion and a second on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So there is a motion and a second, with the motion as stated by City Attorney Rettenhausen. And with that, Councilmember Doe,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
Yes.
Mayor Ta.
Abstain.
Motion carries. 3 voted yes and 2 abstentions.
All right, so right now 1:25 a.m. and we have, anyone have any comment?
We still have the consent calendar.
Oh, okay, sorry, we have a consent calendar, sorry. Oh, thank you so
Motion
much.
to approve.
Okay, so we have a consent calendar now, so please.
Well, I just want to see the staff talk about the easement part of it to make sure that there are no shady business in that area. The easement.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Just to briefly mention it, what it is and the reason why
Yeah, so-
we do that.
Yeah, so what is the easement about? And I just want to make sure that I leave probably like more than 500 feet or probably more than 1,000 feet, right? Am I right?
So something about the alley being.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's what would be the item 3.2, the acceptance of easement deed for
Right.
the address 8031 18th Street. This is very typical request that we have. Currently, the alley width is about 15 feet. When we have development on one side, we're asking additional 2.5 feet to make it 15 feet from the center lines. I'm sorry, 10 feet from the center line. So in the future, if we have another development on the other side of the alley, we're going to ask additional 2.5 feet. The reason we want to have 20 feet because we want to make sure that we have enough spacing for 2 vehicle travel in opposite directions. As well, we have a trash truck and also fire engine to go through in case they need to go through.
So we're asking for more square footage, not giving it up. Is that correct? Because
No,
that's
we're
what I'm
asking.
understanding.
Correct.
We're asking. Okay.
We're asking, and it gave us to the city.
Can we, since this is consent calendar, can we pull that item and then vote on the other ones? And then like we normally do? Just want to make
No,
sure.
we don't have to. We don't have to. You mentioned, so move to approve.
Second,
So this is for the full balance of the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and second to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor, and that is to approve the consent calendar in its entirety. The motion was made by Councilmember Doe, seconded by Councilmember Ho. Councilmember Doe?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
Yes.
Mayor Ta?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so thank you so much. And 1:28 a.m. So anyone want to say anything at 1:28 a.m.?
Well, I want to say, first of all, I want to thank everybody for, I I guess, the recall, it has failed. And so I want to thank everybody for supporting me. And to my regret, that our city is going to be stuck with a bill of $14,000. But I'm glad it's not, what is it, plus another 150,000 had it gone to the ballot. So I'm really thankful that everybody stood by me, and during this past recall was really ridiculous, but it's over with. And so what we learned from it, and I hope we all learn from it, and I hope my opponents learn that we do not waste our tax dollars that way. And I hope that everybody support the SS measure. We are already so short of funds in our general funds. And we got to look after our staff. So please, do not waste money that way. So I'm really hoping that Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo will have good news in a couple of weeks. And so same thing goes for his recall, is that if it goes all the way to the ballot, it'll be another 150,000, which we don't have. We don't have money to waste, everybody. So again, thank you. And I think that's all I have to say. And I know this is kind of belated, but happy International Women's Day to everybody, all the women out there. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I would like to be next. First of all, I want to thank everyone who got involved with the redistricting and drawing maps. I want to thank you, Terry Rains, Viet Rise. I got a chance to meet one of the young kids, Vincent from Viet Rise, and I got an opportunity to talk to him about and share with my concern and frustration. And you know what? Surprisingly, it's a few days later, he came up with the map 507, which is like consistent with Terry and other resident of Westminster map. And I just want to thank them for caring about the community, drawing the map just a consistent and protect the interest of everybody. So thank you very much for that. And then I just want to apologize, to be taking too long to bring up all these fake news issues. I did it different from the last one. We've censured Councilman Chi Jelly Win and Mayor Trita. I just will summarize what been saying those YouTube video, but this time we have to be clear and concise. I mean, the link is there. Whatever say, translated, it's as clear as day. So there's no attack to any the people First Amendment right. And against the court case, the precedent was already set by the Supreme Court that yelling fire in a crowded theater is not a freedom of speech. Saying something to cause someone to violently react, and that's a freedom of speech. And just so you know, Councilwoman Kimberly Hall and Vice Mayor Carlos Manzo, you might want to look into Penal Code Section 415, parenthesis 3. That's specifically saying that you cannot say something in public that cause another person to violently react. So you might want to visit that and consider filing a police report on that. And again, do not bring it up to the chief of police in the council meeting. It's not always tactful. And you know what? With the Great Senate, I got a chance to attend Huntington Beach police officer Nicholas Velas yesterday, and I work for Long Beach, and we are so huge that we have to bury a couple of our own college and over 25 years working with Long Beach, but Long Beach never have to have
another agency and come in and patrol the city so that the officer can, the city staff can go and attend the funeral on their own. And it just broke my heart, and it just teared in my eye to see that Irvine Police Department patrol Huntington Beach, city Huntington Beach, so that the Huntington Beach police officer can go and attend the funeral on their own. And I understand the Westminster PD, on the night that they had that helicopter crash, we provide patrol and support Huntington Beach. So to me, that's just mind-boggling. I never understand that because I work for a big agency, and to see that small agency in Orange County and come together and support each other. So thanks for that, and I appreciate that the leadership from our chief of police. And again, thank you, city staff. Sorry for it take too long for you to stay play. Hopefully that you can compensate 5 days off or whatever time off. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
My turn then. I want specifically thank Vanessa from Park and Recs. In the last week or so, I got the chance to join them for 2 activities. One is grab and go wheel and meal for the seniors. The mayor and I have a chance to pass out the food to the seniors when they actually drive to. I really enjoy it. Having a chance to serve the people in our community. And also the second event was the Little Baseball League. It's fantastic that I have a chance to attend the event. And I know Vanessa and her staff have been working really hard, putting much of effort into it in order to make it happen. So I appreciate for that, and thank you very much, Vanessa.
Thank you. I want to just thank staff for all your hard work, putting up with us during these long, drawn-out meetings. I also want to thank the members of the community, Terry Raines, and the members of Viet Rise for all your hard work. It's really nice to see the community get involved with the redistricting and putting all that hard work. And I mean, they really is passionate is what the word is, that they're really passionate about what they were doing and really worked hard to make sure they got it right and got the best possible map they can come up with. So our community owes you a really big thanks, because I think it's really important for our community to have the best possible chance for representation, have a balanced council. I also want to thank Vanessa as well. I also attended the Huntington West Little League. It's the Huntington Beach and Westminster joined Little Leagues a few years back. And there was a great amount of, which I like to see, because when my children played Little League, the attendance here in Westminster was dwindling. And there was, I think there was 500 kids signed up. And that was really great to see, and they're really excited and to get started and have a full season. And we really had a good time we just were the mayor was there, Councilmember Nguyen and Councilmember Ho. We all had a good time out there and really liked spending a little bit of time with those kids and giving high fives. So that was awesome. So thank you all, and have a good night.
Well, I want to thank all the members of council for recognizing our staff for working really hard. I myself, I really enjoyed the event on last Saturday at Marina High. That was an amazing event. I want to thank Vanessa and all the staff in her department. I want to thank all the parents, the board member of Huntington West. The event was, I think, that a rare opportunity for the community from Westminster and Huntington Beach. We were there. We saw the the happiness. We saw the You know, a lot of parents, they feel so good to cheer up all the kids. I think the kids were so happy. A lot of young children, and I think they were in their baseball outfit. I think that they really make my day. I really appreciate, you know, all the parents. I know that they work so hard to make sure that you know, the community, they all get together. I want to thank the school, the staff. I think that the event was so amazing. And me on wheel event is always excellent. I want to thank this staff. I know staff put a lot of effort for organizing that service. Thank you so much for that. So with that, I adjourn the meeting. The next
Can
regular
I ask one more favor, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, can we, as a council, can we have for the next meeting, can I have a resolution to support the people of Ukraine for fighting the invasion of Russia?
Yeah, sure. Not a problem, but I mean, I don't think we need to vote on that. So I think.
No, I understand. Yeah.
And that actually, and so that request has actually already been initiated. So, so now two of you have, yeah, it's important. I get it.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't want to take credit for that.
Yeah,
it's modern day, and to see that Russia is invading, destroy beautiful city of Ukraine. It's hard.
All right. So
absolutely. We will put it on the next agenda, and then of course I will circle back with all of you regarding a meeting date for next week.
All right. So the next regular meeting will be on March 23rd, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Absolutely. Good night.
Okay.